In this 7-hour reverb course, you're going to learn everything you need to know about using reverb. And not only are we going to cover all the fundamentals like understanding decay time, room size, room tone, psychoacoustics, and the basic parameters of a reverb plugin, but you're also going to walk away with a ton of clarity on what you're actually trying to achieve when you pull up a reverb. And you're going to have an in-depth understanding of how proper use of reverb can lead to a mix that sounds wide, deep, and three-dimensional instead of flat, lifeless, and unfinished. In fact, take a listen to this mix without reverb and then with reverb. Nothing else has changed.
Dancing till you drop. Oh yeah. Show me what you got. Come on now, make it hot. I said dancing till you drop.
Once we've laid the foundations, we're going to move into some more advanced topics like early reflections, late reflections, pre-delay, bussing, reverb types, convolution reverb, algorithmic reverb, how to use reverb on vocals and different instruments. Basically everything you could ever need to know if you want to learn how to use reverb like an absolute pro. And we're also going to share a new and unique way of looking at reverb that we call the shadow system, which is going to bring all of this together and give you a really quick and easy methodology for applying reverb in a mix that anyone can do. Now, this isn't going to be the most entertaining video you're going to watch on YouTube today, and it's about 7 hours long, so it's not short either. But it's incredibly in-depth, and by the end, you're going to be an expert with reverb. And as long as you go away and actually practice what you learn and follow through on the practical activities, there's simply no way you're not going to feel extremely confident mixing with reverb on the other side. Now, there are a lot of resources that go along with this course, including cheat sheets, charts, and a bunch of other useful PDFs that will help you apply what you're learning to every single mix and get consistent results. So I put it all together in one folder, and it's absolutely essential to download this if you want to follow along properly and actually see an improvement in the quality of your mixes. So just click the link in the description below now, or scan the QR code that you see on screen. That'll take you to a page where you can enter your email address and we'll send you the resources so you can follow along properly. Okay, I'm gonna hand you off to Dylan Pines now. He's a professional producer from Nashville and an incredible teacher. You guys have been raving about all of his other courses, so let's jump right in.
So let's start this course off with the most basic question we can ask. What is reverb? And to put it bluntly, it's basically just the sound of a room. It is the tone that is imprinted on top of your instrument's tone. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. So reverb is actually just sound waves that have left a sound, say someone clapping, for example, or a snare drum hitting. They have left the instrument and they are bouncing around the room thousands and thousands of times, super, super fast. All of those little individual reflections are returning to your ears after a few seconds. And we hear those thousands of tiny little delays as reverb. We hear that as the sound of the room. For instance, if you were to slow a room's reverb down to an insane degree, you would hear echo after echo after echo after echo, thousands of tiny little echoes that are so fast and so closely spaced together that our ears can't tell the difference. Now, that's all well and good, but what is reverb in a mix? Well, reverb is a tool that we use to recreate that process of sound waves just bouncing around a room and giving it a certain tone. So we are, like I said, we're imprinting a tone on top of an instrument. So let me grab this snare drum, for example. I've got a reverb added to this snare drum. Let's listen to what it sounds like by itself. Nice and dry. Right? Now, if I add my reverb in, it suddenly sounds like we're in a really big room. Suddenly, the snare has so much sustain. It feels huge, right? But we started out with just this. Now, let's check out a vocal. So if I was to go over here to this vocal, and we listen to it by itself.
Reverence in present tense.
Now if I add the reverb.
Reverence in present tense.
You get that beautiful, soft sort of pillow of sound underneath the vocal. It's a really beautiful thing. Now, there are tons of different sounds of reverb. On this one, I grabbed something that was decently long, a little chamber. Let's say I wanted to get a room that was really short and I wanted this to feel really intimate. Well, I could do that as well.
Reverence in present tense.
So now it feels like I'm in the room with him. I'm not in some huge hall. Now, reverbs can be anywhere between those two things. They can even be just absolutely massive if you want them to be. You know, let's say I wanted a really, really long reverb. Well, check this out.
Reverence in present tense.
You get that beautiful, long, pillowy sound, almost where it sounds like it creates a chord underneath it. Now, we use reverb in mixes for tons of different things. You know, we use it tonally to create stuff like that. We use it to create depth in our mix. Now, that's all stuff we're going to be learning in our next video. So let's move on to that, and we're going to be learning what the goals of reverb are and how we can use it in our mixes. So now that we know what reverb is, the next question to ask is, why do we need it? Why do we use reverb in the first place? Well, there are two main goals in your mix that you can use reverb to accomplish: to create space and to create style. So creating space glues tracks together. It makes the mix feel cohesive. It creates depth and width in the mix. You know, it turns a one-dimensional mix into a three-dimensional mix. And it allows you to place attention on the important parts, and it pushes certain instruments into the background. This is the use of reverb that is not as sexy as creating style, but you can't have a good mix without it. It's helping you to create balance and to create realism, or even hyperrealism, where it makes sense to the ears, but it wouldn't make sense in the real world. It's totally up to you how you do it. Now, obviously, we're going to be going over how to do this in the course, so don't worry about it right now. That said, let's talk about our other goal, creating style. So creating style with reverb, this is what makes a mix sound cool and unique. It gives intrigue to certain instruments by giving them really big sounds or really small room sounds. This is what helps your mix sound larger than life. It helps to create energy in a song and connection in between instrument phrases. This is the kind of reverb that the listener hears. And that's an important point. Whenever you're trying to create space, typically you're trying to do things that are subtle. You're trying to do things that will play on the listener's heartstrings, but they're never going to actively be able to pick out the reason why they like something. Whereas creating style, that is going to be something that typically the listener is going to be able to hear and actively be like, ooh, that snare sounds so good because it's so thick and it's so long. Or, ooh, that vocal is so interesting because of all that reverb wash behind it. That's creating style. So let me show you an example of what accomplishing these two goals can sound like. So I've got a mix here and I've got some reverb on it. And these are some reverbs, some of them that are more space related. They're about creating space, and some of them that are more about creating style. So first off, let's just listen to what it sounds like completely dry.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
So now, let me go in here and add some of these spatial reverbs that are going to help to create depth, cohesion, and glue. And it's subtle. It's meant to be subtle, but it's really going to help to create a three-dimensional mix.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly.
subtle, but it felt like it opened up. It felt like it was cohesive. It kind of started to feel like a mix for the first time. So now let me add some of my style reverbs. Some reverbs that I just kind of felt, I felt like this mix needed to fill up just some of the background space.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
You get that really cool, almost ballady kind of effect with that beautiful long reverb filling up the space in between. Now, I want to just one more time go from all reverb to no reverb. And this is really what good use of these two goals can do.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Now, these two goals are two sides of the same coin. Creating space is more the scientific part of mixing. Creating style is more the creative part of mixing. Now, you have to remember, as an audio engineer, and you are an audio engineer if you're mixing, the word engineer is in the title. There's a lot of scientific stuff that you have to do in a mix just to create balance, to get your baseline where it needs to be. But then the other half of being an audio engineer is being an artist. And that's when creating style comes into play. You get to be creative. You get to create a sound that is all your own. Now, we're going to be going over both of these goals and how to achieve them over the course of this entire course. But for now, we need to go into our next module and start learning about the science of sound. See you there. So in this module, we are going to dive into the science of sound. Specifically, we're going to be talking about acoustical physics. Basically, why things sound the way that they do. Now, you might be thinking, why do I actually need to know any of this stuff? You know, I just want you to teach me reverb. Why do I have to learn about physics? Well, here's the thing. I want you to be a lifelong user of reverb. And every single parameter in a reverb unit is based off of something in acoustical physics. So in order for you to really understand what you're doing, you have to understand what the reverb plugin is trying to emulate. Because of that, we are going to be diving in to the 3 stages of sound. And then later in the course, we're going to start talking about the science of hearing. Because everything in a reverb unit that doesn't have to do with physics does have to do with how your ears perceive sound. So any sound that's made in nature is made up of 3 separate parts: the direct sound, the early reflections, and the late reflections. Let's take a quick look at what I'm actually talking about, because it deals a lot with how reverb works. So I want you to imagine that you are in a room, and you're in one corner and someone else is in the other corner, and that person just starts clapping once or twice. What happens when that person claps? So basically, sound waves, sound vibrations, they emanate from that clap in all directions: forwards, backwards, up, down, everywhere. Almost like a ripple emanating from a stone that was thrown in a pond. Now, how these sound waves interact with the room you're in, that is what creates these 3 separate parts of sound. So let's get into them. I actually have on screen a graphic that we've made that explains these 3 different stages of sound. Let's just look at the first one, direct sound. Right now you can see on this graphic we've got someone listening, so that's you. We've got someone at the other corner of the room clapping, and we have this little arrow in between the two. So the direct sound is the sound wave that travels in a straight line to your ears. So if sound waves are just bouncing all across the room, one of them is going to travel the smallest distance to your ears. It's not going to hit anything. That is what's known as the direct sound. Then we move on to the early reflections. Early reflections are the sound waves that bounced off of one or two walls or surfaces and went straight into your ears. Basically, these are the first little echoes that actually reach your ears. And then finally, there's the late reflections. So the late reflections are the echoes that bounce off of dozens of surfaces, dozens of times. And they're thousands and thousands of tiny little echoes that might take a second or two to actually reach your ears. Those are the late reflections. So why does this matter? Well, the early and late reflections are the things that a reverb plugin are trying to emulate. And our ears use each of these different stages of sound to determine different things about the sound and about the room that it's in. So the direct sound and the early reflections, we tend to use those more to determine how big the room is, how far away the sound is, and in what direction the sound is coming from. Now, the late reflections, those are really what your reverb comes from. These are the things that our ears use to determine the makeup of the room, and the shape of the room, and the tone of the room, and all of these little individual factors that help us to visualize the space. So let's take our imaginary situation of you in a room with someone clapping, and let's expound upon that a little bit. So let's say that you are in a cave, and you are at one side of the cave, and your friend who's clapping is in another part of the cave. So the direct sound is that first sound that's going to reach you after your friend claps. That's not really going to give you any information other than, oh, I'm hearing a clap. Then a few sound waves are going to bounce off of the walls of the cave and reach your ears. You are going to be using the early reflections to tell the distance, so how far away your friend is, to tell the direction, where your friend is in respect to you, and generally how big the room is. So how large the cave is. But what you don't know is that you're in a cave. So if I was to take all of the late reflections out and you were to close your eyes in this cave and you were to only get the early reflections, which are so short that you can barely even hear them, you would be able to say, okay, my friend is probably 20 feet away over there, over there to the left, and we're in a pretty big room. But if I said, what kind of room are you in? You'd say, I don't know, just a pretty big room. So the late reflections, they don't give you any information about where the sound is. They give you all of the color of the room. So if I was to take out the early reflections and you're in the cave and your friend is in the cave and your friend claps, you'd be able to say, okay, I can tell that we are in a cave. It sounds like a cave. It sounds like those movies that I've seen where people are in caves and it's super reverberated and washy. That's what it sounds like we're in. But then if I was to ask you, all right, where's your friend? You'd say, I have no idea. I don't know how far away my friend is. I don't know in what direction the sound came from. All of these things would be really confusing to me because I didn't have any early reflections. So before we move on, let me show you an example of what these sound like. Right over here, in my DAW, I've got a snare set up with a reverb. And you can see I've got the snare panned all the way to the left, and I've got the reverb panned all the way to the right. That's just going to make it easier for you to be able to distinguish the direct sound, or the snare, from the early and late reflections. First, I'm just going to play everything so you can get a feel for it, and then I'm only going to turn on the early reflections, and then I'm only going to turn on the late reflections. So check this out. So you could hear that the early reflections were really, really fast and really, really short. It literally sounded like a bunch of tiny delays. But the late reflections truly sounded like the reverb. It sounded like the tone of the room. So throughout this course, we're going to be focusing in on early reflections and late reflections and how you can use your reverb plugins to create those two different goals. Our goal of creating space and our goal of creating style. So I want to give a quick word of warning before we move on into this course. There is one thing that none of my students really ever do, and it always comes back to bite them in the butt. It's something that I want to make sure that you are aware of so that you get the absolute most out of this course. And that's to read your dang manuals. Please, read your reverb plugins manuals. I know they're boring. I know it's not fun, but you will get so much better at using it if you actually know what everything does. Here's why this is extra important for reverb plugins, even more than it is for the rest of your plugins. For whatever reason, plugin manufacturers just don't use the same jargon to describe the same settings. So what's called one thing on one reverb plugin might be called something totally different on another. And vice versa, you might be tweaking one setting that you think you know exactly what it is, but in fact, you're tweaking a whole different setting. Or maybe this one setting just simply works differently than you learned it. Reverb plugins are extremely variable. That's part of the reason why, this course can get a little complicated, is just because we're wanting to make sure that you are prepared for using any reverb plugin. But you want to make sure, no matter what, that you at least understand what all of the knobs on your specific plugin do. Now, don't stress about it right now. You don't need to go and download the PDF today. Wait until you've finished up this course. Wait until you understand what reverb is, how to use reverb, what all the settings are. And then, once you've kind of internalized all of that, you can go off, take a moment, and read through your manuals. I guarantee you it's going to help so much. So congratulations on finishing up your first module. Let's do a quick review over what you learned. So we went over what a reverb is, these thousands of reflections that are bouncing around a room until they reach your ears. We went over why we use reverb in a mix and the two goals of reverb, space and style. We went over the 3 stages of sound and how they're going to be so important to you getting the most out of your reverb plugin. And those 3 stages are direct sound, early reflections, and late reflections. And finally, we talked about reading your plugin's manuals and how important that is for reverb especially. So in the next module, we're going to be talking about the anatomy of a reverb, all the different settings that make up your reverb plugin. After that, stick around because we're going to be learning about how our ears work, how we can trick our ears into hearing direction and distance, and we're going to be learning about the shadow system, which is how to create space in your mix. So stay tuned. So let's talk about your reverb settings. Now, obviously, there is a ton of variation across different reverb plugins. Some plugins only have 1 or 2 settings. Other plugins have more than a dozen different settings. And they all sound like they're just in some alien language. What could they all possibly be trying to achieve? There's actually 3 different jobs for any reverb setting. There's 3 different things that a reverb is trying to accomplish with all these different settings. And they are, number 1, creating the 3D space of a room. Number 2, changing the tone of that room. And number 3, making the job of mixing with reverb easier. So in this module, we're going to be talking about all of these different parameters and what jobs they're actually trying to achieve. First of all, we're going to be talking about space, how to create that 3D space. This is just a fancy phrase that basically means setting how big the room is and how close or far the instrument is going to sound to the listener. So in that vid, we're going to be covering pre-delay, room size, distance, and plus more info on the early reflections. Then we're going to talk about reverb settings that change the tone. There are actually 3 main settings that do this, and they're what I call the 3 Ds of reverb tone. And that is decay, density, and damping. And you can use these to make your reverb sound however you want. Plus, we're going to have more information on the late reflections and how they work, because all of these different settings mostly deal with our late reflections. And finally, our third video is going to be talking about reverb settings that are used to make the mix easier. They're mixing tools. So we're going to be covering EQ, the wet and dry mix, the early reflection and late reflection mix, stereo spread, and modulation. So by the end of this module, you're going to finally understand all of those crazy random knobs in those alien languages. You're going to be able to actually use your reverb with confidence, maybe for the first time ever. So let's dive right in. So in this video, we're going to be covering the reverb settings that help your mix feel like an actual 3-dimensional space. And they are room size, distance, and pre-delay. Now, all 3 of these deal with the early reflections. So before we get started, I want to do just a quick review of the 3 stages of sound, because it's super relevant to what we're going to be talking about today. So the 3 stages of sound are the direct sound, the early reflections, and the late reflections. Now, if you remember, the direct sound is the sound wave that comes from a particular sound source, like a hand clap, and it's the sound wave that travels in a straight line right to your ears. It's the fastest line, it's the shortest line, it's basically your dry signal. It's the sound of your instrument without any reverb on it. Now, the early reflections are the sound waves that bounce off of one of the walls of the room and hit it at just the right angle that it bounces directly into your ears. Those are very short. They're usually somewhere between 30 and 80 milliseconds long, so really, really quick. And they're just a few individual echoes. Now, the late reflections, on the other hand, those are thousands of different sound waves that are bouncing all over the room on all the different surfaces dozens of times until they finally reach your ears. That is what we really think of as reverb. It's that wash of sound. Early reflections, on the other hand, those are what our ears use along with direct sound. Those are what our ears use to actually determine the sound of a space itself. It helps us to determine distance. It helps us to determine the size of the room. It's what's going to get us that 3-dimensional sound. Whereas late reflections, those are a little bit more about immersion, emotion, and just kind of the general color and makeup of a room. So we're going to be focusing in, like I said, on those early reflections, the 3-dimension bringers of the reverb world. Now, the early reflections are really important, even though they are really more felt than heard. You know, if you've ever heard a producer talk about wanting to add more ambience to a track or wanting to give a few tracks some depth, they're referring to early reflections, even if they're just using a whole different word. So before we dive in, I want to show you what these 3 parameters can actually do. You're going to hear just the dry sound of a snare, but then you're going to hear a snare with a reverb on it, with a high room size, a high distance, and a low early pre-delay. And then you're going to hear that same snare with the exact opposite settings, with a low room size, a low distance, and a high pre-delay. Could you hear how one felt very far away in a very large room, but the other one felt a lot closer and more intimate? That's what you're going to learn about today. So let's get started. Let's start with room size. Now, room size is exactly what you'd think. It's the size of a room. Is this going to feel like it's in a big room, or is it going to feel like it's in a small room? So I've got this plugin right here. This is True Verb by Waves. Your reverb might not look like this. It might look a little bit more like Logic's Chroma Verb, a lot more simple. But we're going to use True Verb just so that you can kind of see what's going on behind the scenes. Room size, sometimes it's an actual number, Sometimes like this, it's a percentage. But room size is really just a slider. It's a fader. It's a knob. You can move it in. You can move it out. It's really simple as that. So what's going on behind the scenes is that it's changing the length of the early reflections, like the amount of spacing in between each individual echo, along with potentially adding a little bit of late pre-delay, which we'll get into later, and maybe changing kind of the principal amount of decay of the late reflections, which we'll also get into later. So check this out. Whenever I move my room size in and out, and I'm going to move my distance as well, just because I want to make sure that the percentage is correct, and this plugin unfortunately doesn't do percentages. So let's say I have my room size at about 1,000, which is about, for this plugin, it's a square footage or a cubic volume of 1,000 meters. Really don't worry about the number. The number, if I'm being honest, super doesn't matter. But you can see all these little individual orange taps, these little individual orange lines, these are all of our individual echoes that are happening in our early reflections. And I've already gone ahead and just turned off our late reflections, just so that they're not going to confuse us as we're teaching this kind of stuff. So check out how close they are, right? So if down here, these are the milliseconds, all of these are only lasting about probably 50 milliseconds. So honestly, it's difficult for our ears to even perceive any echoes that are happening under 50 milliseconds. So it's going to sound nearly imperceivable. We will feel it, but we won't perceive it. Now, on the flip side, if I was to really increase my room size, let's make this 20,000 cubic feet, and I'll change up my distance again. That's just because they don't have a percentage meter. So now look at what's happened. Each of my individual echoes, the number hasn't changed, but they've been spaced out. They've been pulled out, almost like pulling taffy. And if I was to move it back in, they get smushed together, back and forth and back and forth. Now let's listen to what this actually sounds like. So I've got a snare drum right here, and I've got my snare drum panned all the way to the left and my reverb panned to the right. That's just going to make it easier for you to be able to distinguish the difference between the two. Obviously, you wouldn't be using this as a mixing technique. It's just going to make learning a lot easier. So let's start off with a small room. I'll go back to my 1,000 here. Let's check out what that sounds like. It just kind of sounds weirdly stereo, right? Like it's hard to hear much of an actual delay going on. So now let's increase the room size to the other end of the spectrum. Just going to go ahead and increase this to 200,000, fix our distance. And now let's listen. So now you can really hear the delay. You could hear the fact that there is a dry sound and it's almost like a sort of sound. That is part of the reason why big rooms sound so huge to our ears. It's not necessarily because the decay time is super long. It's more just because each of these early reflections are really spaced out. In fact, let me put the late reflections back in, and you're going to hear a pretty dramatic difference between just the early reflections and the entire reverb. So you'd be surprised, if I was to take that decay time down dramatically, it would still feel like a very big room. Especially if I was to go and compare it to our earlier room size. Right? That actually feels like a smaller room. And that's something that's important to bring up. A big reverb myth is that room size and decay time are the exact same thing, and that is absolutely not true. Decay time, which is something we'll go over in the next video, that is basically just how long the late reflections last. Whereas room size, that deals way more with the early reflections. So let me give you two examples. You could have a really big room, a huge studio, but if that recording studio has a lot of acoustic treatment, you're not going to have a very long decay time at all. But on the flip side, If you're in a small tiled bathroom and you were to clap in that small tiled bathroom, you would get, the feeling of a small room, but a super long decay time because there's so much reflection going on around that room. So you can have, again, large room, short decay, or small room, long decay. It's totally possible. You'll get very different sounds out of it. So in the mix, just sit and imagine how large the room is that your instruments are playing in, and then set your room size parameter to match that. Again, the numbers don't matter. Just use your ears. So now let's talk about distance. Distance is a setting that controls how far away a sound feels to the listener. So if you have a very small distance, then the sound is going to feel very up close. But if you have a very large distance, then the sound is going to feel very far away. Now, some plugins, like Reverb over here, they've got it very simple. They just have the distance knob, and that's all you get. You don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. They just say, pick your distance, use your ears, move on. Totally fine. On TrueVerb, on the other hand, which is showing us what's actually going on behind the scenes, let's look at what happens whenever I change my distance. And I'm going to change up my room size a bit just to make this a little easier to see. And I'm going to turn my reverb back on as well, because in some plugins, it does change your late reflections just a little bit. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to turn my late reflections back on, and I'm going to turn my direct sound back on. So this little blue box over here, that's my late reflections. And this little red line right here, that's my direct sound. That's just the sound of my dry instrument. And I'm going to turn up the decay time a little bit as well, just because it's going to make it easier to graphically see what's going on. So let's move this around and check out what's happening. So you can see as I move this back, my direct sound and my early reflections, those are coming down in volume. But my later early reflections and my late reflections, those are coming up in volume. It's almost like a seesaw. Instead of them being unbalanced, they are starting to balance out where everything is around the same volume. But if I move my distance in the opposite direction, you can see that my direct sound gets much, much louder. My early reflections get quieter, and my late reflections get much quieter. And that makes total sense, because the closer a sound is to you, the less energy is lost in that direct sound before it gets to you, because all sound just naturally loses energy over time. Since it moves through air, air is stuff. Air is particles, air is oxygen, air is all of this other stuff. And it gets in the way of sound waves. So you're going to naturally lose stuff over time. We are actually going to go into that much later on in the course. That's actually a really fascinating concept for creating depth in your mix. But I digress. I'm getting ahead of myself. Whenever we have a close distance, the room sound is all still there, but we are primarily hearing the direct sound. And the room sound is kind of just propping it up a little bit. Whereas when the distance is far, everything is much more even. We hear just as much of the direct sound as we do for everything else. So let me actually show you what this sounds like. And for this, I am actually just going to show you the original plugin. I'm not going to have it panned left and right, only because I want to make sure that you can hear what happens whenever the direct sound turns up and down on its own. So let's start with our distance all the way to the left, and then we'll slowly bring it farther and farther to the right. So you can really hear the dramatic difference. As it got closer, the room sound was still there, but it was almost entirely that direct, dry sound. The room sound was kind of just supporting it. Whereas as we got farther away, it truly felt like the snare was at the other side of the auditorium. Now, I might want to go in and really push the envelope on that. Maybe turn my early reflections and reverb down a little bit. But that's a mix trick that we can focus on later on in the course. But ultimately, that's what's going on whenever you're doing any sort of moves with your distance knob. Now, if you don't have a distance knob, there is a way to fake it. Again, we'll talk about that later on in the course, so don't distress. Now, in context of a mix, your distance knob is really important for creating an actual three-dimensional sound because you're going to want to use different distances on different instruments. Because if everything was at the exact same distance, you're still going to get a fairly two-dimensional sound. It's going to sound like everything is right in the exact same spot in the room, which, if that's what you want, go for it. But by varying up your distances, you're going to be able to actually get a sense of depth. Things will feel behind other things, and that's what you want to have going on in your mix. So now let's talk about the most confusing of these three early reflection parameters, and that is pre-delay. Pre-delay is one of the most misunderstood settings in Reverb, but it's one of the most important settings in Reverb. Now, let me give you just the simple definition, and trust me, we'll make it more complicated later on. The simple definition is that the pre-delay is a delay between the direct sound and the reverb. It's a literal delay time, so if I had a 50 millisecond pre-delay, then the direct sound would happen, my dry sound would happen. There would be 50 milliseconds where nothing happened, and then my reverb would come in. So why do we use pre-delay? Well, we might want to make the room sound bigger. We might want to make a particular instrument sound closer to us, or we might want to separate the instrument from the reverb. If you get to a certain point in your pre-delay settings, it starts to get past what is naturally capable in nature, and that's when you start to get into a mix trick of being able to have a reverb sit behind an instrument but not really affect the instrument itself. But we'll get into that later on in the course. Now, let's talk about why pre-delay is so confusing. And it's because there's actually two different kinds of pre-delay. Nobody talks about it. I'm going to get on my soapbox for a sec. Nobody talks about it. So few manufacturers use the terminology correctly in their manuals. I've literally read, and I'm not lying, 15 different reverb plugin manuals in researching for this course. And I think in only 2 of them did they actually make sure that the user was aware that there are 2 different kinds of pre-delay and that they do different things. So let's talk about these 2 different kinds. There is early pre-delay and late pre-delay. Now, early pre-delay is a delay between the direct sound and the early and late reflections. But late pre-delay, or reverb pre-delay as it's sometimes called, is a delay between the early reflections and the late reflections, not a delay between the direct sound and the early reflections. So it's important to know the difference because with one, you're separating the direct sound from everything in the reverb unit, whereas with the other, the early reflections are baked into your sound. You can't do anything about that, but you can move the sound of your late reflections farther back. Now, both of these things accomplish different tasks. Early pre-delay is helpful for establishing distance. Usually, the longer the early pre-delay, the closer something seems. It's also helpful for creating separation between the instrument and the reverb, especially if you are wanting to keep the sound of the room, but you're wanting to keep a particular instrument up front, because the early reflections won't be affecting it nearly as much. On the other side, the late pre-delay, that is going to help your room seem larger. It's also going to help to create separation, but more if you are wanting to still have some feeling of depth inside of your instrument, because those early reflections are still going to be glued to the sound itself. You're just moving the room itself back. Now, the weird thing about this is that plugins typically only give you control of one or the other. They don't usually give you both. This is part of the reason why it's so confusing, is because they'll give you one or the other and just call it pre-delay and leave it at that. So you don't really know which you're getting. Now, what they will do is they'll usually hide the other pre-delay inside one of the knobs so that it's just a part of the back end of the plugin. So for example, the distance knob, that usually has a little bit of early pre-delay as just a part of the algorithm itself. So if a reverb plugin doesn't give you access to the early pre-delay, you could kind of fake it by turning the distance knob up or down, actually. A lower distance is going to give you a larger pre-delay. A higher distance will give you a smaller pre-delay. Now on the other side, your plugin might not give you access to the late pre-delay, and they might have hidden that inside of your room size parameter. As I was saying before, late pre-delay helps to determine the size of the room. If you were to turn the size of your room up, using your room size knob, then you're going to be increasing your late pre-delay. Now, I'll help you figure out which pre-delay you have access to in a little bit. But first, I want to talk about the science of pre-delay and why it's happening. Because I think this one especially is really important to understand, because you can either create a natural sound with pre-delay or an unnatural sound. Now, to explain this, I want to actually bring up a little internet whiteboard so I can show you a drawing. Okay, so we've got a similar situation that we have on our 3 stages of sound chart. You can see here's our listener, here's our hand clap, and this entire white space is the room that we're in. Let's say that this blue arrow right here, let's say that this is our direct sound. Let me just move this up. Now you can see it's got a certain distance to travel before it reaches the listener's ears. So now let's start to look at a few different early reflections. So let's say, here's one, just gonna move this up, and let's say it's bouncing off of this wall and it reaches your ears. Now let me add another one. This line is pretty long. These lines are obviously longer. They have a longer distance to travel, but they're relatively similar in length. Now let me show you what would happen if I was to bring the sound closer to me. So I'm gonna go down here. Let's move this up to where it's right next to my listener. Now here's our direct sound, just like before. Pretty small line. Now let's say that I have right here this line, and then it reflects back down into the user's ears. Now check out what's happened. The path this has to travel is almost twice as long as this line. Even though it's a shorter line than it was before, than up here, this is not twice as long, but this is really, really long. Now check out how long it would take for this early reflection. You flip this all the way back there, and we'll take this back, and then it takes all that space to get to the ears. So a really, really long time. So this is what we're talking about when we say that when something is far away in a room, it's going to have a much smaller early pre-delay, because the amount of time that it takes for the direct sound to get to you is really similar to the amount of time it's going to take all of your early reflections to get to the ears. Whereas with a sound that is close to the listener, there's going to be a dramatically different amount of time to get from the direct sound, to get from the clap to your ears, than from the majority of your early reflections. That's why you're going to have a much longer early pre-delay. Now, it's important to say there is a limit to what is natural in the world. Typically, in most rooms, you're only going to have between a 1 millisecond and a 50 millisecond pre-delay. Anything outside of that, and our ears are going to start to actually hear a literal delay in the sound. Now, this is pretty much what happens whenever you are at the Grand Canyon and you shout, "Echo!" and like a second later you hear, "Echo!" come back to you. That's because what is happening is you are yelling into a reverberant space, and it's taking so long to get back to you because it's so far away that basically it's got a 2-second long pre-delay. Not natural in a room by any means, but it can happen in weird situations in nature. So to summarize all of this, if you want an instrument to sound like it's against the back wall of the room, then you want to have a super small early pre-delay time. If you want an instrument to sound like it's right up in the listener's face, then you want to have a longer pre-delay time. If you want to separate the sound from the reverb and you want the reverb to sort of live behind the sound, then you're going to want to have a pre-delay of more than 50 milliseconds. Because at that point, you're going to hear a literal delay, and it's going to become unnatural. It's going to separate to your ears. But on the flip side, if you want your instrument to feel like it has a lot of depth and you want your reverb to feel like it's glued into the instrument, then you're going to want to have a shorter pre-delay. Now, late pre-delay, on the other hand, is a little bit more difficult to show you graphically. But what's going on is that when you're in a really large room, the early reflections, like I said, those are the reflections that bounce off of one wall or one surface and hit your ears directly. Now, those are, they're probably going to take a while to get to you if it's a really big room, but the late reflections are going to take even longer, because if a reflection, or rather if a sound wave bounces off of one of the walls and misses your ears, there's a lot longer for that sound wave to travel before it gets to the next wall and either reflects back into your ears or reflects again and again and again before it finally hits that. So simply because the sound waves just have more space to travel, more distance to travel before they reach your ears, there's going to be a little bit of a delay between those early reflections and the wash of reverb that is the late reflections. Now, this is typically baked into a room size parameter. So if you've got a room size knob, you've probably got a little bit of late pre-delay that's just happening naturally. So if you want a larger room size, you want a larger late pre-delay. If you want a smaller room size, you want a smaller late pre-delay. If you want to create separation, but you still want to have a sense of depth because those early reflections are baked into the sound, then you're going to want to have a longer late pre-delay. With all this being said, let me actually show you what this looks like. So this plugin that we're using right now has late pre-delay, not early pre-delay. So right now, there's a little thing that says pre-delay. It seems really long, right? But as I move my room size, you can see the pre-delay moves as well. So what do we know about that? We know that late pre-delay is tied to room size. So this is our late pre-delay. And we can even tell if I unlink it, if I grab this, I can now fully access the late pre-delay on my own, and I can just move my late reflections really wherever I want them to be. And this is going to help to create sort of a weird psychoacoustic effect, because I have my early reflections spaced out in a certain way, but my pre-delay is not matching what would naturally be happening in nature. And you can get some really cool sounds from that, honestly. Now, on the flip side, if I wanted to do early pre-delay with this plugin, I'd need to literally go in and add a delay plugin just beforehand. Now, this is just Logic Pro's sample delay. It's very simple. And so if I wanted to add a little bit of early pre-delay, like I wanted to make something sound even closer than it does in this plugin, then I would just need to go in and turn my pre-delay up until it felt right to me. As long as it's not going above 50 milliseconds, you should be okay. Now, there are some details about what room you're using and what range of early pre-delays you can use, but again, that's a story for another part of this course. So now that I've gotten through all the science, let's actually listen to what it does to the sound. So let's start with early pre-delay. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to slowly turn it up, and you're going to hear that the more I turn it up, the closer the snare actually sounds. I'm going to make sure that these are panned hard left and hard right just so you can hear what's going on. You can tell that as I started turning that early pre-delay up, I could just hear the direct sound more easily. So let me stop with this panning thing, and you'll be able to actually hear what's going on in a natural sense. So let's start back at the bottom. Sweet. Now, we're starting to hear a delay. If I was just listening to this instrument in the mix, I would probably say that's maybe a little bit too much, of course, but you started to be able to hear that direct sound, and that's what we wanted. So mission accomplished. So now let's listen to what late pre-delay sounds like. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to untether my late pre-delay so that I can actually move it around. And you're going to hear, as I bring it closer in, smaller and smaller and smaller, the room is going to start to feel smaller as well. Now, why is that? It's really because those early reflections are now getting swallowed up in the wash of reverb. So we are just not really able to hear them much at all. And so even though our early reflections are spaced really far apart and, our ears should be able to tell like, oh, these are from a big room, because our late reflections, our reverb is coming in so quickly, they just kind of get washed over. And our ear starts to interpret it as a smaller room, just with a really long decay time. So before we finish up this really long video, I want to give you a quick tip. And it's just how to figure out if you have early pre-delay in your plugin or late pre-delay in your plugin. Now, the easiest action is, of course, just to read the manual. It's going to be probably pretty vague, but there are some things that will help tip you off as to which you're dealing with. If they say pre-delay delays the direct sound from the reverb tail or from the reverberation or anything like that, you're probably dealing with late pre-delay. But if they say that the pre-delay delays the direct sound from the early reflections, then you're dealing with early pre-delay. So obviously, that's going to be your first line of defense. Now, if the manual is too vague, that's totally fine. There is a way to figure this out yourself. So first of all, grab a short percussive sound like a snare or a hand clap, like the one we've been using. Then you want to place a reverb plugin directly on it. So I'm just going to go and grab Chromaverb because we don't know if it has an early pre-delay or a late pre-delay. Now, once you've done that, you're going to want to make sure that you have dry and wet up 100%. Now, this isn't something you would usually do for a mix, but you're trying to hear both the dry sound and the wet sound at the same time. So next, after that, you want to turn your pre-delay up as high as it'll go. Doesn't matter what the number is, just really, really high. And then you're going to hit play, and you're going to listen and see if you can hear what is delayed. Can you hear a difference in the snare sound and then a delayed reverb happens? Or does the snare sound exactly the same and then a delayed reverb happens? If the snare sound is different, then you've got a late pre-delay, because that means that the early reflections have been baked into the sound. But if the snare sound is exactly the same, then you have an early pre-delay, because that pre-delay is pushing both the early and the late reflections back. So let's check this out. First, I'm going to mute this. I'm going to turn it off, and I just want you to hear what the dry sound is like on its own. Now, when we bring this in, we put the reverb or the pre-delay back at 0 so you can hear what it sounds like together. Okay, now let me turn the pre-delay all the way up. Too far. Let me bring it back a bit. So I'm not really hearing any difference in the original sound of the snare. It sounds totally the same to me. What that means is that we're dealing with an early pre-delay. This is delaying both the early and the late reflections. So also, when in doubt, this is a parameter we're going to go over in a future video, but if you have an early and late reflection mixer, you could always try putting 1 to 100%, hitting play, and then turning the other to 100% and hitting play, and seeing if that delay actually happens. And in this case, it did, which means we're dealing with an early pre-delay. So that was a lot, I know. We're going to cover how to use all of these to create the sounds that you want in the next module. But for now, we've got a few more settings to go over. So let's dive into our next video and start to talk about how to create the room tone that you're going after. In this video, we're going to be talking about the reverb settings that change the tone of the room. So in our last video, creating a 3D mix, 3D sounds, that was more about how the reverb feels. This is more about how the reverb sounds. So there are 3 settings that usually they change the tone of the reverb. And I actually call them the 3 Ds: decay, damping, and density. Now these 3 settings change up different parts of the late reflections. So let's really quickly review again our 3 stages of sound. So the 3 stages are the direct sound, the early reflections, and the late reflections. We learned in the last video that the direct sound and the early reflections our ears use to perceive distance and the size of the room. Now, our late reflections, we're going to be using those to gather data on the tone of the room, kind of what the room is made up of, how it's shaped, just what all is in there, how complex it is. We're able to fill in the blanks in our image of a room using the late reflections. Now, the late reflections, they've got a lot of different names. You're going to be hearing them as reverberation, or decay time, or reverb time, reverb tail, the length of a reverb, RT60, but all of these are just different names for reverb, what we think of as reverb. So with that said, how do we change the color of our room? Well, in order to talk about that, we need to talk about the 3 options that sound waves have as they're bouncing off of different surfaces. And these are reflection, absorption, and diffusion. The sound of our room is heavily influenced off of how much each of these 3 things are happening. And the 3 Ds, decay, damping, and density, help to emulate those 3 properties. So let's talk about the most obvious of the 3, which is reflection. So I've actually got up here our little chart that we were using before, just to help to understand what's going on with all these sound waves. Now, reflection is like the base reaction for sound waves. And that's because when reflection happens, very little energy is lost. The sound wave just keeps on going at the same speed, just in a different direction. That's going to happen no matter what it hits, but certain times you may get more absorption or diffusion, which we'll talk about in a second. But if we were to look on here at just what this looks like, it's so simple. I'm just going to grab one of these arrows. Let's say that this is a sound wave coming off of this clap, and all a reflection would just be going and hitting, let's say, this wall. Let's say this is just an empty room, 4 walls. Just hit this wall and bounce off. And it'll just keep going. It'll bounce off of this, it'll move to here, and then it'll bounce off of that, and then it'll bounce off of that. And you get the idea. It'll just sort of keep bouncing and bouncing and bouncing until it finally reaches your ears. Now, a little bit of sound energy will be lost because of that, just because, sound waves lose energy over time just because they have to travel through the air, and the air is full of particles. Yes, it's not a vacuum. You get the idea. But this is sort of the foundation of what can happen to a sound wave as it bounces off a surface. Now, of the 3 Ds of our reverb settings, the one that emulates this is decay time. Now, decay time, really all it is just a measurement of how many reflective surfaces there are in a room. So the more a sound wave reflects, the more the decay time is going to last, the longer the decay time is going to last. It's like I was saying before, you can have a very small room, but if it's, let's say, a tile bathroom with a bunch of mirrors and really hard surfaces, then the decay time is going to last for a really, really long time. So let's go to our mix and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I've got my snare right here. Turn this on and I'm going to, again, push everything to the left and the right just so it's easier for you to hear it. I'm going to turn off my early reflections. And we just have our late reflections right here. And let's listen to the difference as I turn up and down the decay time. So you could tell as I turned it up, it just was more, if that makes sense, more washy. It physically lasted for longer. Now, what that means is there's just a lot for the sound waves in that room to reflect off of. Now, the reason that this is important to think about, to conceptualize, is as you are imagining the room that this particular instrument, whatever it is inside, you have to think, okay, what's the room? How big is it? How far away is the sound? What is the room made of? What is the room shaped like? You're going to want to think of that stuff, and if you do that, you're going to be able to make an unbelievably good and emotional reverb. But even outside of that, you can use things like decay time simply for mix techniques. For example, usually in mixes, you want to stick with a decay time of between half a second and 1.5 seconds. So you can go outside of this range, but you need to make sure that you're doing it with intention. The busier your instrumentation in your song, the more likely it is that a long decay time is going to gum up the works. But the sparser the instrumentation, the more likely it is that that's going to really help. You might be able to fill in some of the gaps, some of the empty space in your mix. So that's your rule of thumb. Super dense mix, maybe hold off on really long decay times. Super sparse mix, use some longer decay times, but with your best judgment. So now that we've looked at reflection, let's look at the next option that a sound wave has after it hits the surface, and that is absorption. Now, this might be a word that you've heard before if you've ever done any research into acoustic treatment, because that's the bread and butter of acoustic treatment, getting more absorption in your room. So let's go back to our graph. What absorption is basically when a sound wave hits a material that's made of something soft or something porous, like, for instance, a couch or a bed. And basically, it begins to lose some of its energy as it passes through that material. And then it will continue to go through it. It'll hit the wall behind it and bounce off, but it will have lost a lot of tone. And that's not necessarily a bad thing at all. In fact, it can be really beneficial to not only just the sound of our mixes, but our ears are just used to it. Like if you imagine walking into, let's say, your house or your apartment right when you moved in and there was no furniture in there and it was really difficult to hear anyone, well, that's because there was nothing in there to absorb any of the sound waves. You had all reflection, no absorption. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So over here, let's say that one of my sound waves goes from this clap, it goes straight along all the way until it hits this couch. It's going to go through the couch. It's not going to soak up all the energy, but you can tell it's going to change a little bit of its color. It's going to lose a little bit of its energy. Then it's going to hit this wall and bounce off, and it's going to keep going. But then let's say as it keeps going, it hits a bed, which is very common in home studios. Well, it's going to go through the bed, but it's going to lose a little bit more energy. It's going to have more sonic energy absorbed. You're going to get an even lighter color like this, and then it'll keep reflecting. You get the point. I'm not going to keep on doing this, but you get the idea. As it continues to reflect around the room, the more absorbative material it hits, the more of that soft, porous material it hits, the more it's going to lose energy. Now, your first obvious thought is, okay, well, that just means that the decay time is going to be smaller, right? And you're right, it is. But not all frequencies are absorbed at the same rate. Of course, when I say frequencies, I'm talking about the same stuff that you mess with EQ. Your top end, your low end, your mids, all that stuff. So your top end actually gets absorbed much faster than your low end. Your low end will actually just continue on going throughout the decay time. You don't even notice it happening because our ears are just so used to it. But how do we actually emulate that? Well, that's where damping comes into play. And damping is probably the most misunderstood setting in a reverb because it looks just like an EQ most of the time. So this is damping down here. This is my damping graph. And what damping does is it actually controls how long each of the parts of the frequency spectrum last for. You could almost think of it as multi-band decay time. So for example, if I was to go over here to my highs, I was to turn this down, I'm going to have a much faster decay time for my highs. If I go over here to my lows and I turn this up, then my lows are going to last even longer than my decay time. And you can see over here, damping is usually done more in percentages and less in pure decibels, like an EQ would be. And that's because it's saying, okay, I want the highs to last for, let's say, 50% of the decay time. And I want the lows to last 150% of the decay time. That's all this means, this little 0.5x, that's all that means. So right now, I obviously have a pretty low high damping, a pretty high low damping. And of course, I can go in here and control the frequencies if I want to, just where everything starts, but here is fine. So I'm gonna hit play, you'll hear what it sounds like, and then I'm gonna start to move stuff around and just start to really think and feel what's actually going on behind the scenes and how does it make you feel emotionally. You could tell that whenever I turned that high damping up, it started to sound really unnatural, right? And that's because you so rarely are in rooms with no absorption. Again, it's like when you walk into your apartment for the first time. It's like the only time you're ever in a room that has nothing that could possibly absorb it or diffuse it, which we'll get to in a moment. So why do we care about damping in a mix? Well, other than the fact that we might want to use it to create a more realistic reverb, we can actually use damping to control how, what I'm going to call emotionally intimate, a particular reverb sounds. And stick with me here. This is actually one of my favorite parts of reverb, but it's not something a lot of people talk about. One of the most absorbative things in a big room is not acoustic panels or chairs or seats or whatever. It's actually the people filling it. We are full of absorbative goo and tissue. And that's part of the reason why mixing live sound is such an art form on its own, because a music venue sounds totally different with no people in it than it does when it's full of an entire crowd. What we can use that information for is we can then say, okay, well, there's more absorption when more people are in the room. So if I want something to sound really intimate, that means I want it to sound like there's not that many people in the room. And if I want something to sound really epic and exciting, then I probably want it to sound like there's tons of people in the room. Now, this has been used by artists for decades. You know, if you've ever listened to arena rock, they have some really aggressive damping on those giant reverbs that they use because they want it to sound like an arena full of people. But if you listen to something really intimate that still has a big reverb sound, they're probably not using much damping at all because they want it to sound like it's you alone with the singer. I actually have two examples down here. Let's start with Living on a Prayer. So this is Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi, one of the classic arena rock songs from the 80s. And you can really hear the bigness in the song. So just take a listen and you're going to get a feel for what it sounds like, but it's going to be really dramatic how different it is than this song, Slow It Down by the Lumineers. You can even kind of hear it in the snare, like the snare's going like pow, pow. It's like it's losing top end really quickly, right? But if you sat down and you thought like, what room do I think this mix is living in? You'd be like, yeah, a big ass stadium with a bunch of people, right? I wouldn't be like, yes, this is a living room. You know, I think it's huge. So let's listen to the exact opposite. And I'll give myself a little bit of a caveat here. This is one of my absolute favorite examples of using no damping to your advantage to get a really intimate sound. But this is like the exact opposite arrangement of Living on a Prayer. So it's going to sound really empty, partially just because of the song. But listen more to the reverb if you can.
I feel a filth in my bones. Wash off my hands till it's gone. The walls, they're closing in with velvet curtains.
I let that song go for too long, partially because I just want everyone to listen to it because I love it. It's such a good song. Ugh. You know how whenever you're a big fan of a particular album and everyone's like, oh, the single is so good. And you're like, yeah, but the songs in the album, songs that no one knows about, those are the best. Everyone knows Hey Ho by the Lumineers, but Slow It Down is unbelievable. Anyway, I'm off my soapbox. Let's talk about this. So a huge difference between Bon Jovi and the Lumineers. I'm going to go back and forth and you'll be able to really hear the difference just in like how you imagine the rooms to be. Because in Slow It Down, you imagine him in a massive auditorium with no one in it. It's you and him, and he's singing, and you might be like right next to him singing, but there's no one else there. Super intimate. Whereas Living on a Prayer, huge arena, bunch of people.
I feel a filth in my bones.
So that's two examples on the opposite side of the spectrum of what you can do with damping. So let me actually put a reverb on one of my vocals and we'll be able to potentially recreate an effect like that. So let's grab this one and I'll put a little reverb right here. Let's give it a big concert hall. Okay. So on Chromaverb, this is our damping. You can see it says damping EQ, and over here, it's labeled in seconds, not in decibels. Whereas if I went to details, this is our EQ. Over here, it's labeled in decibels, not in seconds. So let's see if we can recreate that effect with this reverb. So I've got this vocal, pretty big hall, pretty big size, pretty big distance. Now let's see if we can make it sound like he is doing either the sound check or if he's singing maybe in the intro of a song that's about to be huge in the middle of a concert. So first off, I'm not going to really change much of the damping at all. I may turn it down just a hair because that's going to happen naturally anyway. But this is going to sound more like a sound check.
Reverence in present tense.
Now, let's get aggressive, and you're going to be able to hear that now it sounds like it's the intro to some huge song that he's playing at a concert.
Reverence in present tense. I feel the morning glow.
Really it's really warm, it's really big. It would not surprise you if just boom, it hits, and then something goes from there. But you go to this.
Reverence in present tense.
And it's super empty sounding. So for me, I go back to that thought again. You imagine, where do you want your instruments to be performing in? So if you're wanting them to be performing in a room that in your head has lots of people in it, you're going to want a lot of damping. But if you're imagining them in a completely empty room, you probably don't want no damping, but you're going to want a lot less damping than you would before. Now, before we move on to our final bit on this, you will sometimes see damping referred to as mult. So let me bring up a reverb that I have that does this. I remember this tripped me up there for a while. So here's one right here. If I go over to my advanced controls, you can see this thing that says frequency dependent decay time. Now, that's just the technical way of saying damping. Remember, it's like a multi-band decay time. Yeah, so mult just stands for multiplier. So if I select 50, then that just means I want my top end to only last 50% of the decay time. But if I was to select 150, then I would be saying I want everything below 720 hertz to last 50% longer than the decay time. That's all that's happening with that. It's the exact same thing, it just doesn't have a graph. So we've now been through reflection and decay time, absorption and damping, but there's one more option for a sound wave to do as it hits a surface, and one more option out of the 3 Ds for our reverb plugin. And that is diffusion, or density, if it's on our reverb plugin. So diffusion is basically when a sound wave hits a surface that is really sharp, or really jagged, or random, and instead of bouncing off at the same angle, like if it hit a wall, for example, it's going to bounce off completely randomly, and sometimes even split into multiple different sound waves. So what this means is that sound waves are now bouncing in random directions all throughout the room, and you're getting a more even sound. Whereas if you had very low diffusion, you'd be getting much more obvious delays in the sound of your reverb. If you want to think of it this way, it's basically just spreading the energy evenly around the room. So let's take another look at our graph so that I can show you exactly what's going on with diffusion. So right here, we've got our room, we've got our listener, we've got our clapper, and obviously a lot of different surfaces cause diffusion. There's not necessarily an exact, this is the most common thing that causes it. So I picked the chandelier. Why not? You may not be recording in a room with a chandelier, but something like this with a lot of very random edges is going to cause a lot of diffusion. So here's what's going to happen. Our clapper is going to clap. It's going to go in a bunch of directions, but one of the directions is in the way of the chandelier. Now, instead of just hitting the chandelier and bouncing off at the exact same angle, it's going to go in a completely random direction. So it might go this way, or head down this direction, or it could hit and go this way. Basically, because it's randomized, it's causing an even dispersion of frequency energy, of sonic energy throughout the entire room. You're not really getting specific pockets of sound like you might in a room that's full of just reflective material. You're getting a more even wash of sound. So the reverb setting that reflects diffusion, that emulates it, is known as density. Density basically just controls how focused the late reflections actually sound, how even they sound. So if there is high density, you're going to have a much more even general wash of reverb. If you have a low density, you're going to have a lot more of the original sound that's kind of delaying and decaying throughout the reverb time. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's go into my snare again. I've got this reverb right here, and this is a lot easier to really hear the specifics of if I fully take out the dry signal and you just hear the wet signal. So I'm just going to go back and forth between 0% density, and 100% density. Remember, 100% is an even wash. 0% is you're going to hear more of the original sound in there. And you're going to hear there's not a huge difference. The biggest difference comes especially at the very beginning, because you're going to hear more of sort of just like the crack of the sound. Almost like there are extra early reflections happening even on top of the original early reflections. So let's give it a shot. Again, it's subtle, that's totally okay, but you can hear the snare hit a lot more aggressively whenever the density is at 0%. Whereas when it's at 100%, you again are getting a little bit more of that even dispersal. I meant dispersal, even dispersal. So let's go back to our original thought of imagining an instrument in a very specific room. What does that room look like? So a room with high diffusion is a room with a lot of different surfaces in it. So for example, a church with all of its pews and the pipe organ, the chandeliers, and all of the stuff that sound could possibly bounce off of in a randomized direction. That's going to get a lot of diffusion. You're going to get a very even sound. It's part of the reason why churches sound so good. On the flip side, if you have no diffusion, then you're probably in a room with 4 walls and a ceiling and a floor, and that's it. It's everything reflective, but nothing being diffused. Maybe some stuff being absorbed, but that's a little bit irrelevant to this example. Now, in terms of mixing, there is a little bit of a rule of thumb here. The denser the sound, the less dense the reverb should be. So, for example, let's say you're working with an orchestra. An orchestra is a really dense sound. In that case, you're probably going to want to use pretty low density. That's just because high density is adding a lot of extra frequency thickness to a sound. If a sound is already thick, it doesn't really need it. It's just going to take out any potential attack out of the instrument. On the flip side, if you have an instrument that's not very dense, you're probably going to want to have a lot of density on it. So a snare drum, for example, not a very dense sound. It's all attack, nothing else. So you're going to want to have a lot of density on it so that you can sort of round out the sound instead of getting a bunch of kind of random sound delays or chatter inside of the reverb. Now, one quick point before we move on. In some reverb plugins, you'll actually see density referred to as diffusion, the exact same word as the thing that it's emulating. Now, if that's the case, it does work just a little bit differently. So density, what we've been working with so far, only works on the late reflections, whereas diffusion typically works on the early reflections and the late reflections. Now, the difference is, of course, subtle, but I bring this up, A, so that you know what diffusion is doing if you see it on there, and B, if you're working with a reverb that has both diffusion and density, which does happen, then diffusion is handling the diffusion of the early reflections, and density is handling the diffusion of the late reflections. So you should be probably tweaking those with each other to get your sound the way you want it to be. So I know we covered a lot in this video. Let's put it all really simply. Reflection affects how live a room sound, and you can control this with decay time. So the longer the decay time, the more lively a room sounds. The lower the decay time, the more dead a room sounds. Again, think of a big church versus a small treated studio. Absorption affects how full a room sounds, and you control this with damping. So if you have a lot of damping, you're going to have a very full sounding room. That's going to lose a lot of top end energy very quickly. If you don't have a lot of damping, then you're going to have a very empty sounding room. It's not going to lose much energy in the top end at all, but it will sound a lot more intimate. And finally, diffusion affects how even a room sounds. And you can affect this with density or diffusion, depending on what reverb you're using. So the higher the density, the more complex the room and the more even the sound of the reverb. The lower the density, the less complex the shape of the room is, and the more chatter you're going to hear in your room, the less dense it's going to be. So the big thing to take away from this is that whenever you're setting up your reverbs, ask yourself, what kind of room do I imagine this instrument is in? And how can I change my settings to get my room to sound just like what I'm imagining? So with that said, let's move on into our next video on the mix tools of reverb. In this video, we're going to be talking reverb settings that help to make the mix easier. Now, the last 2 videos have been talking about things that have been emulating the sound of a room, emulating the acoustical properties of a room. This is not really that. This is stuff that doesn't really happen in the real world in acoustics, but it can make your job as a mixer much, much easier. So here are the 5 different settings that we're going to be covering today. EQ, wet-dry mix, early and late reflection mix, stereo spread, and modulation. So let's talk about EQ first. So if you don't know, what EQ is basically it's like a smart fader, but for different parts of the frequency spectrum. So if I wanted to go in and make the lower mids of something a little bit lower so that they're not quite as muddy, I could go in and do that. Or if I wanted to go and turn the top end of a particular vocal up, I could do that as well. It allows me to change the tone of different instruments. But in terms of reverb, it allows you to shape the sound in such a way that it fits nicely inside of the mix. Now, many reverbs have EQs baked inside of them, but not all of them do. So for example, Reverb here, if you go over to details, you can see that there is actually an EQ right here. And all you have to do is move around different faders and you'll be able to pretty much sculpt your reverb sound however you want. If you don't have an EQ that's baked into your reverb plugin, it's really easy. You just need to grab an EQ plugin and put it directly before your reverb. Now, the reason you put it before, you're going to have less accuracy in your cuts, but you're going to get much, much more smoothness out of it. So ultimately, you could do either one, but I would recommend doing it before the reverb because you're cutting the source of the sound rather than the reverb itself. Now, the reason that EQ is used so often in mixing is because you want the reverb to be quiet enough to be inconspicuous, but loud enough to give you that mix glue that you're looking for. So you often see cuts from the top end, cuts in the low end, and sometimes cuts in areas where there might be a lot of energy in the reverb, but not a lot of energy in the mix. That can sometimes make your reverb a little bit more obvious. And so you're going to want to turn it down, but if you turn it down, you're not getting the mix glue you want. So instead, we just go in, cut that area, and we're good to go. So my favorite way to use EQ with reverb is the Abbey Road trick, which is actually named after the Beatles' famous Abbey Road studio, where they would use this EQ trick on their reverbs to get a really smooth sound that at that point had not been heard in music before. So it's really simple. All you have to do is put on a reverb plugin onto, whatever instrument you're looking to put it on, or as a send, usually that would be more preferable. Let's put it on this piano, for example. So let's open up our reverb right here. I'm going to grab an EQ plugin just to make this easy to see. I'm going to put it directly before my reverb. Let's listen to just what it sounds like by itself. Here's the dry sound. So the reverb's obviously a lot. I'm going to want to fit it inside of that. So with the Abbey Road trick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on my high pass filter and my low pass filter. My high pass filter, I'm going to put it up to about 600 hertz. Now, this is just a starting point. You might want to set it lower or higher. But that's a good place to start. And I make sure that I have a slope of 12 dBs or 18 dBs, never higher than that. It needs to be pretty subtle. And then up here, I'm going to go and take my low pass filter down to about 10 kilohertz or so. Same thing, just needs to be a pretty subtle slope. And what this is going to do is it's going to help keep the low end from becoming too unfocused. And it's going to help keep the top end from getting too jangly so that I can really push the reverb in and get that glue that I'm looking for. So let's look at a before and after. It cleans it up quite a bit. And this is especially useful for reverbs that you're wanting to put on single instruments. A mixed reverb, you might want to have a little bit more of the top end and the low end. If you're putting it on a single instrument, you're really wanting that instrument to shine. So you want to make sure that you're getting as much out of the way of it as possible. So now let's check out our wet-dry mix. This one is pretty obvious. We've actually already talked about it during this course. And all it is basically these two faders right here. Sometimes it's a knob, but in this case, it's two faders. The dry is just the sound of the instrument itself, no reverb. The wet is just the sound of the reverb. Really simple. So if I solo out our reverb, right now I'm only hearing the sound of the reverb. If I turn the dry all the way up, it's our piano sound. And if I turn them both up, it's both our piano and our reverb. Simple as that. So now let's move on and talk about the early and late reflection mix. So if I go back over here, I go to details in this reverb. You can see this fader right here that says early, late. So check this out. I'm going to start moving it down and you're going to start hearing only the early reflections. And if I move it up, you're only going to hear the late reflections. So really all it is that the closer the slider gets to one side or the other, the more you hear only the earlies or only the lates. So this mix is especially helpful when you're setting up your reverb, but it's also helpful if you're trying to really zero in on one of the two goals of reverb. So if you remember, the two goals of reverb are to create space and to create style. Now we've learned that space, that three-dimensional space, comes more from the early reflections. But the sound of a room, the color of a room, tends to come more from the late reflections. So that means if you're trying to really just get a sense of three-dimensional space and nothing else, you can use your fader over here, your slider, and focus in more on the early reflections. And on the flip side, if you are wanting to get mostly just the sound of a room, but you're not wanting to push anything back in the mix, you're not wanting to give it a sense of three-dimensionality, then you can just move your fader up a little bit towards the late reflections. It's really as simple as that. Now, this is something that we are going to be using to our advantage later on in this course. This is a big part of the shadow system. That said, if your reverb unit doesn't have an early-late reflection mix, don't stress about it. It's totally okay. You can still use it and get amazing sounds. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult for you to set everything up to the best of your ability. But that's okay. As long as you practice, you'll be able to get past it. So now let's talk about stereo spread. So stereo spread, also called stereo width or just width, it basically just controls how wide the reverb sounds. So we've actually got it right over here. I'm going to hit play, and you can see as I move it down towards 0, it starts to get more and more mono. And if I move it past 100%, I can actually spread it out even farther. You want to be careful with that though, because if your mix ever gets summed to mono somewhere out in the world, you might lose a little bit of the sound of your reverb if you push that too far. So your stereo spread is really helpful for some specific mix techniques, like widening the sound of a mono instrument or fitting a mono reverb inside of the sound of a stereo instrument. When you're setting up your reverb, don't be afraid to turn this down, to turn the width down until you feel like it starts to gel with the sound of the instrument and gel with the sound of the mix. It's totally fine to have a reverb that's not 100% wide. In fact, in some cases, it's preferable, especially if you're putting it on a specific instrument. That's because mono reverbs actually take up less space in the mix. They're easier to work with. So use the width fader to your advantage. So finally, let's look at modulation. So modulation, it's different depending on what plugin you're using. I'm sure this is starting to sound familiar at this point. But for most reverb plugins, it's really not so much talking about changing pitch at all, like you might think. It's more about adding some slight timing delays to the direct signal so that the early and late reflections, there's a little bit of variation in them. They're not always exactly the same. Now, the two main settings that you're going to see most often with modulation parts of reverbs is your mod speed and your mod depth. Now, your speed or your rate is basically just how fast the delays happen. How quickly is it going? Is it very slow? Maybe there's just a very minor modulation happening, or is it very fast? It's a very fast modulation happening. Depth is just how aggressive the change itself is. Is it just moving a little bit back and forth, or is it moving really aggressively back and forth? That's what depth is. Now, modulation speed is usually measured in hertz. Now, that's just because it's using what's known as an LFO, or low frequency oscillator, to help it work in the back end. It's something, if you're familiar with synthesizers, it's something that you've used probably a lot. But if you haven't used synths, you probably don't even know what I'm talking about right now. All that being said, don't stress too much about the numbers. It's totally fine. Just anytime you're setting it up, start it all the way down to the bottom. Slowly turn it up until it sounds right to your ears. And then it's good. That's all you need to think about. So what does modulation actually even sound like? Well, if I was to, let's say, give it a really fast speed, but a very low depth, I'm going to get kind of a tremolo effect, but it's still going to be pretty subtle because my depth is so low. But I'm going to turn up the depth and you're going to hear it start to be really aggressive. On the flip side, if you have a very slow speed, but a very deep depth, you're going to get a much more, what I'm going to call a chorusing effect. It's going to be slow and steady, but it's going to be more aggressive in the change. So reverb modulation can be really great for filling out a sound and pushing the reverb into the background. Just be sure not to overdo it, because too much of a good thing really can hurt you. I'd stick with a low rate and a low depth for the best results. It's subtle, but if we can hear it happening and it's not an intentional effect, it's probably too much. So that's all 5 mix tools that you're going to see in a reverb. Really, really simple. This was obviously a much faster video than the last one. But you're going to be using all of these in the coming modules as you start to learn how to really use your reverbs to get amazing 3-dimensional mixes. So now that we've gone over all of the different settings of a reverb, there's one very important category that we haven't talked about. Just different types of reverbs. You know, there are a lot of different kinds of reverbs that have been introduced over the last century. And some of them are going to be really useful for certain tasks, and others are useful for other tasks. So let's take some time and go through the 7 unique types of reverb, and also a few bonus types as well that we'll talk about at the very end. So first up, we've got our most common type of reverb, and that is a room reverb. So a room reverb is just basically a reverb modeled after a standard room. It's not usually super big. It's not usually super long as far as the decay time goes. It's pretty much your average standard reverb. So it's a typically more what I would call live reverb, even though it has a shorter decay. And that's important to point out. It's got shorter early reflections and shorter late reflections than some of the other reverbs that we're going to be talking about. So I've got a room right here, and I'm going to hit play, and you'll just be able to kind of just get a general sense for how it sounds. Okay, so that's pretty much what we've been using this entire time. So I'm sure that's not all that unfamiliar to you at this point. So now that we've talked about rooms, let's go on to our next type, which is halls. Now, these are modeled after concert halls, those big, giant places that you go in to see orchestral music or opera singers or things like that. Very, very large rooms. So these reverbs are usually the opposite of a room. Instead of short early reflections and late reflections, they have long early reflections and late reflections. You typically see them with decay times of 1.5 seconds or more. Now, these, rather than being super live sounding, they tend to have a much smoother sound. They tend to sound very controlled. That said, they can be a little bit difficult to use with certain instruments in a mix, so you want to be wary whenever you're adding a hall. But it can be the exact thing that your particular instrument needs, especially if it's got a lot of sustain in it. So I've got a hall reverb right here, and let's just check out what this sounds like. You definitely get that really smooth sound, as well as the bigness of the room itself. But it's also pretty easy to hear how it would become overpowering in the wrong context. So now let's talk about the third type of reverb, chamber reverbs. So these are actually modeled after the old reverb chambers that were built into the Capitol studios back in the 60s and the 70s. And reverb chambers were literally these huge rooms filled with reflective surfaces that they would basically put a speaker into and then a microphone at the other end of the room and just pump sound into it. And then that sound would get recorded onto the tape and you get a really cool, unique sounding reverb out of it. So we now are able to do that digitally in our plugins. Now, chambers typically cut the difference between rooms and halls. They have a medium, early, and late reflection time, and they usually have kind of halfway in between a live and a smooth sound. If you're wanting a longer reverb and a room reverb just isn't cutting it, but a hall feels like it's really just overpowering your mix, then you might want to reach for a chamber. So let's check out what it sounds like. I've got a chamber right here. So let's listen. It really does feel like a halfway point between the two. It's got a lot of the warmth and smoothness of the hall, but it's got a lot of the lively room sound of the room reverb itself. So next up on our list is ambience. Now this reverb is technically a different reverb, but it's technically not. So ambience, if you remember earlier on in this module, we talked about the fact that it's really just a focus on the early reflections. Anytime you hear a producer say like, oh, I want to put some ambience on this track, you're really only going to see them put on a room reverb or a chamber and then turn the early reflection mix up. But that said, some reverb plugins do actually have their own ambience models. So for example, I've got a plugin right here, and you can see it does actually have ambiences. So I can go through and pick the type of ambience I want. Now down here, this is my early and late reflection mix. And you can see the mix is at maximum early. So it's really focusing in on those early reflections. And you can also see it's got a very, very short decay time, very, very short pre-delay. So you're getting that sound of just those early reflections. It's going to give you that nice glue. So let's take a listen. It gives it that nice sense of depth, but it's really, really subtle. Now, if your plugin doesn't have access to any ambiences, remember, you can just make your own as long as you have an early reflection and late reflection mix. Now, the last four reverb types are what's known as 3D reverbs. They are the reverbs that help you to create that three-dimensional sense of depth and space. The reason for that is that all four of these types have early reflections. But there are some reverbs that don't have any early reflections that are known as the 2D reverbs. These are really helpful if you're trying to put a reverb just on one instrument. Maybe you're trying to get a big reverb sound, but you're trying to not push an instrument back in the mix. These next few reverbs could be helpful for that. So first up, we've got plate reverb. So plate reverb is basically something that was made in studios, again, in the 60s and 70s. It's literally a huge metal plate with a pickup on it, like an electric guitar pickup. And engineers would send audio into this big metal plate, which would vibrate the plate, and then it would get picked up by those electromagnetic pickups and would come back sounding like reverb. So this has no early reflections or natural pre-delay. It's all late reflections, which again can be really helpful if you're trying to get a cool tone without pushing stuff back in the mix. Plates typically will sound either really, really smooth or really, really jangly, depending on which one that you're using. This one in particular, I love. It is just a great, great smooth sound. So let's give it a listen. Next up for our 2D reverbs is spring reverb. Now, spring reverb, if you're a guitarist, this probably sounds familiar to you. And that's because these are the reverbs that are in most electric guitar amps. Spring reverbs are kind of the same idea as plate reverbs, except instead of using a huge metal plate, they're using a large metal spring and shooting sound through that spring, then having a pickup record the sound of the spring vibrating. You get a really specific sound. Now, this is something that can really get you a cool tone if you're going for it. It's probably the least subtle reverb out of all of these because of just its strong connection to electric guitar, but it's something that can still be really, really helpful in the mix, especially because it doesn't have any early reflections or natural pre-delay. So let's check out what that would sound like. We bring this up right here and let's listen. You can kind of hear the warbliness in the sound and almost the grating sound inside of it. Spring reverbs are, in my opinion, the most metallic of the two metal reverbs, this and the plate reverbs. So if you want to get a really specific tone or a really vibey tone, this is your go-to. But if you're wanting to get something that's going to fade into the mix, it's probably not this one. So finally, we've got one reverb type left, and that's nonlinear. Now, nonlinear reverbs are a huge group of reverbs. Basically, they're a catch-all for anything that aren't exactly a part of those first 6 families of reverbs that we've been talking about. Now, the most common type of nonlinear reverb is gated reverb. You've probably heard it before on 80s drums, that reverb that just sort of ends out of nowhere, like that sort of sound. But really, all it means is that it's a unique reverb. It's a reverb that doesn't act like a regular reverb in nature would act. So here's an example of a nonlinear reverb. Again, there are thousands of different kinds, just depending on whatever the designer decided to go with. So this isn't necessarily indicative of what all of them sound like, but this is an example of one. Now, before we wrap this up, there's actually 2 more things I want to cover with you, and that's the 2 different types of reverb plugins. Now, these aren't really different reverbs, but they are 2 different kinds of technologies that you're going to see out in the world, and it's really important that you understand the difference. So these 2 types of reverb plugins are algorithmic reverbs and convolution reverbs. So algorithmic reverbs are reverb that is simulated via a computer algorithm. It's a whole bunch of complex ones and zeros that are creating this sound. Now, that might be kind of weird because it's not natural, but you can really get a larger than life sound. Now, I'd say probably 80% of most reverb plugins are algorithmic reverbs. So odds are that's what you're using. For example, Chromaverb, which we've been using throughout this course, Chromaverb is an algorithmic reverb. And you can tell because you have a lot of control over the sound. If you have just a ton of different controls, then you are probably working with something that's algorithmic because it's not set in stone. Now, the other type is convolution reverb. And convolution reverb is literally natural reverb. And I mean that seriously, literally natural reverb. It's sampled reverb. For example, let me go over to Space Designer. This is a convolution reverb inside of Logic Pro. What convolution reverb is basically engineers will go to different spaces and they have a pretty complex tech setup, and they will literally record the sound of the room, and then through a bunch of sampling mumbo jumbo that I'm going to be honest, I don't super understand, you are able to basically run your sound through that pre-recorded reverb. Now, convolutions are known for being tonally flexible because there's so many different options that you have, and a lot more realistic sounding. But they also take up a huge amount of CPU and processing power, so sometimes they can actually be more of a hurt on a mix than a help. The other issue is that you have a lot less control over the actual sound of the reverb. Because you're using a sample, it's pre-recorded. You can't go in and change up every single thing to your heart's content. You can only do so much to something that's already been recorded. Like for example, with this sample, which is a spring reverb, I can't turn the length up any more than 2.9 seconds because that's the length of the sample. I can't add more length to the reverb because there is no more length to the reverb. I can make it less, but that's only because they're just stretching out the beginning and then chopping it off. So sometimes if you make dramatic changes with the settings that you have in a convolution reverb, you can start to get some weird glitchy sounds. That might work to your benefit if you're trying to get something that's really creative, but if you're going for realism, that can make it kind of difficult to do any sort of actual work that makes sense in the mix. So all that being said, I love convolution reverbs, but you want to make sure that you're using them if you're going for realism and if you are okay with not having much control over the settings. And for everything else, just go with your algorithmic reverb and you should be good to go. So great job on finishing up the anatomy of a reverb module. So let's do a quick review of what we talked about. We talked about all of the different settings of a reverb plugin and their different jobs. So we talked about the settings that help to create a three-dimensional space, and that is pre-delay, room size, and distance. We talked about the settings that help to create room tone, and that's the 3 Ds: decay, damping, and density. Then we talked about our settings that help us to create a great mix, and that is our modulation, our EQ, that's our mixes like our wet and dry mix, and our early and late reflection mix, and our stereo width. And finally, we talked about all of the different types of reverbs. And we talked about rooms and chambers and halls. We talked about plate and spring reverbs. We even talked about the 2 different types of reverb plugins, convolution and algorithmic. So now that we've finished up this module, let's talk about what is coming up. In the next module, we're going to be talking about how your ears work, how they hear distance and direction, and how you can trick your ears into hearing those things. And we're going to be talking about the shadow system, which is your own personal workflow for creating space in your mix, for completing that first goal of reverb. After that, stick around because we're going to be learning how to create style reverbs in our mix. So I'll see you in the next module. So if you remember at the beginning of this course, we talked about the 2 goals of reverb: to create space and to create style. This module is all about that first goal, creating space. Creating space is the process of creating a 3-dimensional mix, one that pops out of the speakers and fills up the room. Now, to do this, I've actually created a step-by-step system that you can use to create amazing 3-dimensional mixes. It's called the shadow system. Now you'll see why I called it that edgy Batman Tim Burton name later on in this module. But first off, there's actually a few things that we need to cover. The shadow system is all about creating depth and width in your mix. Now reverb is a big part of it, but it's only a part of it. There's actually other things that help your ears to determine how far away a sound is and in what direction a sound is. And before we can learn the shadow system, we need to learn what makes our ears tick and how we can trick them into thinking that something is far away, close up, left, right, in front, behind, whatever. Now, as a little treat before we move on to that, I want to show you what we're going to be working with. So I've got 2 examples right here of the song that we're going to be mixing throughout the next module or 2. One of which has no reverb, no shadow system, anything on it. The other of which that does, that has all of this spatial 3-dimensional processing that you're going to be learning how to do. Now, this is only part 1. There is a part 2 that covers not just space, but style. So Don't think of this as a finished product. Think of this as your foundation. So let's listen to our before and after.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly.
So by the end of this module, you'll understand how to get that three-dimensional sound. So in this video, we're going to be going over the science of distance and how we can use some mixing tools to fake that science. So our ears use 5 different cues to determine how far away something is. So the 5 cues are overall loudness, the difference between the direct sound and the reverb, the overall brightness of a sound, the dynamic range of a sound, and finally, the early pre-delay. Now, each of these little cues are pretty subtle. They're a small amount of information. So the ear uses an amalgamation of all of this to figure out distance. Now, what that means is that just one of these is not enough. So let's go through these one by one so that we understand what exactly is going on. So let's start off with number 1, overall loudness. So this is the most obvious of the 5, right? You just sort of know this intuitively. The farther away something is, the quieter it's going to be. Now, the science behind that is that while something moves farther away from you, that means that sound waves have to travel longer distances to reach your ears. And one thing that we've talked about in previous videos is that the longer a sound wave goes, the more energy it loses. And that's because it has to travel through air. It's not traveling through a vacuum. It's got to travel through something. And air is full of particles, and particles mess with the vibrations and cause it to just lose energy overall. So it starts to lose level, get quieter and quieter and quieter until at a certain point, something is so far away that you just can't hear it. So what mixing tool can help us fake this cue and make something sound farther away? Well, again, this is the obvious one. It's a volume fader. If we want something to sound farther away, we should just make it quieter in the mix. It's really as simple as that. So if something sounds like it's too far forward, that should be your first line of defense. Just take it down a few dBs and see if that's enough. If not, well, there's 4 other cues that you can try to use. So now let's talk cue number 2, the volume difference between the direct sound and the early and late reflections. So we've already established that the farther away a sound gets, the longer those sound waves have to travel to reach your ears. Now, not all parts of reverb are created equally. Really, the closer you are to a sound, the less distance the direct sound has to travel. But the farther away you are, the more distance that direct sound has to travel. Now, the direct sound is the thing that your ears use to determine the really overall sound of the instrument or the speaker or the whatever. So if you can have that as loud as possible, then it's going to sound really, really close, especially because if the direct sound is close, all of the reverb around you is still going to be bouncing around as happy as ever without really ever changing. So if you were going to try to summarize this cue, you could say that the higher the dry sound and the lower the wet sound, the closer an instrument is going to seem to the listener. And vice versa, if you start to move an instrument farther away, once it gets back to the very back of the room, the direct sound and your reverb should be at about the same level because everything's really traveling roughly the same distance to get to your ears. So let me show you what I'm talking about with our Waves TrueVerb plugin. Let's go over here and grab our vocals. We put this Waves TrueVerb on. So we've already gotten to know our graph pretty well at this point. You know, we've got our red line, which is our direct sound, our orange lines, which are our early reflections, and our large blue blob, which is our reverb, our late reflections. So what is going to happen whenever I change my distance? You can see, first off, as I get closer, this red line gets louder and louder and louder until it's pretty much the only thing that you can hear. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you're right next to a sound, that direct sound is going to be super loud and everything else is going to be much, much quieter. But as I start to move my distance away, the opposite starts to happen. You start to see the direct sound, the early reflections, and the late reflections all begin to balance out, almost like a seesaw effect. Now, let's actually listen to these two sounds.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Cool stuff. So the tool that you'll be using to do this is pretty obvious. It's a reverb, right? I'm going to actually teach you how to set up a system that allows you to do this very, very easily in the Shadow system. So hold tight and you'll learn exactly how to take advantage of this distance cue. So next up, let's talk about distance cue number 3, high frequency energy, also known as brightness. So as established before, the farther away a sound is, the farther those sound waves have to travel to get to your ears. And as we established in the last cue, not everything is built equally when it comes to losing energy. So if you're imagining a sound wave traveling through air, which you've now learned that causes it to lose energy over time, as it just starts to dissipate through the air, and then also just be absorbed by different parts of the room. You know, we talked about in an earlier module that the more soft stuff a room has, the more absorption is going to happen. Now, here's the important part. High frequency energy is actually absorbed first. Not everything is absorbed at the same level. The low end and low mids are actually pretty difficult to get absorbed by different stuff or to get dispersed by air. It's part of the reason why when a car drives by that's just got some bump and bass, your whole room shakes, but it just sounds like this and you don't know what's going on. That's because those high frequencies are getting dispersed before they ever get into your house. But those low frequencies are continuing on because they're really difficult to be absorbed. So our ear uses a sound's brightness to tell how far away it is. If it's really close, it sounds a lot brighter to our ears. If it's really far away, then it sounds much less bright. It actually sounds quite a bit darker or muted or muffled. Put whatever word in you want to use. So what mixing tool can we use to take advantage of this distance cue? EQ, of course. So how exactly would you do this? Well, let's go over here and I'm going to grab my piano and I'm going to throw an EQ on here. And we are going to be doing this by using filters. So I'm sure you know what a filter is. There's two different kinds. There is a low pass filter, which cuts the highs. It allows the lows to pass through. And a high pass filter, which cuts the lows. It lets the highs pass through. Now, we can use both of these to establish distance. Now, the high frequency one, that makes a lot more sense just because of acoustics, right? If something is farther away, it loses more top end energy. Now, the important thing you want to know is I don't want to just go down and cut stuff wholesale. Filters are honestly, they're pretty unnatural sounding, right? Nothing cuts quite that aggressively in nature. But filters also have slopes. And if you go down here, you click on this button or whatever your slope button is for your EQ, you can see you've got a lot of different options for how aggressive you want your filter to be. So if you're trying to do something like this, you want it to be as gradual of a filter as possible to actually mimic what's happening in the world. If it's a really aggressive filter, it's going to get a hard cutoff of certain frequencies. If it's a very light filter, like 6 dBs or 12 dBs, then it's just going to sound like it's dimmer or farther away. It won't sound quite as fake. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We'll start off with a regular 24 dB cut, and then I'll turn it to 6. You're going to hear a pretty big difference. So that 6 dB cut, it felt like a natural decay of the top end. Nothing more, nothing less. Whereas cutting out everything with that 24 dB per octave filter just felt really, really aggressive. Now, on the flip side, I did talk about having a low filter as well. And that's not quite as much of an acoustics thing. That's a little bit more of a mix trick thing. For whatever reason, if you cut just a little bit out of the lows and the low mids as well, that helps this technique just work a little bit better. So I would start off with a top filter. If it's just not doing enough, you might want to add just a very subtle low filter as well. So let me turn this back on, and I'm going to make this also 6 dBs, and I'm just going to move it up a hair. So let's listen to a before and after. Still feels very natural, but it genuinely feels farther away. Exactly what we want. So now let's talk about distance cue number 4, dynamic range. So dynamic range is something that we have not covered in this course because it has very little to do with reverb overall. Dynamic range is something you hear talked about all the time in regards to compression, right? Now, I am actually going to link a video from our compressor breakthrough course beneath this video, so that you can get a little bit more information on dynamic range, just because it would take a long, long time to give you like a really good explanation of it. But let's just start with this. So if you think of dynamic range, you're probably thinking of the musician's definition of dynamic range, which is just the loudest part of the song versus the quietest part of the song. But in reality, there's actually multiple different kinds of dynamic ranges. The smallest of which being microdynamics, which is the loudest part of an instrument's note versus the quietest part of an instrument's note. And microdynamics actually help to determine the tone of a particular instrument. They're really, really important for why this instrument sounds like this, why this guitar sounds this way, and this guitar sounds another way. And there's typically 2 different parts of a microdynamic range. There are what I refer to as the peaks and the valleys. The peaks being the attack of the sound, the transient of the sound, that initial bite that happens that makes it easier to hear a particular instrument. The valley being the sustain of the sound. Everything that comes after that first 20 milliseconds of attack, where the rest of the note just sustains out. They're both 2 very different independent parts. So why do I bring this up? Well, it's because things that are farther away have smaller microdynamic ranges, but things that are closer have larger microdynamic ranges. So things that are farther away have lower peaks, higher valleys, they're closer together, and things that are closer have higher peaks, lower valleys. So we're able to hear that attack, that transient, as extra loud. So why is this? Well, it's because most transient energy, most peak energy, actually lives in the top end and the upper mids. And we just talked about the fact that the longer a sound wave is going through the air, the more top end and upper mids are absorbed. So if all the stuff that makes an attack, that makes a peak sound like a peak, gets absorbed, then you're going to have a smaller microdynamic range. So the ear uses that tiny bit of information to help to understand distance. So how can we take advantage of this distance cue and use it in our mix? We can use a few different tools to lower the dynamic range of a particular instrument that we want to be farther away. The first being the obvious, compression. So let's use this piano again. And I'm going to add some compression because I'm wanting it to sound farther away. So what I'm going to want to do is what's known as thickness style compression or depth compression. Now what this is exactly what we've been talking about. It turns down the peaks, it turns up the valleys. Now to get this sound, you want to have a fast attack, a fast release, and a high threshold. Basically, you're wanting to set the threshold where it's just grabbing the peaks. It's not low enough to where it is just constantly being turned on. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to turn my attack, my release all the way up. This is just for me setting up the compressor. And then I'm going to turn my ratio and my threshold all the way up as well. So I'm going to hit play, and the first thing I'm going to do is set my threshold. Okay, now I'm going to set my attack and my release. And if you're wanting a fast attack and a fast release, fast attack is usually somewhere between 1 microsecond and 1 millisecond. And a fast release is usually somewhere between about 25 milliseconds and 100 milliseconds. So you're just going to be doing some tweaking until it sounds natural to you. Okay, and then you're going to want to change up your ratio because you're probably not going to want to limit it. So I'm just going to turn it all the way back down to 1, and then I'm going to slowly increase it until I'm getting the amount of gain reduction I want. You know, probably only somewhere between 3 and 5 dBs of compression is plenty if I'm wanting to push something back really far in the mix. Great, so let's listen to what this sounds like. Kind of just feels a little bit farther away. Now, this is one of the more subtle cues, but if you're really wanting that extra oomph, you know, if you've tried doing all this other stuff and it's just not cutting it, then adding a little bit of this thickness style compression can really, really help. Now, if you don't want to use compression, you can also use saturation. So what saturation is it's just like a special blend of distortion and compression. Now, not every distortion plugin has a saturation setting, so be aware you're probably going to need to use your own saturation plugin, not just a distortion plugin to get this. Otherwise, you might get a really bad sound. But I'm going to go over here. I'm going to grab a saturation plugin. Let me set it to gentle saturation. And you're going to see I'm going to turn this up. And I'm not trying to change the tone dramatically. I am just wanting to do it enough to where I'm kind of, I'm just thickening it up a little bit. So let's check out our before and after. Subtle, but you can really hear it. It just starts to move it back a bit. It's not quite as destructive sounding as the compressor was. Finally, there is a third option for getting distance in this way, and that's actually using modulation. Now, modulation plugins, they do this in a slightly different way. They make the transient less focused sounding, and our ear tends to interpret that as being farther away because our ear interprets it as having a smaller microdynamic range. So when I say modulation, I really just mean something like chorusing, for example. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to grab a chorus. And you're going to see that as I turn it up, it's going to start to sound a little bit farther away. And I'm going to have to be really subtle with it because modulation of all three of these effects is the most obvious. It's meant to be. It's meant to be an effect. So I'm probably going to set a pretty low intensity, pretty low rate, and I'm going to slowly put the mix in until it's sounding like it's helping push it back in the mix, but it's not quite changing up the tone. So let's check out a before and after. So if you're wanting just that little extra oomph in getting some distance, one of those 3 techniques will probably really help you out. But we've actually got one final cue to go over, and that is distance cue number 5, early pre-delay. So if you do any Googling, because you want to research this later, there is an acoustics term for this. Pre-delay is the term that we use with reverb, but there's another one that deals with these cues that we're talking about. And it is ITDG, initial time delay gap. Now, of course, we've already covered this in this course. Pre-delay, especially early pre-delay, like we've talked about, the larger it is, the closer a sound feels to us. And the smaller the early pre-delay is, the farther away a sound feels. Now, the reason for this is that if something is really close to you, the direct sound doesn't have very far to travel, but the walls are all still very far away. So everything is going to have to travel very far to hit the wall and then come back to your ears. Those early reflections are going to take time. That's that initial time delay gap. But if a sound is far away from you, say it's at the backside of the wall, then the direct sound is going to have about the same distance to get to your ears as the early reflections. So you have a very small initial time delay gap. Our ear uses this to help to determine distance. So that's it. That's all of our distance cues. So to review, there is overall loudness, the volume difference between the direct sound and the reverb, the amount of high frequency energy, or how bright something is, the dynamic range, and the early pre-delay. If you could take advantage of all these things, which we will whenever we get to the shadow system, you're going to be able to create some really amazing depth in your mix, because you're going to be recreating all of these cues that our ears use in the real world. But really, you're just going to be tricking them. And isn't that kind of fun? So let's move on to our next video where we're going to be talking about direction and how your ear determines what direction a particular sound is coming from. See you in a bit. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about dynamic range. Now, you've probably heard before, you've heard me say it, other people have said it. The core purpose of a compressor is to control the dynamic range of an instrument. But what actually does that mean? That's a really, really vague thing to say. So I'm going to assume that you are a musician. If I was to ask you what dynamic range means, what would you say? Now, there's not going to be like a back and forth thing here. This isn't Dora the Explorer. But if you're a musician, you'd probably say that it's the volume difference between the loudest part of the performance and the quietest part of the performance. And you wouldn't be wrong. That's what is taught to us in music. Like, that's what dynamics are. It's like really loud moments and really quiet moments. But for mixing and for compression, that's only a small part of the picture. There's actually 3 different dynamic ranges, and they're all of varying sizes: musical dynamics, macro dynamics, and micro dynamics. Musical dynamics is pretty much exactly what you just thought of. It is the range of volume between the loudest part of the song and the quietest part of the song, or rather the loudest section of the song and the quietest section. Like, you might say, okay, well, the intro is however many dBs loud, and the last chorus is however many dBs loud, and the difference between those two is your dynamic range. And you'd be right. Think of this as the shape of the song. Now, macro dynamics is zooming in a little bit. We are going to be looking at macro dynamics specifically at your instruments, and even more specifically at one performance of an instrument. So let's say that in one of your choruses, you've got an acoustic guitar part, and that acoustic guitar part goes from the very beginning of the chorus to the very end of the chorus. Now, throughout that entire track, the difference between the loudest note in that performance and the quietest note in that performance is your macro dynamics. This is where we're actually going to start getting into compression, because compression doesn't really affect musical dynamics. That's an artistic choice. That's just whatever the song is. But macro dynamics, that's where we could start to control stuff, because we could start to bring down the loud notes and bring up some of the quiet notes. And then finally, there is microdynamics. So we're going to zoom in even farther. Microdynamics is the range of volume between the loudest moment and the quietest moment in every single note an instrument creates. And we're going to talk about that more in a little bit, but I just want you to think of that as the shape of the note. So if we're zooming all the way out, musical dynamics is the shape of the song, macrodynamics is the shape of an instrument's performance, and microdynamics is the shape of the note. Now, macro and micro are the two things that we are going to be learning about primarily in this course. And it might seem maybe a little over your head right now. Trust me, you will understand it by the end of all of this. But in order to compress with the utmost of confidence, in order to know exactly what you are trying to do when you turn on a compressor, you've got to understand macrodynamics and microdynamics. So let me show you an example of macrodynamics and microdynamics over in our DAW. So as you can see, I've got a bunch of different instruments right now. I've got male vocals, female vocals, some guitars, basses, drum stuff. Now, I don't necessarily have an example of musical dynamics, but that's the easiest one for you to imagine. That is just looking at an entire song and looking at the quietest part and the loudest part, just like we've said. Now, if I was to look at, let's say, this clean electric guitar, which sounds like this. I'm going to zoom in on it. The macrodynamics is basically the difference between the loudest note, so kind of this note right here, these two notes, and the quietest note. So probably right here, maybe the very beginning. That's going to be your macrodynamic range. It's the difference of loudest to quietest note throughout the entire performance. Okay, so now let's look at microdynamics. So if I was to zoom in on, let's say, right here, now the microdynamics of this note are the difference between this moment, which we'll talk about in just a second, and the rest of the note. So you can see like this moment is super loud and sharp, and then the rest of the note just kind of sustains, it continues on. That is your microdynamics. Now, there's no math in any of this. I'm not saying you have to like literally find the range. This is more of a concept to help to refocus yourself on what it is you're actually trying to achieve whenever you're doing any kind of compression. So macrodynamics usually makes the most sense to people. Microdynamics is usually a lot more confusing. So let's talk about that specifically. So when we talk about compressing the microdynamics of an instrument, we are wanting to control its volume envelope. Now, that's a piece of jargon. What the volume envelope is it's the pattern of loudness that each note that is produced by an instrument makes. And every single instrument has sort of a standard volume envelope, okay? Now, if you do anything with synthesizers, this is basically the ADSR curve. This is another piece of jargon that is used a ton in synthesizers to create synthesizer sounds. But if you don't use synthesizers, don't worry about it. We're going to go over it right now. So all sounds in nature follow the same pattern of loudness, though the shape of that pattern is unique to every single instrument or sound source that produces those sound waves. It's kind of like snowflakes, how every single snowflake is unique. Every snowflake is a snowflake. It's all made of ice, but every single snowflake is shaped differently. It's the exact same way with microdynamics and the volume envelope. So the volume envelope can be a little complicated when you get down into the nitty-gritty. So for the purpose of this course, we are going to simplify it down into two parts: the peak of the waveform and the valley of the waveform. So I want you to imagine a mountain range with me, and on one side of the mountain range, there's just huge peaks, and on the other side of the mountain range, it slopes down into a nice valley. That's how mountain ranges work, right? There's huge mountains, and then it slopes down and continues on into a flat space. So that's basically what sound does as well. So the peak of the sound, which is also known as the transient, if you've heard that word before, it's usually the loudest moment of the sound, and it comes at the very beginning of the sound. So for instance, you can see right here, this is our peak. This is our little mountaintop. So the way that this particular sound wave was created, that determines the shape of our peak. If I was playing a guitar, for example, well, the friction of the pick against the guitar string, that's what creates our peak. You know, the ringing of the guitar string is the valley, which we'll talk about in a second, but just that initial pluck is what causes our peak, or what causes our transient. You can also think of the impact of a snare on a snare drum, or maybe like the collision of a piano hammer against the strings of a piano. It's what gives a sound its punch and its impact and its closeness. That is the peak of the sound. And every single one has one. So this has one. If I was to go and look at, let's say, the bass, you can see that like every single note has a little peak. It's a lot smaller than the one in the electric guitar, but you can see every single note still has one. So the valley, which is also known as the sustain, it's the second half of the sound. You know, it comes right after the peak, just like it would in a regular mountain range. So this is just the rest of the note. There's that initial loud moment with the peak, and then the rest of the note as it continues, that is the valley. That's the sustain. If a note is held, like again, if I was playing a guitar and I plucked a string and I just let that note go, for as long as that note is held, you know, that valley, that sustain is going to continue to be created as long as the string is vibrating and creating sound waves. It's basically going to continue until either another note is played, so another transient happens, another peak happens, or until the instrument runs out of energy and stops producing that sound. So these are the valleys right here. Here's our transient, and here is our valley. Same over here. Here's our transient right here. Here's our valley. So the shape and the difference of volume in between our peaks and our valleys, that is microdynamics. That's what we call our microdynamic range. And usually our microdynamic range is going to depend on our instrument, like specifically what our instrument is made of, you know, how our instrument is performed, stuff like that. It's going to be pretty consistent for the most part across an entire recording. So the macrodynamics, you know, those are going to be inconsistent. You know, if I zoom out of here, you can see we've got some really loud notes and some really quiet notes, but for the most part, and it's not the same every single time, but for the most part, the difference between, you know, this loud moment and the rest of the valley is the same across all of these notes. And again, we're not talking mathematically, we're just talking, just us looking at it, just what it roughly looks like. So we are going to be using a compressor to control our microdynamics. We're going to be using our compressor to control basically how loud our transients are versus how loud our valleys are. So how loud our peaks versus how loud our valleys. You can even think of it, if you're thinking about a mountain range, you can think of it as, you know, like how tall do I want my mountains and how high up do I want my valleys? You know, I might want my mountain and my valley to be really close together. I might want it to just be more like a bunch of hills. Or I might want my mountain to just be massive, huge, just awe-inspiring, and my valley to be pretty low, you know, and staying out of the way. So now that we've talked about how to trick your ears with distance, let's talk about how to trick your ears with direction. Now, of course, this has nothing to do with reverb. I wish I could say that it was, but if you're looking to get a three-dimensional mix, we can't leave this out. So if you remember, there were 5 distance cues that your ears use to determine how far away something is. But there are actually only 2 direction cues that your ears use. These are known as the interaural level difference and the interaural time difference, or ILD and ITD. Now, these are technical terms that you can forget forever if you want, unless you want to do some Googling on your own, because it's pretty fascinating stuff. But your ear uses both of these 2 cues to determine where a sound is coming from. Now, before we get into talking about what these 2 cues are, there's one important lie that I've been telling you for this entire course. I've been saying that the direct sound is exactly that. It's one sound. It's one sound wave. That's actually a lie. It's two sound waves. The one that hits your left ear and the one that hits your right ear. Now, this doesn't really matter when it comes to distance, but when it comes to direction, it matters completely. It's everything, because we tell direction by subtle differences between what our left ear hears and what our right ear hears. So with that in mind, let's talk about these two cues, ILD and ITD, interaural level difference and interaural time difference. So first off, let's talk about ILD. Now, L obviously standing for level. What could that possibly mean? So if we're talking about our two ears and we're talking about the word level, then you can kind of figure it out. It's basically just saying that the sound that's coming into one ear is louder than the sound that's coming into another. So let me bring up the chart that we've been working with to show all of this stuff. So previously, we've been showing the direct sound as just this, just one very specific line. But of course, now we know that that is not actually true. It is two lines that are hitting your two ears. So it'd be a little bit more like this. So let's imagine what would happen if I was to move this clap somewhere else. Let me just move this here, and let's say maybe the clap is over here to the left. I'm gonna grab this arrow, and obviously this is going to be hitting the left ear. And then there's gonna be another arrow, which is the frequency sound wave that hits the right ear. Let's look at something that's going on here. So in order for this to hit the right ear, two things happen. Number one, the second line has to travel a farther distance. And you remember that the farther a sound wave has to travel, the more energy it loses, the more overall loudness it loses. That is going to, first of all, help us to get that ILD, that interaural level difference. But the other thing that our brain uses, our ears use to determine direction, is what's known as the head shadow effect. And I think it's probably one of my favorite parts about the ears. I think it's just a brilliant thing that we were able to figure out how to do. So if you can tell right here, this line, this sound wave is going through the listener's head. If something passes through a bunch of liquid and brain guts, what's going to happen? Well, absorption, right? I mean, that's what's going to happen. It's passing through soft matter. And if it passes through soft matter, it gets absorbed. So not only is it having to travel a longer distance, but it's also having some of its energy being absorbed by your brain, by your head. So when it finally reaches your ear, it's a lower level. So our brain uses that lower level to determine where a sound is coming from. Now, what tool in our mix could we use to trick the ears into hearing an ILD? Well, panning. You know it, you love it. It's exactly what you would think it would be. So if I go back to my mix and I say, oh, I want this vocal to come from the left, all I have to do is hit play.
I miss you so badly.
Or the right.
I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Panning is just taking advantage of our ears' cues. It's using ILD, that interaural level difference. Because what's happening with panning is it's actually turning up the sound of one channel, like the left channel, for example, and it's turning down the volume of the right channel. It's just creating that level difference, and our ears are interpreting it as direction. So that one's the most obvious, but there is another cue, ITD, interaural time difference. So let's talk about that, because that's going to be the one that you've probably never heard of before. So if I go back to my chart over here, we can look at these two lines. We've already talked about the fact that this one has to travel a longer distance. But not only does it have to travel a longer distance, it has to travel a longer amount of time to get to your other ear. So if something is to our left, well, then the sound wave is going to hit our left ear first, and then about half a millisecond later, it's going to hit our right ear. And that extremely tiny amount of time actually tells our ear, hey, it's that way. And it's the same thing if it was to the right. It would hit our right ear first, a little bit of time would pass, and then it would hit our left ear. and our ear interprets that as direction. So this is what's known as the precedence effect. Basically, wherever a sound comes from first, our ear interprets that as the direction of the sound. This is true even if the reflected sound is louder and it's coming to the other ear. Like, for example, if you were to pan your direct signal, your dry sound, all the way to the right, and then you panned your reverb all the way to the left, and you turn the reverb up by like 10 dBs, and you hit play, you are still going to hear that sound coming from your right speaker, even though all of the level, all the volume is coming from the left with all of your reverb and stuff like that. That is the precedence effect. So here's the big question. How can we do this in a mix? And the tool that we're going to be using for this is known as delay. Now, this is something that's probably new to a lot of you. If I go back over to my mix, delay is just a hyper fast delay. I mean, less than a millisecond fast. And we can actually take advantage of this really fast delay time to create a more accurate sound with our panning. So let's go back to my vocal. Let's say I wanted to pan my vocal all the way to the left. Now I could either pan it like I have,
I miss you so badly,
or I could try doing delay panning. Now we're going to be going over the system of how to do this once we get to the shadow system. But for now, I'm just going to create it for you. So I'm just going to I'm going to create a send. I'm going to set it to post fader. I'm going to set it to 100%. I'm going to go over here. Let's just call this Haas. And I'm going to pan my vocal all the way to the left. I'm going to pan this delay all the way to the right. Now I'm going to add a very, very fast delay. Now in Logic Pro, there's a delay that's just known as the sample delay. This is the fastest delay that they have. It's also the simplest, which I love. I'm going to link my left and right because I don't really need to have any difference there. Set it to milliseconds. And now we get to talk about how long we want to set this. So there are actually extremely specific amounts of delay time that you want to set depending on where you want a sound to be panned. So if you want it to be right in the middle, obviously nothing. You don't want to change this at all. If I hit play, it's going to sound mono.
I miss you so badly,
because the same amount is coming out of the left as the right. So let's say you're going to want to pan it by 25%. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to set this to 0.23 milliseconds. That is exactly 25% to our left or to our right. So let's listen to what this sounds like.
I miss you so badly, I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Okay, so what if you wanted to pan it 50% to your left? Well, then you would choose a 0.42 millisecond delay time. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to type in 0.42. And you can be as exact or not exact as you want. If you just want to do 0.2, 0.4, or whatever, that's totally fine. So now let's listen to it.
I miss you so badly.
Okay, let's say you wanted to do 75% to the left. With that, you're going to want to type in 0.55. And that's going to get you 75%.
I miss you so badly.
Finally, let's say you wanted it to be 100% to your left. So I mean literally equal with you, basically. Exactly to your left, as if the singer was walking side by side on a sidewalk with you. Then you'd want to select 0.59 milliseconds. There's not much of a difference between 75% and 100%. It's only a few milliseconds. So I'll hit play and you'll hear what it sounds like.
I miss you so badly.
So here's the crazy thing. I'm going to mute this delay. And if you remember correctly, we have this panned already 100% to the left. Listen to how different this sounds. So we'll start with the delay and then I'll take it out.
I miss you so badly. I miss you so badly. I miss you so badly. I miss you so badly.
It's so weird, right? It's like whenever you take out the delay, suddenly it loses all sense of realism and it just is like in your head. It's in your ear. It doesn't make any sense. That's because these ITDs, these interaural time differences, are really important to how we determine direction. But with panning, we're ignoring it. Now, there's a few things that you want to add to make your Haas delay a little bit more realistic. First of all, you want to add some head shadow to it. So remember, the delay that's hitting your right ear, if you're trying to pan to the left, is never going to be as loud as what's coming from the left because of your head shadow, because it's going to be passing through your cranium. So you're going to want to turn down the volume a little bit. Now, the greater angle you're trying to pan, the greater you should turn down the volume. So if you're trying to pan 100%, you should probably turn it down by about 6 dBs. 50%, turn it down by 3. 25%, turn it down by 1.5 dB. You get the idea. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to turn it down, and you're going to hear it just feels a little bit more realistic. Let's do a before and after.
I miss you so badly. I miss you so badly.
And now it actually feels like someone who's directly next to you, but it's not quite as weird as if I was to mute the Haas delay.
I miss you so badly.
So the next thing that I would do is I would add a little bit of pitch shifting. This is actually because Haas delays can wreck a sound if it ever gets summed to mono. It's part of the reason that if you've ever heard about Haas delays, people have probably advised you against using them. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more in a moment. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in here. Let's just grab pitch correction. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to turn my response all the way up, and I'm going to go to my detune, and I'm just going to tune it down by a few cents. You know, nothing too big. 1 to 10, somewhere in there. That's just going to help it if it ever gets summed to mono so that you don't get any weird phasey problems. So let's listen to what it sounds like.
I miss you so badly. I miss you so badly.
Again, really subtle, but it's really, really helpful. If you want, you could also try adding a chorus. Chorusing does kind of a similar effect as well. You just got to be really subtle with it. So you could go in here. Very slow rate, slow intensity, and you're just going to want to put the mix in just a little bit.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
So let's talk about why Haas delays aren't used all the time for panning, because to me, this seems like a way better version of panning than the actual pan pot. The reason being is that if your mix ever gets summed down to mono, Haas delays can really just wreck a sound. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go up to my gain plugin that I have here, and I'm going to turn it on mono. So I'm going to sum the entire mix to mono. I'm going to start with this Haas delay off. Okay, so it's just going to be 2 versions of the vocal panned left and right. Then I'm going to turn the delay on, and you're going to hear a pretty big tone suck that comes out of it. So let's check this out.
I miss you so badly. I miss you so badly.
You hear how you lost a lot of volume and you lost a lot of low mids? Like it just got a little thinner. That's what can happen whenever you're using Haas delay on everything. It really can wreck your mix. This is why I love using this technique, but I love using it on 1 to 2 background instruments at a time. I don't use it on anything that is going to be in the foreground, because if this ever gets played at like a restaurant or through a crappy Bluetooth speaker or anything like that, you could really get a bad sound. So we'll go over this again once we get to the shadow system, but just whenever you're doing your panning, if you're trying to pan something to the left or to the right that's in the background and it's just feeling weird and out of place, try using this. Try using ITD, this interaural time difference. A Haas delay might really save that element and make it sound amazing. So with that said, it's time to move on. It's time to actually learn the shadow system, figure out how to implement all of these ways to trick your ear into perceiving distance and direction. So you've now learned how to trick your ear into creating distance and direction. You understand how your ear interprets those things and what tools you can use in your mix to actually fool the ear into perceiving what's not actually there. That's a lot of complicated stuff that I threw at you. How can I actually implement it into my mix? Well, we are finally getting to the crux of this entire course. This video is going to be introducing the shadow system. So the shadow system is what we are going to use to organize all of this crazy amount of scientific data and theory and tools and all this stuff into a system that you can use to take your mix from 1D to 2D to 3D. Now, asking someone to hear something in 3D is kind of a tall order. How do I explain to you how to make something sound 3D? It's something that we use more whenever we're talking about things that we see. So here's the thing. Before I can teach you how to make something sound 3D, I first need to teach you how you see 3D. So the shadow system is actually built around, rather than thinking about how we hear things, we're going to be thinking about how we see things. You'd be surprised how many similarities there are between what our eyes use to see 3 dimensions as what our ears use to hear 3 dimensions. The things that your eyes look for whenever they're seeing in 3D are the same things that your ears look for. They're looking for depth, distance, and direction. So I want to break those 3 things down for you, and then we're going to talk about how that fits in with your mix. So let's use the example of apples. On screen right now, I actually have 5 different apples. But you can see, there's not much in the way of dimension around them. They're all almost exactly in the same spot. They're all looking extremely one-dimensional. There's not much in the way of shading or anything like that. It's hard to actually tell where things are. The 5th apple might be right next to the 1st apple, or it could be extremely far away. You'd have no idea. So what's the first thing that we want to add to this to give it a sense of dimensionality, to start to move it towards 3D? Well, we want to add a sense of depth. So we're going to do exactly that. We're going to take these 2D apples and make them 3D. So now your eye can actually see, okay, cool, these are apples, they're 3-dimensional. You can see where the light is hitting them. You can see the shadow they're creating, hence the shadow system. You can actually tell that these are apples that are in front of you. But here's the thing. You know that there's 5 apples, but you still have no idea where these apples are. This picture isn't actually giving you any information to figure that out. So what's the next thing that we have to add? We've already added depth. Now we need to add distance. So now all of a sudden, it's really easy to know exactly where every one of these apples are. You can tell which apple is closest to you, and you can really easily tell which apple is farthest away. Not only do they have depth, but they've got distance. There's a foreground and a background. But there's one element that we're missing. We don't actually know where these apples really are. For the most part, all these apples are smushed together. They're almost still 2D. They're almost still in something of a straight line. So what can I do to fix that? Well, we can add some direction. We can start to spread these apples out. So now we have everything that we need to actually tell where these apples are. I know the ones that are closest to me. I know the ones that are farthest away from me. It looks like a 3-dimensional image. It makes sense to my brain. It makes sense to my eyes. So how can we use this to help us mix a song that sounds 3-dimensional, just like this looks 3-dimensional? Like I said, there are 3 steps to the shadow system, and they mirror the same 3 steps we took here. There's step 1, creating depth, step 2, creating distance, and step 3, creating direction. So let's go back to our original apple example. So we started here. No depth, no direction, no distance. And the first thing that we added was depth, because that was the easiest thing to tell us exactly what shape each apple had. It made it kind of pop off of the page. Now in mixing, we can do this by adding early reflections to all of our instruments. Basically, those early reflections that we've been talking about throughout this course, these things are going to give us a sense of depth. They're going to make it seem like, this sound isn't happening in a vacuum. It's happening in an actual 3-dimensional space. So we'll be covering how to do that in the first video of this system. So after we created depth for our apples, then we created distance. We created a foreground and a background. We were able to understand which apple was closest to us and which was farthest away. So how can we use these same concepts in our mix? Well, we can take advantage of the distance cues that we learned at the beginning of this module, those 5 different distance cues, and we're going to be using early reflections, we're going to be using EQ, we're going to be using volume, we're going to be using compression. All of these things are going to help to give us a foreground in our mix that our ears can really focus in on, and a background in our mix for instruments that are there to really fill up the space, to set the size of the room, but not necessarily to get in the way of the melody or the rhythm. We're going to be going over how to do that in the second video of the shadow system. And finally, we moved on to direction. We moved our apples apart so we could understand exactly where each apple was sitting. Kind of far away to the left, pretty close to the right, or directly in front of us. And in our mix, we can fake this using the cues of direction that we learned in the last video. We'll be using tools like panning and Haas delay to be able to separate our tracks and place them in a very specific spot in our stereo spectrum. And we're going to be going over how to do this in the final video of the shadow system. So as you're going through this system, if you're ever feeling lost or feeling confused just about all the sciencey stuff that we're trying to implement, come back to the apples. Come back to your shadows. Try to think, okay, I'm trying to create depth, and then I'm trying to create distance, and then I'm trying to create direction. If you come back to these principles, creating a 3-dimensional mix, a mix with amazing space, is going to be achievable maybe for the first time for you. So let's just dive straight in and talk about creating depth. So let's get started with the shadow system. So the shadow system has 3 separate parts: creating depth, creating distance, and creating direction. So in this video, we are going to be covering how to create depth using the shadow system. Now, the way we're going to be doing this is with something called the mix depth matrix. And it sounds a lot more confusing than it actually is. Now, the mix depth matrix is a series of aux tracks with different versions of the same reverb on them. We're going to be sending different tracks in our mix to different parts of these aux tracks. Now, the mix depth matrix helps us to create depth in our mix. We get that ambience that we're looking for, that 3-dimensionality, but it also is our first line of defense for creating distance. It's also going to give the mix a sense of glue and cohesion, because every single track in the mix is going to be sent to one room reverb. It's going to be sent to different versions of that same room reverb, but it's going to sound like it's being performed in one room. And that's going to give you a great sense of cohesion, and the listener is going to feel like they are there listening to your song. So in this video, I'm primarily going to be talking to you how to set up the mix depth matrix and how to create that depth that we're looking for, create that room sound that we're looking for. And then in the next video, we are going to talk about part 2 of the mix depth matrix, which is creating distance. So keep that in mind. This is only going to be half of the process. The next video is going to be the other half. So rather than yammer on about all of the theory of the mix depth matrix, let me just teach you how to set it up. So right now we've got a starting version of our mix. Let's take a listen.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Kind of flat, kind of boring, has some potential, but right now it's just kind of So first thing we're going to do is create that 3-dimensionality, that depth, using this mix depth matrix. So first things first, I'm going to select every single track, including all of the instrument buses, and I'm going to create a series of 4 different sends. In Logic Pro, I can create sends by clicking on these little gray boxes, and it doesn't matter which buses you pick. I'm just going to pick these ones. So bus 10, bus 11, bus 12, and bus 13. Perfect. Now, it's important to say, I say both tracks and instrument buses because if I have an instrument bus, like for example, in my overheads, I have this instrument bus specifically because I've got a left overhead mic and a right overhead mic. I don't want to have these sends on each of these two microphones. I'm just going to want to set them up on this channel, this instrument bus. Specifically because I'm going to be doing a lot of processing throughout my mix on this bus, and I want to make sure that I'm sending the processed version out to these different aux tracks. So you'll see now over here, we've got these 4 different auxes that we've created. Now I'm going to go ahead and label each of these. And these labels are going to be more for the next video whenever we start to deal with distance, but it's just good to get it out of the way right now. So the first one is going to be called front. The next is going to be called middle. The next is going to be called back. And the final one is going to be called room tone. Now I'll pop in to give you a quick tip. I usually set this up either at the very beginning of my mix, or I will create a template with this already set up so that every single time I start a mix, it's here. I'm not necessarily saying that I do the entire process. I just like to have all of these sends already there for me when I start so that I don't have to stress about creating it later on. So now that we've created this matrix, let's go ahead and put a reverb on. Now, each of these tracks are eventually going to have a reverb, but for now, I'm just going to put one on the front. So I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to add chromaverb. And we're going to be using this reverb to figure out what room we actually want our mix to be living in. We're going to be tweaking the settings of this reverb to get our foundation right, and then we can change up the settings however we want to get some different options for distance and room tone. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over and I'm going to select all my tracks and all of my instrument buses, and I'm going to send 100% of everything to that front aux track, that first bus. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to send all of my gain. So I'm going to set my gain to unity, which means it's setting it at 0 dBs. Now this is going to sound bad. That's probably what you're saying. You're like, why would I send 100% of all of my tracks to a reverb? That sounds terrible. And this is going to sound a little bit weird, but we're just using it to set up our general room sound. And like I said, we're going to be tweaking down the road. So now that we've made our matrix, now I just want you to close your eyes, hit play, and visualize what kind of room this song is living in. Is it a huge arena? Is it a really small club? Is it an outdoor venue? Is it an indoor venue? Is it like a jazz club? Is it someone's bedroom? Where is this song being performed? That's going to completely inform what reverb you start with. So now that I've visualized what room this is going to be in, I need to decide on the type of reverb. Now you've got a lot of different options. You know, you can go with a room, you can go with a chamber or a concert hall. All 3 of those are great 3-dimensional reverbs that help to simulate an actual space. Usually you just kind of want to think about how big are you going for. If you're going for something massive, you might want to go for a hall. If you're going for something pretty small and controlled, you might want to go for a room. This is also a great moment for you to pick through your presets. I actually love starting with reverb presets and then tweaking them after I get a good kind of general foundation sound that I'm looking for. This is a rare plugin where I think presets are fantastic, as long as you're cool with tweaking them later on. So let's do exactly that. Let's open up my preset menu. I'm actually going to start with ambiances, because that's primarily what depth is. That's what this is going to end up being. So, we were saying kind of a medium room. So let's try a medium ambience. See if I like that.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm
Let's check out the other ones.
straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so.
Yeah, that's sounding the best to my ears. It's not sounding too big, it's not sounding too small. And again, this is just going to be mixed in quietly in the background regardless. But I think this is a good starting point. So now I want to set my room size. And with this particular example, I may leave this one at 100%. I may make it smaller, I'm not sure. But here's how you do it. So I'm going to go over to details on this plugin, and you can see I've got an early and late reflection mix fader. So I'm actually going to set it for now to 100% early reflections, because that's really what we care about when it comes to setting the size of your room. Now I'm going to go back to main, and I'm going to tweak my room size parameter. If I have access to my late pre-delay, I'm going to tweak that as well. This is an early pre-delay, so I don't have access to that. If I have access also to any different early reflection patterns, which are just basically different room shapes, I'll probably tweak those as well at this point, just to see if I can get a sound that feels right to me. So what I'm going to do, since this is in percentages, I'm going to take this all the way down to 0%, and I'm going to start moving it up until it feels right to me.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
That feels pretty good to me. Just a little bit smaller than it was before. I'm a fan. So now that I've set my room size, now let's go and set my room tone. So I'm going to go back to details, and I'm actually going to flip this. I'm going to go from 100% early to 100% late reflections. Go back to main, and I'm going to mess with my 3 Ds, my decay, my density, and my damping. So let's start off with decay. Now, for the mixed depth matrix, you usually don't want a super long decay time. It can actually get in the way of all of your different instruments. It can really start to fill up the mix in an unpleasant way. So I usually try to keep my decay time somewhere between half a second to maybe a second and a half at the very most. Somewhere in there. I also love to time my decay time to the tempo of the song. So the tempo for this song is 102 beats per minute. Now, this particular plugin actually has a tempo sync function, so I can click on that and I can just select like a half note, for example. Or you can download a delay time calculator app. This one's a free one by the Lion's Den, and all you have to do is type in your BPM, 102, and it'll give you the amount of milliseconds per note. So for example, at this tempo, a quarter note is about 588 milliseconds. So if I wanted a quarter note decay time, I could just go in here and I could type in 0.588. Perfect. And now my decay time is in time with the song, which is really going to help to accent the groove because my reverb is going to fit in with the actual beats of the song. So let me hit play and see if I like that.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
You know, I'm feeling like a half note. It's a hair long, but I'm really feeling that. I'm liking the connection that's happening in between each note. One extra tip for setting your decay time is to think about how complex your arrangement is. The more complex the arrangement, the more stuff that's going on, the shorter your decay time should probably be. That's because it needs to fill in the gaps between each of these notes, not just clutter everything up. But if you've got a very simple arrangement with not much stuff going on, you can really have a big, solid decay just because you're going to be able to have much larger gaps to fill in before you actually start to cause chaos by squishing instruments out of the way. So now let's tweak my density. So I'm going to take this down to 0, and I'm just going to slowly turn it up until it feels right to me. Remember, density is just how much diffusion is happening in the room. So how complex all of the different shapes in the room are. Is it just a big box with nothing else? That would be 0% density. Or is it like a big church with just lots of different angles that a sound could be bouncing off of? That would be 100% density. So if I close my eyes and I imagine what is going on with this song, and I'm going to hit play again, I just want to think like, what kind of room am I imagining? And I'm probably going to try to match that density.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
I'm kind of feeling kind of like some jazz club vibes a little bit. Obviously, it's not really jazzy, but it's got sort of the melancholy of a jazz club. So I'm probably going to have my density a little bit higher. It's not going to be super high because it's not full-on church diffusion or anything like that. But it's definitely not going to be extremely low because it's not just a simple, 4 parallel walls room. So let me start mixing this in.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you.
That feels pretty good to me. It's just a little unhinged, and I kind of like that. So now let's look at damping. Now, damping, if you remember correctly, that's how much absorption is going on in your room. So how much soft stuff is in there. Another way you could look at it is how many people are in your room, because people are absorbative. They absorb sound frequencies. So the fuller, or rather the more full the room, the more absorption is going to be happening. So the more damping is going to be happening. But the emptier the room, the exact opposite, the less damping. So again, I'm going to mute this and I'm going to listen. I'm going to think, how full is my room?
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
So for me, even though there is kind of some melancholy to this song, it's too groovy and complex to be in an empty room. So I think there's got to be some damping going on. Now, what they've got right here, I think, is a solid start. I might back off a little bit on the low end. I might be more aggressive on the top end. But I'm just going to hit play and start tweaking it.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss.
That feels pretty good to me. I might have some low end buildup here that might be problematic, but I'm probably going to deal with that with some EQ cuts. So now that I've done my 3Ds, I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to set my early and late reflections to half and half. And I just want to check my work. I want to go and make any tweaks just to make sure that everything's feeling good. Because sometimes, I mess with stuff that's late reflections related, but it kind of changes the early reflections a bit. So it sounds different overall whenever I put this at 50-50. So I'm just going to hit play and I'm going to do a little bit of tweaking.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh,
That's feeling good to me. So finally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add more early reflections than late reflections, because if I'm trying to create depth, usually depth comes from those early reflections rather than the late color. I'm going to set this a little bit at random because I'm going to end up changing it in the next video anyway. But 85% early reflections I think is great. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it down and I'm going to slowly mix it in and I'm going to just see if it sounds good, if it creates that depth that I'm looking for. It's not going to change up the distance because everything is being sent to it. But if I feel my mix just sort of pop out a little bit of the speakers, then I will have done what I was trying to do. So let's hit play.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly.
Exactly. That's what I'm going for. And that depth is actually only going to be improved once we get to part 2 of the mix depth matrix in our next video, which is all about creating distance in your mix. So now that we have created depth in our mix with the first half of the mix depth matrix, it's time to learn how to create distance in our mix. Now, this is going to be through creating the rest of the mix depth matrix, but it's also going to be through using the tools that we learned in earlier videos. So if you remember, pushing things farther away is going to make things quieter. It's going to make things darker, and it's going to make things more compressed with smaller dynamic ranges. So before we get started, I actually want to show you a graphic that we've built that makes creating distance in your mix so much easier. So you can see in this graphic that there is a near, a far, and kind of a middle ground area for this room. And there are the 4 different ways that you can create distance in your mix: with reverb, with volume, with EQ, and with compression. So the mix depth matrix is covering our reverb, but it's up to you to use your volume, your EQ, and your compression to be able to create even more convincing distance in your mixes. So whenever you're in doubt, just come back and check out this chart, and it's going to really help you to figure out how to push something back in the mix or how to bring something closer to you in the mix. So with that said, let's finish up creating our mix depth matrix. If you go over to this chart on the reverb section, you can see that there are 3 different categories: pre-delay, early and late reflection balance, and wet and dry balance. These are the 3 main ways that you can change up how far away an instrument is going to sound from the listener based on reverb settings. Now, there's also distance, but not every single reverb plugin has a distance parameter. So we're just going to assume that you're going to know if you want something to be far away, it needs a larger distance parameter. But let me go back to my mix. Right now we've got our 4 different aux tracks: our front, our middle, our back, and our room tone. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over my reverb to all 4 of these different aux tracks. And what that's going to do is it's going to say that, okay, I have the same general room settings for each one of these auxes, so it's going to feel like all of my instruments are performing in the same room. But I'm going to give each of these different plugins slightly different settings that's going to allow me to say, okay, I want my vocals to be really upfront, I'm going to send them to the front aux. Or I want my electric guitar to be really far back, I'm going to send it to the back aux. Or I want my piano to have a lot of room tone, a lot of sound of the room. I'm going to make sure that I'm sending some of it to my room tone aux. It's just a way to very easily create some distance in your mix. So let's go back and check out this graphic. So with our reverb, let's start with pre-delay. Now we know if we want to create a reverb that makes things sound close to the listener, we want it to have a large pre-delay. If we want it to sound really far away from the listener, we want it to have a small pre-delay or no pre-delay. And of course, if we want it to be kind of farther away from the listener, then it just needs to be somewhere between those 2. Now, first off, you want to remember that we're talking about early pre-delay here, not late pre-delay. So if your plugin has late pre-delay, but not early pre-delay, you want to make sure that you are adding a delay plugin before the reverb plugin and giving it just a very, very subtle, very, very quick delay with no feedback to kind of compensate for the fact that your plugin doesn't have that option. The other thing you want to be thinking about is what kind of room did I select? So we've actually got another chart that's going to really help you out with selecting your pre-delay times for this. It's our pre-delay and decay time cheat sheet. This helps you to understand what pre-delays and what decay times are common for different types of reverbs, specifically rooms, chambers, and halls, but also ambiances. Now, the reason that we have this is that really, really large rooms really just don't ever naturally have zero pre-delay, just because of the acoustical physics of the whole thing. They have a much larger range of possibilities for what pre-delay you could have. You know, if you have a very small room, you can only move someone so close to you, which means that there's a limit to how large your pre-delay is. But if you have a very large room, you can have a very large amount of space between the sound and any nearby wall, which, if you remember, that's how we understand how large our pre-delay is. The larger the distance between a sound and its nearest wall, the larger the pre-delay. So if you remember, we selected a room type for this mix. So I'm going to want to make sure my pre-delay is between 0 milliseconds and 25 milliseconds. Now, mostly since it's ambience, I'm probably going to keep it more, kind of 0 to 10, 0 to 15, something like that. That's the range that we are shooting for here. It's going to be subtle, but it's going to help our ears to really distinguish where different parts of the sound is. So first, I'm going to go to my front reverb. I'm going to go down to my pre-delay. And remember, if it's closer to you, you want a larger pre-delay. So I'm going to set this at 15 milliseconds. That's a little bit past what an ambience really can be, but it's going to help for anything that we have in the front to really feel like it's forward. Next, let's go to our middle. In our middle channel, we're going to want a kind of middling pre-delay. I think 8 milliseconds is great. It's in between 0 and 15. 15 is the closest that we're going to get. So I'm a fan. That's great. Finally, let's check out our back. So this is for instruments that are the furthest away from the listener. And I want no pre-delay for this. I really want it to be almost against the back wall. So either no pre-delay or maybe 1 millisecond of pre-delay, just to keep it a little bit more natural, because the sound is not going to be coming from inside of the wall. It's going to be in front of it. So I think that's feeling great to me. Now, real quick, just while I'm thinking about it, I'm also going to change up my distance parameter. So for my front reverb, I want a very, very low distance parameter. So I might be tweaking these settings in a little bit. I'm just getting a good starting place. Let's say that I'm going to set this to about 10%. For my middle reverb, let's put it at about 35%, we'll say. Maybe 40. And then for our back reverb, let's set that to about 80%. That's probably pretty good. So between our pre-delays and our distance settings, we've got a pretty big range of settings for our distances. So let's go back to our distance graphic. So let's look at our next category, early and late reflection balance. If I want my reverb to make something sound close, I'm going to want mostly early reflections. If I want it to sound far away, it's going to be closer to 50-50. Obviously, if I want it in the middle, it's going to be halfway in between those two things. So let's go back to our mix. And in my front reverb, I'm going to go to details. So for this, let me set this to, let's say 95%. That's mostly early reflections. It's got a little bit of late reflections just to keep it natural sounding, but that's going to make it feel a lot closer to the listener. Now in the middle, I'm going to hit details, and we're going to set that to, let's say, 85% early reflections. It's got a little bit more late reflections for color and to make it sound just a little bit farther away, but it's still mostly your earlies. In fact, let's actually set this to 90. And again, we can always tweak this later if we think we messed up our ratios. This is just getting us to a good starting place. Finally, on our back, go to details. And let's set my early and late reflections to, I'm actually going to go 60-40 on this, just because I have a whole separate channel, which we'll get to in a little bit, that I'm using for room tone to help to give the sound of the room a little bit more credence. So let's go back to our graphic again. And on the final category, which is wet and dry balance, you can see that something that's closer to us is mostly dry. Something that's far away from us is about 50-50 between dry and wet sound. And something that's in the middle is splitting the difference, halfway between the two. So if we're using sends for our reverb, how do we actually get this wet-dry balance that we're looking for? So instead of tweaking the individual amounts on different channels, like on different actual tracks, which I think can be really tedious in the mix, I actually will send 100% of whatever instrument I'm wanting to send to one of these channels, which sounds crazy, but to compensate, I'll actually turn down the faders, the volume faders of these different things. Because what this does is basically, this is our wet signal. You know, if you go into our reverb, go back to main, we have 100% wet on every single one of these channels. If I have this set to 100%, right? If I have this set to unity and I'm sending unity, what that means is that I'm going to have 50% dry and 50% wet happening. But if I'm sending 100% of a track to the front and I've turned down the volume by 15 dBs, well, I don't have 50% wet, 50% dry. I've got mostly dry and a little bit of my wet signal coming in. So even though I'm sending 100% of my original dry sound from my send, I'm not going to have nearly as much of that sound in the actual mix. So that's how we are going to kind of fake a wet-dry balance, even though anytime you're using sends, you're always going to want this to be 100% wet. So again, we will be tweaking these whenever we start with our mix. I'm just going to set this to negative 15 dBs. I'm going to set this to about 7 dBs just to cut the difference. And I'm going to leave this at 0 and we'll tweak with time. So before we do our final step, let's go and check out our room tone. So what can we do to this plugin to make this send basically just extra free room tone? Like if I need something to just feel like it's really a part of the room, what can I do to this to keep it from pushing things back? Because really that's what we have our front, middle, and back channels for. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to details and I'm going to make this primarily late reflections. In fact, I'm going to do 100% late reflections. My front, my middle, my back, those are all the earlier reflections I need. That's all of my depth that I really need to have. This is just for color. This is just for room color. As for the rest of your settings over here, it's going to depend on your particular reverb plugin. I don't typically have any pre-delay for this because it cuts out the early reflections, so there's kind of a built-in pre-delay anyway. And for my distance, I usually kind of keep it wherever I set my middle to. I just find that that's the easiest to do. It tends to make the plugin sound the most natural. But if you're really feeling like that's not giving you much of a good room tone, you can always increase the distance, because as you increase the distance, you're going to get more and more late reflections. So that can be really helpful as well. So we've officially set up our mix depth matrix. It's finally done. So now we get to do the fun part. We get to go in and actually start to send different instruments to different auxes to get not only depth, but distance in our mixes. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to select everything and I'm going to turn all of my my front send all the way back down. We were only using that to set up our depth, our general room sound. We don't really need it anymore unless we're putting something in the front of the mix. So now I'm just going to hit play, and all I'm going to do is I am going to go one instrument at a time, and I'm going to think, what instruments do I want in the front of my mix? What instruments do I want in the back of my mix? And what instruments do I want in the middle? Now, typically, I tend to divide it 25% in the front, 25% in the back, 50% in the middle. And the way I tell which should go where is if the listener should be really paying attention to it, I make sure it's either in the front or kind of in the middle, maybe, but typically in the front. Like your vocals, those are going to be in the front. Your kick and your snare, those are probably going to be in the front. If it's something that is meant to fill up the sound, maybe it's ear candy, maybe it is a nice pad, maybe it's just something to, establish the back wall or just be something that's nice and thick, that tends to go in the back because it's not meant to distract the listener. It's just meant to give the mix, the song, more nice emotion. Everything else goes into the middle. The middle is kind of where most of your instruments are going to live. It's really only if they are an exception to the rule. Do they go in the front or the back? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit play. I'm going to listen and I'm going to think what instruments are in the front and what instruments are in the back. And I just do those first. I send stuff to the front, I send stuff to the back, and then I go in and I fill in the details with all my middles. So let's hit play and get started.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
So first off, obviously my vocals, my kick, my bass, all of those I want to be in the front. So that's where I'm going to start off with.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
You know, and I think my snare as well can go in the front. I feel like it's maybe a bit too far back right now. So I'm just going to go in. I actually have a few snares in this particular song, and I'm going to send those to the front.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Cool, so you can see if I solo front, we're going to hear just the sound of those instruments.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
And because we have it turned down so much, we really can't hear much of that at all. It's just giving everything a little bit of depth. So now I want to think, what do I want to be in the back? What needs to just fill up the sound, fill up the space? So let's hit play and think about it.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. Taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh,
Okay, I feel like for me, the first thing that I'm gonna probably want in the back is this hat sample, this hi-hat sample. I just feel like it's maybe a bit too far forward, and it's something that's filling up the space, but it's not providing much in the way of groove.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking.
Now, here's an important point to bring up. Whenever you're adding reverb, especially onto background instruments, but also onto your middle instruments, you're going to be adding a lot of loudness. Because the back aux is turned up so much, it's really loud. So I just added a lot of sound. So I want to make sure that I'm turning down the volume of that instrument to compensate, because otherwise it's not actually going to get pushed back in the mix. It's just going to be louder sounding, and I don't really want to do that.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Cool. I can already tell that for me personally, there's maybe too much in the way of late reflections on here, so I'm actually going to change this to 70-30.
I miss you so badly.
Because I usually want to have it a little bit drier sounding, because my wet sound is going to come from this room tone. Okay, let's listen again.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm feeling numb. Oh,
I kind of feel like this electro percussion thing, again, it's really nice ear candy, but it's probably good background stuff. So I'm going to send that to the back as well.
I miss you so badly.
And I'm going to turn it down to compensate.
Don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Cool. Let me listen one more time.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
I feel like these sticks that come in right before the transition, right here, those are way too far forward. So I'm going to want to send those to the back as well. So that feels pretty good to me as far as what is going to be in the back. Again, you don't really want too much in the front and the back. It's really only about 50% of your instruments. Most everything is going to be living in the middle. It's only the stuff that you really feel like either people need to be listening to or is really only there to support the song are the only two things that are really needing to be somewhere other than the middle of the room. So now I'm just going to go back through and start to fill in the blanks. So I'm going to hit play and I'm going to start sending everything else to the middle.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Great. So let's just see a quick before and after for these three parts of our mixed depth matrix.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Sweet. Gives it some nice depth, pushes some stuff back. So now I just want to sit and think, okay, what needs more color? What do I want to have the sound of the room in? Because right now we've got the depth of the room. We don't really have much in the way of, actual room color in our mix. So I'm going to hit play and just listen and see if I can think of anything.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking.
First off, definitely the vocals.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Maybe the piano a bit.
Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly.
I don't typically tell people to put late reflection reverbs on the bass, but this is such a melodic bass. I kind of feel like this one needs it a bit.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your.
And you can see with this one, the old rules don't apply. We're not sending 100% of any instrument to that aux track. I'm just adding as much as I feel like is necessary. I don't want to put in too much, especially because I could just add more reverbs later if I feel like that instrument needs something. We're going to be talking about that in the next module. So for this, it's just kind of like, does it need a little bit extra of, the sound of the room, the cohesion of the room?
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Like the room's need some.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Maybe the snare sample, just to make it more cohesive.
I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even.
Stuff that is sent to the back channel, I usually, not always, but I'll usually send some of that instrument to my room tone thing as well, because those are going to be the ones that are the most reverbed out anyway.
Badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can take your love. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Okay, that's overall feeling pretty good to me. So keep in mind, you don't have to send everything to the room tone. It's really only if your instrument needs it. In fact, if you send everything, the room tone can become a bit of a mess. So I would pick your battles carefully, pick which ones you're going to want to really help to represent the sound of the room, and you should be good to go. So with that said, let's do a quick before and after, because we now have pretty much finished our mix depth matrix. We might want to go in and do some tweaks, but on the whole, this is what it sounds like.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you.
Sweet. Yep, I'm getting the sound that I was looking for. So before I move on, let's go make some tweaks. We've got our foundation, but this is a soft science, not a hard science. So if you are feeling like, oh man, my front reverb just feels like there's not enough low or late reflections, or maybe the decay time is too long or something like that, it's totally fine to go and mess with it. In fact, I kind of have that thought myself. I feel like the decay time is just a little bit too long for the front.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
That's a little bit better for me. In fact, I'm just going to set that to a quarter note. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. I think I'm going to get more aggressive with my pre-delays as well, just to really separate the front from the back. I'm just going to double it. I'm going to go and I'm going to do, let's say 30 milliseconds. And again, I can tweak if I need to tweak, but I just want to see what this sounds like. Let's make this 15 milliseconds.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
I'm liking that. I'm going to go and I'm going to change my middle decay to a quarter note as well. But I think I'm actually going to keep the decay of my back where it is, because I do really like how it's filling out the sound.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, I'm liking that.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling.
No, I actually think I like the decay being a quarter note there, but I think I'm going to leave the decay where it is for the room tone. I like that. For my ambience, it's a little bit shorter. For my room tone, it's a little bit longer. Now, at this point, if you want to do any special tweaks, you totally can. So, for example, one thing you might want to do is maybe mess with your width. I'll commonly see people who are using this technique will actually put the back at about 50% width, which means it's more mono. That's usually because the room tone tends to be really wide. So, because they're going to be sending so much of their tracks to the room tone, it's helpful to kind of squeeze the back in. But sometimes I'll actually see the opposite done for the front to really spread it out, make it a little bit more stereo. So I might do that. Let's set that to 115. That might really help us out just a bit, For my back reverb as well, I actually think I want to go into my output EQ and cut a little bit more. I just feel like the reverb is getting in the way of stuff. It's just a little bit too bright to my ears. Now, again, this is soft science. There's not a great reason why I'm doing this. It's not doing it for me. So I'm just going to increase this a little bit. I'm going to make my slopes a little bit less aggressive though. Yeah. That feels pretty good to me. And I think I might actually do the same for my room tone as well. I feel like my room tone is just a little bit too bright. So I'm going to go in here, change that out. Let's increase that a bit. This is feeling okay to me though. Cool. So now that I made all these tweaks, let's do our final before and after. And then we will move on and talk about other ways of creating distance.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. I can taste your love.
Awesome. That's feeling great to me. So we finally finished with the mix depth matrix. We've been able to get some great depth. We've been able to get some great distance in between our different instruments. But there are still a few things that we need to do if we really want to get good distance. If we really want to get a foreground and a background in our mix. So now it's time to use a little EQ and compression to really push the envelope between stuff that's forward, stuff that's in the back, and stuff that is in the middle. So if you remember back to our creating distance graphic, we've already done reverb. So all we have left to do is EQ, compression, and maybe even a little bit of volume, just to really push that envelope. So if we're starting with EQ, we can see that the three options are bright, dimmer, and dark. And what that means is that stuff that's closer to us, stuff that's closer to the listener, is going to seem a lot brighter to the ears. But stuff that's far away from the listener, because the sound has to travel a lot longer, is going to be darker to the ears. So how can we use EQ to simulate that distance? So let's go into our mix, and really what we're going to do is we're just going to hit play, and I'm going to think, okay, which instruments still need to feel like they are farther back in the mix, and which instruments still feel like they need to be farther forward in the mix. If they still feel like they need to be farther back, then I probably want to do some cutting. But if they need to be farther forward, I might want to actually do a little bit of boosting in the top end. That's another really helpful trick. Getting something forward could mean just boosting in the top end or boosting in the upper mids. So let's listen.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
So the first thing that I'm hearing is that the vocals, they're a little loud, but I want them to be farther forward. They're just not quite bright enough. And the other thing I would say is the same thing with the snare. The snare needs to feel closer. And right now it still feels like it's kind of in the middle of the soundscape. So to fix these, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to add an EQ. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little top end shelf, and I'm just going to boost it a little bit. If I really feel like this needs a lot, I might boost it quite a bit. Knowing me, I've probably already boosted the top end of my vocals. This is stuff that I'm doing towards the end of my mix balancing. So I'm probably not going to need to do like a 10 dB boost to get that brightness that I'm looking for. So let's just see what happens.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly.
So one good side effect of this is that if I push something up in the brightness department, I can usually actually back off the volume a bit. Which you saw with my vocals, I added about 3 dBs in the top end. They started feeling too far forward, so I backed off the volume and they locked into place. So now let's go check out the snare.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking. I'm feeling numb.
Okay, let's check out this snare.
Your love. I miss you so. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
And then finally, there's one other snare sample right here. So let's bring that forward as well.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly.
That feels good to me. Again, I was able to add a little bit of top end to kind of make it feel more present. And then I was able to turn down the volume to really lock it into place. So now let's listen again for stuff that is still feeling too far forward, that we can push back in the mix and maybe even turn the volume up so that it's filling up the mix more nicely.
I miss you so badly. I don't know
So here's what I'm hearing. There's a few of our percussion samples that I feel like are still just a little bit too far forward, and our piano still feels, it feels like it should be in this big room, kind of in the background, but it's not quite there. So I'm going to go and add an EQ to those different tracks. So let's actually start with the piano, because that's going to be the easiest to hear. So whenever you do this trick, whenever you add an EQ to the end of your plugin chain, you're usually going to want to have a very subtle filter. You're not going to want to have something with a slope that's really aggressive. You don't want 48 dBs per octave. You usually only want about 6 dBs per octave, maybe 12 dBs per octave. But the more gradual the slope, the more natural it's going to sound, the more it's going to reflect what it would actually sound like if it was farther away, if it was recorded from farther away. So I'm just going to cut a little bit of the top end and then a little bit of the low end, just for good measure.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you.
So I'm being so subtle. I'm not trying to get really aggressive. The more aggressive you get, the faker this technique sounds. I usually don't ever go above 200 hertz with my high pass filter and probably 2 kilohertz with my low pass filter. At that point, you really start to get a fake sound. And if that's what you're going for tonally, awesome, do it. But if you're just trying to push something back in the mix and you still want it to sound normal and natural, then really you don't want to go much past those two areas. Okay, so let's go check out our other samples. Let's start with this one.
I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Sometimes it's helpful to actually add a gain plugin at the very end of your channel and turn up the volume for just a bit because you want to be able to hear this in context of the mix. I don't really want to solo this out because I want it to feel farther away than the rest of the instruments. But if it's already pretty quiet because it's a background instrument, it can kind of be hard to hear if you're causing more harm than good. So adding a little gain plugin at the very end, just for a moment to be able to sort of use it like a magnifying glass and look at the instrument more closely can be really helpful.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so bad.
Yeah, that feels good. Okay, let's try messing with our hi-hat sample because I feel like that as well is just feeling a little bit too far forward still. And I'm just going to take these back. Let's listen.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Now, I don't want to get too aggressive with my cuts on the hi-hat because the hi-hat is all top-end energy. If I go all the way down to 2 kilohertz, I am pretty much just getting rid of the sound of the hi-hat, and I really don't want that. So I'm definitely going to keep it a little bit higher on this instrument.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking.
So I also think my percussion samples could just maybe lose a little bit. They could be just a little bit farther back. And let me add in my gain plugin again so it's easier to hear it.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even.
Okay, cool. Everything's starting to feel pretty good. I think I actually just want to go to my bass My bass is actually a bit of a melodic instrument in this section, so I might actually go in here and add a bit of a top end boost as well.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly.
Sweet. That's feeling pretty good. So again, the trick with this is not to be too aggressive. Subtlety is key. You know, if you're not able to really get the results that you're going for with this particular step, that's totally fine. Because past this, you can start to add some compression. You can start to compress that dynamic range to make it seem even a little bit farther away. So let's go back and check out our distance chart. Over on the right wall, you can see that we've got some compression settings that can help us out with this. Now, if we're trying to push something back, we're trying to decrease the level of the peaks. That's because if we decrease the peaks, that's going to increase the sustain. That's going to basically squish our dynamic range together. So in order to do that, we are wanting to use a compressor with a fast attack, a fast release, and a high threshold. Now, the amount of gain reduction we get, that's going to determine how far back this compressor actually pushes this sound. So let's go back to our mix. We're going to do the exact same thing that we were doing before. We're just going to listen, and we're going to think, what is still too far forward? What could still be pushed back? And if we're able to compress this, and we're able to get this dynamic range just a little bit smaller, we can even afford to turn the volume up a bit more so that it's present, but it's far away. Okay, so I feel like the hi-hat is still a bit too far forward. And I don't mean the hi-hat sample, I mean the hi-hat from the acoustic drum set, right here. Now, I don't really want to do much in the way of EQ cuts, again, because I honestly would probably rather it have more top end than less top end. So I'm going to go in and do some of that fast attack, fast release compression. So we just go in here and add a compressor, and I'm just going to zero it out. So turn the threshold all the way up, the ratio all the way up, the attack and release all the way down, and let's get started. So first things first, we are going to set our threshold. We're only wanting to chop off the peaks. For a hi-hat, that's going to be pretty easy because it's all peaks.
I miss you so badly.
So now let's mess with our attack and release, both of which we want to be fast, but this is way too fast. I'm just going to increase my attack until I'm getting somewhere between 0.5 millisecond and 2 milliseconds. And then I'm going to increase my release till I'm getting absolute maximum 25 milliseconds. I'm not really wanting it to be any faster than that, or I'll get some weird distortion. Okay, that's sounding good. So now I'm just going to turn my ratio down and turn it up until I'm getting, 1 to 3 dBs of gain reduction. It's meant to be subtle. I don't really want anything more than that. Sweet. So let's unsolo this and listen to what this sounds like in context of the mix.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. All right, so what next? So I feel like this electro percussion sample right here could use a little bit of that compression because I actually want to turn it up in the mix. I feel like I'm having to turn it too far down for it to be kind of sitting in the space that I want it to be. So I'm just going to go and grab a compressor and let's do the same style of compression. Zero this out and go from there. Okay, and now I'm going to unsolo this and I'm going to start mixing the ratio in because I want to be able to listen in context for that.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, that's feeling like it's pushing it back in the mix just a bit. It's going to let me turn the volume up without having to actually push it forward by doing that. Perfect.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
So with this style of compression, since I'm doing it to push things farther back in the mix, I don't usually mess with makeup gain. Now, most other styles of compression, you have to have some makeup gain. But for this, I just don't really care quite as much because I'm trying to push it back. So if I need to compensate by adding a little bit of volume with the volume fader, personally, I'm totally fine with that. So if you don't want to do compression, you can also do saturation. That's another part of this entire thing. Saturation does the same thing, but sometimes it can sound a little bit smoother. And I'm feeling like I want that with the piano. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to add some saturation, and let's see if we can get something good. Okay, so I'm just going to go and select gentle saturation, and I'm just going to, like I said, slowly add this in. I don't want any tone change. I just want it to feel farther away.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking.
Saturation can actually be really helpful on instruments where they're just not going to play very nicely with compression. Like this piano is really, really dynamic. It's kind of all over the place. And so it's going to make it difficult to set the threshold on your compressor accurately. But saturation, you don't really need a threshold. It just compresses everything. It's really nice. Let's do a quick before and after.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. I miss you so bad.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit more forward, but I'm actually decreasing the volume a little bit. So if I wanted it to feel farther back, I honestly could just go and turn the volume down a bit more and it would be totally fine. Sweet. So that's the end of our distance step. We've officially added EQ and compression. We've pushed things back in the mix. So let's actually see what our before and after sounds like. Now we'll start with just our EQ and compression, and then we'll do a before and after with our EQ, compression, and our reverbs. It's going to be a pretty massive difference. So check this out.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
It's subtle, but it really gained a little bit more dimension. Now let's do a before and after for both parts of our distance step.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
It's amazing how it becomes three-dimensional and you truly get things that feel far away and really close. So now that we've got our depth and our distance, it's time to get the final part of the shadow system, direction. I'll see you in the next video. So we've about wrapped up the shadow system, but there is one category that we haven't touched yet. We've already done depth, we've already done distance, now all we need is direction. And this is where we are going to start doing our panning, both our regular panning and our Haas panning, if you remember from a few videos ago. So we're just going to dive right in. So the way that this is going to work is that I'm going to, first off, make any mono tracks that have multiple microphones. I'm going to make those stereo, and then I'm going to use panning to pull stuff to the left, to the right. And then finally, I'm going to use some Haas panning to get some of my background stuff to sound a little bit more natural whenever I get it out of the way. So for me, this is the moment where my 2D mix becomes 3D. You know, I've got the depth, I've got the distance, but this is where I get everything out of the way. It's not quite so just stuck in the middle. So let's start off by looking at some of these tracks. I've got a few tracks, like I said, that are multiple different audio files because either they were two different microphones that were recorded in the room, or they were like a stereo sample. I kept all that stuff mono. It's a lot easier to mix stuff when it's in mono and then make it stereo later because you're able to actually hear it accurately. You're able to hear what it's doing whenever it's coming in contact with the other instruments in the mix. So first things first, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to start pulling stuff to the left and to the right so that I can get that nice stereo sound.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so bad.
So that's already wildly different, right? Just basically creating stereo files out of these mono files. Now, this is something that you may or may not have to do, right? If you are starting your mix with stereo files, or if you just have a bunch of mono files with no stereo siding, then you could pretty much skip this, right? But for me, I like to make sure that all of my stereo files are in mono at the beginning. That way I can make sure I am doing my mix in mono to the best of my ability. And then I get to spread everything out, and it just feels great whenever it gets to happen. So now that we've done that, let me take all of all these folders back in here. We're going to start doing our panning. So obviously we want everything that is in the front of the mix to stay in the middle. We're really not going to want to deviate much from that center space because it needs to hold the listener's attention to the best of its ability. So again, I like to just hit play and think, what could I put somewhere else? Even if I just move it a little bit, it's totally fine.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
So for example, the piano, I could probably get that out of the way, move it just a little bit to the right.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
And you don't have to pan super aggressively. You know, there are some people who are really big into what's known as LCR panning, where they will only pan to the left 100%, the right 100%, or right down the middle. I think that that's really limiting yourself. There are other people who are really big into 50-50 panning, which is actually something that Rob is huge into, where you basically say, okay, I can only pan 100% to the left, 50% to the left, 100% to the right, 50% to the right, and center. That's also fine if you want to do that. For me personally, I don't have much of a system for panning. I like to just move stuff a little bit if I feel like it needs to be moved a little bit, and move it a lot if I feel like it needs to be moved a lot. I will say, don't be afraid of sending something all the way to the left or all the way to the right if you feel like you really need to get it out of the way, especially if it's in the background, just because you can start to use Haas panning to make it sound a little bit more natural and a little bit less just kind of sitting out there independent of the rest of the mix. So let's keep going.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling.
I'm panning these two snares kind of to the left and to the right, partially because I want them to still stay in the middle, but these are all just different layers of the same snare hit. So I'm okay with getting just a little bit of stereo width, especially because this snare sample right here is mono.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so.
Let's try moving our hi-hat over here to the right.
I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
I kind of like that because it puts kind of two different hi-hats going in and out at two different times. This hi-hat coming in more on the left side, this hi-hat coming in more on the right side. I'm a fan.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so.
I feel like this can go out of the way.
If I'm even thinking straight, I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so.
Okay, so this is feeling pretty good to me. I've created a lot more space, a lot more stereo width, but there's two parts in particular, two background parts that feel like they're just kind of sticking out too far in a weird way. And on those, I want to try to do some Haas panning. So let's start with our electro percussion sample. So I'm going to solo this real quick. It's cool. It's just sort of sticking out too far over here to the left. So I'm going to basically just create a send, and I'm going to put my Haas delay on that send. So I'm going to go over here to a bus. The number doesn't matter. I'm going to select a bus, and I'm going to select post fader. That's really important. And in fact, whenever I do that, I'm going to turn up the gain until it's at unity. I'm also going to change all of this to post fader as well. So what that means is that it's going to be sending to all these reverbs and delays after the fader, but before the pan. And that's really important because if we're going to be doing Haas panning, we need to be able to pan our send in the opposite direction of our original track. So we don't want our send to be affected by this pan right here. So now that I've done that, you can see a new aux track just popped up over here. And I'm just going to call this Electro Haas because it's, it's with the electro percussion sample. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab very, very fast delay. In Logic Pro, I just want to grab the sample delay, which is a free delay that comes with it. And I'm going to select milliseconds, link the two. And if you remember correctly, the amount that I set my delay time is going to determine how far my panning is whenever it comes to this type of panning. If I wanted to pan it 50% to the left, then I'd usually want to have this set to about, 0.3 or 0.4 milliseconds. If I wanted to be panned 100% to the left, I usually want to set it at about 0.6 milliseconds. Now, because I want this panned 100% to the left, that is what I'm going to do. So 0.6, and then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to pan this all the way to the right. And that's really important. If you're going to do Haas panning, you have to have the send panned in the opposite direction of the original track. Otherwise, it's just going to be an extra delay that you put on your track, and that's not really going to be helpful. So before I hit play, I'm just going to turn this down a bit. That's going to emulate the head shadow effect from a few videos ago, and it's going to make our Haas panning sound even more natural. So let's hit play and see if this is working well.
Badly. I don't know if I'm even.
Yeah, That sounds good to me. Now, it might be worth your time to potentially change the pitch of this Haas delay or put a chorus on it or something like that. Something that we talked about in that prior video. That's just going to help you from getting any phase issues if you potentially ever summed your mix down to mono, which happens all the time. But in this moment, just for this example, I'm not going to worry about that too much. Now, there's one other track that I'm going to want to do this for, and that is this hi-hat sample. I want this panned all the way to the right, but it's just sounding a little weird to my ears. It's sounding a little independent, a little naked out there. So I'm going to add a Haas delay. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to grab another bus, turn it all the way up. I'm going to set everything to post fader, so pre-pan. Let's call this hat Haas. And we're going to do the exact same delay time, but I'm going to pan it oppositely because my hi-hat is panned all the way to the right. So I'm going to pan my Haas delay all the way to the left. And let's do the same thing. Let's just turn it down a bit.
Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so bad.
Yeah, this is feeling really good all of a sudden. It's like finally I've got a song. Finally I've got a mix. I'm feeling it. So that's it. That's the entire process for our direction step. So let's do a quick before and after. See really where we came from.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
So now that we've done all three of our steps for the shadow method, our depth, our distance, and our direction, it's time for the grand reveal. Let's listen to a before and after for this entire thing. So with no space, no depth, no direction, no distance to everything we've done so far.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Great job on finishing up another module. We learned a lot in this one, so let's do a quick review. So first, we talked about how your ears work. We talked about how you're able to hear distance and direction and the cues that determine what your ear interprets. For distance, those cues were overall loudness, the volume difference between the direct sound and the early and late reflections, the amount of high frequency energy, also known as the brightness, the dynamic range, and the early pre-delay. And for direction, our two cues were ILD, our interaural level difference, and ITD, our interaural time difference. Now, of course, we also learned how we can use and abuse these different cues with some tools that we have in the mix, like our reverbs, our volume faders, our EQs, and our compressors. Also, our pans, and even a little Haas delay. And finally, we wrapped it all up into the shadow system, where you learned how to create depth, distance, and direction in your mix using all of the stuff you've learned so far in this course. So let's talk about what is coming up. In the next module, you're going to be learning about style reverbs. You just figured out how to create that first goal of reverb, that space. Now you're going to learn how to create the second, style. After that, we're going to be talking about a few instruments that have just some general reverb trends that are worth knowing. A few tricks, a few tips. So I'll see you there. So now that we've created our space reverbs, it's time to create our style reverbs. So if you remember back to the beginning of the course, we talked about the fact that there are two goals to reverb, creating space and creating style. So the shadow system was all about creating space, creating that depth, that three-dimensionality. This is going to be all about creating style. So what's the difference? Well, the main thing is that space reverbs are more about being felt rather than being heard. Whereas style reverbs, they're more about being heard than being felt. They're not meant to push things back in the mix or give them a super three-dimensional sound. They are all about enhancing emotion and tone. They're all about making the song sound really cool. If you can do your style reverbs really, really well, then you can enhance the sound of your mix tenfold. So what are some examples of style reverbs? Well, if you can hear a reverb in a song, there's a good chance that it is a stylistic reverb. It's trying to capture just sort of the style, the tone, the creativity of a particular artist, rather than trying to give that artist a sense of space. If they're trying to get you to hear a sense of space, it's probably a lot lower in the mix. So let me show you a few really famous examples. First up, there's one of the most famous examples of reverb, the drums in Led Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks. Another classic example is the guitars and the vocals in U2's I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For. Another example is the reverb on one of the most famous drum solos of all time, the drums in the Air Tonight by Phil Collins.
But the pain still grows, some stranger to you and me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
You also see style reverb used to get some beautiful vocal pads, stuff that really fills up the space, like Morning by Beck.
Woke up this morning, found a night in the store.
Another great example of this ethereal reverb sound is the wails on Radiohead's House of Cards. But take a listen to the guitars as well, because they've got some really cool spring reverb on them as well. And finally, for a more modern look at stylistic reverb, let's just look at the entire production of Lord's Royals.
I've never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In a torn up town, no postcode envy. But every song's like gold teeth, grey goose dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care.
All of these reverbs helped to shape the sound and the emotion of those songs and made them as iconic as they are. So in this module, you're going to learn how to create that stuff that's going to enhance the emotion and the interest and the excitement of your mixes. Now, I do want to give one quick disclaimer before we start. Adding tonal reverbs is not a necessary step. If your song doesn't need any tonal reverbs, then it doesn't need any tonal reverbs. You don't need to add stuff simply because you feel like you should. In fact, it's really easy to go overboard with this kind of stuff. The more reverb you add, especially in a pretty dense arrangement and mix, the more gunk it's just going to add, and the more difficult it's going to be to actually do any mixing around it. So make sure to use caution and discretion. But with that said, let's dive into this module and learn how to create stylistic reverbs that are going to make your songs sound amazing. So whenever you're creating a style reverb, there are two things that you're going to want to avoid, and that is creating space with your reverb and creating mix gunk with your reverb. So space really just refers to pushing stuff back in the mix, giving something a sense of space when it already has a sense of space because of the shadow system. Mix gunk, on the other hand, is keeping your reverb from doing exactly that, gunking up your mix, just making everything a lot harder to work with. So in this video, we're going to be talking about space and how to create style reverbs without accidentally creating spatial reverbs. So the first thing to keep in mind is early and late reflections. You've learned that you can use early pre-delay to bring things closer to the listener in the mix. But there's only so much duration of pre-delay that you can have that remains natural and that the ear can't hear as an active delay. So that's really about up to 40 to 50 milliseconds. After that, the ear can perceive an actual delay between the dry sound and the reverb. While that doesn't sound like something you'd really want to have, it can be extremely useful for your tonal reverbs, for these stylistic reverbs, because it really places the reverb behind the instrument rather than having it kind of fused together. At least that's how the ear interprets it to be. So it can help to keep your instrument, for example, your vocals, still being up front, really center of attention, while still putting a lot of wet reverb sound in the background. It can be really, really helpful. So typically I shoot for a pre-delay time of about 50 milliseconds to 150 milliseconds anytime I'm trying to create a stylistic reverb. Now, one important thing to point out, you want to time your pre-delay to the tempo of the song. Now, a lot of reverb plugins have a tempo sync button that allows you to do this automatically, but if yours doesn't, just make sure to get a delay time calculator like the one from the Lion's Den. It'll help you to figure out exactly how many milliseconds you need to be shooting for whenever you're plugging in your early pre-delay times. And if you have a reverb plugin that has late pre-delay but not early pre-delay, then I would just add a simple delay before the reverb and just add your pre-delay manually, like they used to do back before pre-delays really existed. Finally, if you're trying to avoid creating a spatial reverb, then really try to focus on creating mono reverbs rather than creating stereo reverbs. Now, the reason for this is that the ear hears everything in stereo. All reverb comes in at a perfect stereo image. But if we were to shrink a reverb down to mono, or at least thinner, less wide than a full stereo reverb, then our ear is just going to be confused by that. It is not really going to give it any sense of distance. It's just going to sense it as color. So that can be really helpful for creating these reverb effects. Plus, it can really help to keep a cluttered mix from just becoming even more cluttered. So let's say that I wanted to create a reverb for my lead vocal, something to give it a really cool tone, but not necessarily something to create a spatial sound around it. So first things first, of course, I'm going to create a send and then put a reverb plugin on that send. And let's just stick with ChromaVerb for now. Let's listen to what it sounds like before we make any tweaks.
I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try.
So obviously it sounds like the vocal is a lot farther away now. So what can we do to still have that cool reflection around it, but not have the vocal feel so distant? First off, let's go to our details page and check out our early and late reflections. We talked about only really wanting to have late reflections. I find that sometimes going 100% late or 100% early tends to sound kind of fake. So I usually stick somewhere between 80% late to, 95% late. I find that I get the best results with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at 50 and I'm slowly going to move it up until it just feels right to me.
I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try. I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad.
That feels pretty good. You start to feel a little bit of a delay. That's just because the early reflections are not really there anymore. And, those last for maybe 40 to 60 milliseconds. So it sounds like we've already added a pre-delay. So speaking of pre-delay, that's the next thing that I'm going to want to tweak. So down here, I've got access to my early pre-delay, and I'm going to try to set it somewhere between 50 and 150 milliseconds. Now, this is going to give me a literal delay sound, but if I time it to the tempo of the song, I should be good to go, especially in context of the mix. So I'm just going to start turning it up until it feels good to me.
I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try. I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it.
That's feeling pretty good to me. Now, again, you're feeling the vocal become more and more forward, more and more dry. You're starting to get a separation between the dry sound and the reverb itself. So I've got a little tempo sync button right here. So I'm going to click that, and it's just told me that the 30-second note is the closest in this tempo to what I had set. Looks like that's about 74. So I'm going to select that, hit play.
I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad.
Sweet. Again, if you don't have access to this, just go and get yourself a delay time calculator like this free one from the Lion's Den. All you have to do is type in your BPM, and it gives you all of the millisecond amounts for each individual note length. So for this one, we're going to go with, like it says, 73.5, so 74 milliseconds. If you want, though, don't be afraid to use a dotted or a triplet length. If that's what sounds best, then use it. Ultimately, you're picking a literal delay time. You need to pick a length that works for your song. So finally, let's make it a little bit less stereo. I'm going to go back to my width over here, and I'm going to turn it all the way down to 0. And I'm just going to turn it up until it feels right to me. I might want to keep it totally mono. I might want it to be still pretty stereo. This is definitely one I'm going to want to do in context of the mix, because it really does depend how much stereo stuff is happening in your arrangement. But for the sake of argument, let's just stick with it as it is.
I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try. I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try.
Yeah, that's feeling a lot better to me. So at this point, all I'd want to do is grab my fader, turn it down, and slowly mix it in.
I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try. I know I've let you down before, and that I've hurt you bad. I know that sorry will not cut it, but I can swear I'll try.
That's going to fade into my mix beautifully. I'm really going to like it. So now that we've talked about how to keep your style reverbs from becoming a space reverb, now let's talk about how to keep your style reverbs from creating mix gunk in our next video. So we've talked about keeping a style reverb from becoming a spatial reverb, but how do we keep a style reverb from just giving our mix a bunch of gunk? So there are a few different things that we can tweak that can help us out with that. So real quick, what I mean whenever I say mix gunk, I'm talking about just this idea that these huge, thick reverbs can sometimes hurt more than help, especially whenever you have a really aggressive or really thick arrangement. The more complex an arrangement is, the less room there is for reverb. But on the opposite side, the more simple an arrangement is, the more room there is for reverb. So you can really play with your instrumentation and fill in the gaps with reverb. But if you don't have many gaps to fill, then you're going to want to tweak a few of these settings. So first of all, make sure to think whether you want a long decay time or a short decay time. So usually mixes play more nicely with shorter decay times. Stuff between half a second to a little bit over a second, something like that. Now, if you have a lot of space in your arrangement, you can have really long decay times. But like I said, if you've got a complicated arrangement with a lot of instruments filling it up, then you usually want to have a shorter decay time. That's going to get you the results that you want, but it's not going to create too much gunk. One bonus tip, make sure to time your decay time to the tempo of your song, just like you did with your pre-delay. Now, again, some reverb plugins just give you this option. Other times reverb plugins don't, and you have to get your own calculator. So just make sure you know what you're dealing with. Next up is density. So density, if you remember, is one of the 3 Ds of tone. It's basically just how the reverb deals with diffusion, right? The more dense a reverb is, the better it's going to sound in solo, potentially, but the more gunk it's going to add to your mix. So you can think of the density knob almost like a translucent knob. If you want the reverb to be fully colored in, then you want a lot of density. But if you want to be able to see through the reverb and kind of see what's behind the reverb, then you want a lower density. And if you have a lot of instruments in your mix, then usually the lower density is going to be what you want to go with. So full disclaimer, this doesn't mean turn off your ears. If you're putting a reverb on a snare drum or something like that, then a low density might sound terrible with it, because usually low densities don't play nicely with percussive elements. So just keep that in mind. You still want it to sound good. You don't want to necessarily keep a reverb from gunking up your mix, but also make it sound bad. So after that is EQ. So we have talked before about the Abbey Road EQ trick. It's one of my absolute favorite things to do on my tonal reverbs like this. So really what it is just cutting out some of the lows and some of the highs to make space for the rest of the instruments in the mix. The reason that we do this is just because the low mids and the lows are just, that's where all of the mud of a mix really lives. So we really don't want to have reverb there if we can avoid it. And the highs can sometimes be really distracting in a reverb, simply because they are the most overreactive. So typically you'll see an EQ put on a reverb like this with a high pass filter, with a pretty light slope, like 6 dBs or 12 dBs, set somewhere between 200 and 600 hertz. And then you'll see a low pass filter with that same slope set somewhere between 2 kilohertz and 10 kilohertz. Now, how much you cut is totally up to you in your mix. Just make sure that you're cutting enough that you can turn the volume up and get some of that good sound, but not so much that you're losing all the tone you worked so hard to create. Finally, we need to talk about mono versus stereo. This is another instance where mono reverbs can be really helpful, or at least narrower reverbs, less wide reverbs. That's just because the wider the reverb, not only does it create more space and confuse our ears, but also it gums up the stereo spectrum of the mix. If we're just wanting a reverb there for tone and for style, then we really don't want to do that. We don't want to gum up the stereo field of our mix unless that is our intention. If that's our intention to have a crazy wide reverb, then go for it. But if it's not, and you're just throwing up a reverb without thinking about it, I'd really recommend that you try to tweak the width of that reverb, because odds are you're probably going to find a good place for it that's not 100% stereo. So let's see these in practice. Right here, I've got some lead vocals and some harmonies. Let's listen to what they sound like dry.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know.
So let's say that I wanted to put a reverb onto this lead vocal. Now, what I would want to do is really make sure that I'm getting the tone that I want, but that I'm not overpowering these really cool and beautiful harmonies. So I'm going to want to keep from creating mix gunk. Let me open up my reverb. Let's see what we're starting out with.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know.
So it's obviously way overpowering the harmonies. It's also really loud. That's part of it, but that's just a given for showing you this example. So let's start off with our decay time. We're going to want something a little bit smaller so that we're not just clouding the entire temporal spectrum of the song. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with it too long. I like to do this, and then I'm just going to take it down until it feels right to me. And if I had to guess, it's probably going to be somewhere between 0.5 seconds and 1.5 seconds.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know that you can. On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know.
That's feeling pretty good to me. Now I've got a little tempo sync button up here, so I'm going to hit that. Let's just see where that puts us at.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know.
Yeah, I like that. So now let's check out our density. Now we were saying earlier that the higher the density, the more mix gunk it's going to create, even though it's going to sound a lot more even and a lot more like a full wash of reverb. So I'm going to start at 100% density and just slowly turn it down until it sounds right to my ears. You can also do the opposite if that feels good to you. So just turn the density up until it sounds good to your ears and then take it down a little bit. In fact, let's do that. So I'm going to take it all the way down, and we're just trying to find a good middle point.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know that you can.
That feels pretty good to me. So now let's go and add some EQ. I'm just going to go in here, bring up an EQ plugin, and we are going to make some filters on the top and the bottom. I'm going to set them to a really light slope. That's just how I usually like it. And let's just start taking this up and down. And again, I'm trying to get below around 600 hertz and above around 2 kilohertz. The more dramatic I get, the less reverb I'm really going to have, but the more the reverb is going to be getting out of the way.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know that you can. On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love.
Sweet. So finally, let's go back to our reverb and go to our details and start to mess with our width. We are going to want it to be as mono as possible. That's going to make the least amount of mix gunk. But if I've got to have the width a little bit wider just to make it fit, that's totally fine.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know that you can. On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love.
That feels pretty good to me. It's kind of fitting right around that lead vocal. It's leaving a lot of space in the stereo spectrum for all of my harmonies that are panned hard left and hard right. It's sounding really good. So finally, let's grab our volume and mix it in, because it's going to be significantly better than when we started.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know that you can. On my lips.
Perfect. It's getting out of the way of the harmonies. I can still feel and hear the harmonies, but I've got a nice kind of roundness around the lead vocals. So one quick tip for you before we leave. If you're trying to get this style reverb to work and it's just not working for you, but you want to get the length that it's supposed to give you, you can always try using a delay instead. That's something that I do all the time because delays are so much easier to mix because they don't have all of just the wash of energy that comes with reverb. It's just one individual repetition over and over and over again. You can even have delay going into a reverb. That's one of my favorite reverb tricks. It really gives the reverb a sense of movement to combine the two. So you could literally just add a delay, like a tape delay, for example, just put it before your reverb, and you can get some really, really cool movement. So I'm gonna go in here, set my dry to 100%, because I really just want a little bit of delay in there. And let's see even just what this sounds like. I think we're gonna get a really cool sound.
On my lips is nothing but the sweet and truthful faith in our love. I know that you can save me. I know.
You get a really beautiful sound doing it that way. And if I was to go in here and tweak my settings, I could get something that fit even better. So now that you know how to create style reverbs, let's actually dive back into our mix example and fill it out with some really great sounding reverbs. So first off, let's just listen again to what we're starting with.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
So obviously, it's got some great depth. You know, that's what we had created during that last module with the shadow system. But it's still a little flat. Like it needs some connection. It's a little dry. So that's what we're going to be doing in this video. Now, style reverb can be anything. You know, it's part of the reason we don't really have a system for it. It's really the creative part of reverb. We've already done the scientific part with the shadow system. Now we get to do the artistic part. So ultimately what it comes down to is just listening and sitting and thinking, what could use a little something? Now, for me, I like to look for things that I think are either too dry sounding or need some connection, you know, need to just stick out a little bit more in the mix. So let's do just that.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Okay, first off, let's talk about the vocal. The vocal is really dry. You know, like it sounds great, but it could really use just something to thicken it up a bit. So I'm going to create another send and let's put a reverb on there. So let's rename this Vox Verb and, let's try a plate reverb. So I'm going to go over to my reverbs and I'm going to grab Little Plate. This is a great, really simple plugin from Sound Toys. All it is just a mod switch and your decay. That's really it. But the nice thing about plate reverbs is they don't have any early reflections. They are all late reflections. So I can feel confident that I'm not necessarily creating much of a sense of space around the vocal as I am filling up the gaps. So really all I'm going to do at this point is just kind of make some tweaks on the decay time, see what sounds best to my ears, and then I'm going to go in and add a pre-delay and add some EQ just to get it to fit inside of the mix. So I'm going to start it all the way at the bottom and just start turning it up.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Okay, that feels pretty good. It's really thickening it up. So now I'm going to go and grab my EQ and do a little Abbey Road EQ on this just to get it to sit a little bit more nicely. So I'm going to create filters on both sides. I'm going to make my slopes less drastic and let's start cutting.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, I like that. So now I'm going to go and I'm going to add a little delay just to give it a pre-delay so that I can push it behind the singer. I want it to be behind the vocals. So I'm going to go to my delay and I'm going to grab my sample delay, which is just the really simple delay that Logic has. And I'm just going to turn it up to somewhere between 50 and 150 milliseconds.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
That's a bit too far.
Oh, I can taste your love.
That feels pretty good. But I want to make sure that I've got it timed to my my actual tempo. So I'm going to grab my calculator here, type in the tempo, and see what the closest number is. It's about 73.5. So I'm going to type in 73.5. Perfect.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, that's sounding so much better than it was whenever I first started. So the final thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put a Deesser at the very beginning of this chain. Now, this isn't something I've taught yet, but this is just a great pro tip anytime you're doing vocal reverb, because vocals have a lot of sibilants. Their S's, their T's, it really triggers the reverb aggressively. So I really like to clamp down on those so that I don't have just a ton of high-end energy that comes up right after an S or a T or something like that. So let's just grab our Deesser right there and let's put it all the way at the very beginning, because I want to make sure that it's grabbing it from the very beginning. I really don't want any S's in here. So let me set up this Deesser and then we will mix in our reverb. All right, let's mix this in.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
So the final thing I'm going to do, because that's sounding pretty good, but it's sounding too stereo to my ears. It's getting in the way of all my other stereo stuff. So Little Plate, unfortunately, doesn't have a width control. So I'm going to have to create my own. So I'm just going to go down to imaging and I'm going to grab the direction meter. The cool thing about the direction mixer, which this is a Logic Pro stock plugin, is I can actually affect the spread of a particular sound. So I'm just going to take it all the way down to 0 and then I'm going to slowly take it up till it sounds right to my ears.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
There we go, that sounds good. So now let's mix it in.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Yeah, it's doing a nice job of thickening the vocals up. I like it. So now let's listen again and see if there's another instrument that might need some reverb.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
I think the snare could use some connection. It kind of dies off a bit too quickly. So let's make a snare reverb. So I actually have 3 different snares in this mix. These 2 acoustic snares that are playing different parts, and then this snare sample. So I'm actually going to create a reverb for all 3 of these. Rather, a reverb that all 3 are being routed to. So let's select plus 30. I'm going to send 100% of everything over there, and then let's go and check it out. So we're going to call this snare verb. We've got it right here, over here on the edge. Snares, like vocals, tend to sound really good with plate reverbs because they don't have those early reflections. So I'm going to grab that exact same plugin, my Little Plate. So I'm going to do a little bit of tweaking on the decay time. I'm thinking I'm going to want a longer decay time so that the snare lasts for longer. And then we're going to add in some pre-delay, some of the other stuff that we just added in on our vocal.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Too far.
Oh, I can taste your love.
Yeah, that feels pretty good to me. It's kind of lasting for about, maybe half a bar. Just that bow, bow, bow. I like it. So now let's go in here and let's create a pre-delay. Start with that. So I'm going to grab my sample delay, and I'm probably going to want this pre-delay to be a little bit longer than the vocal because I really want it to sit behind the snare. I really don't want the snare to be pushed back in the mix.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Maybe somewhere around there. I'm kind of liking that. Let me grab my my calculator. Let's figure out what the closest note would be. So it looks like the closest note is a dotted 30-second note at 110. Perfect. Or 110.3. So let's listen.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling
I like it. I'm going to need to definitely do some cutting. It's way too warm. It needs to be quite a bit brighter. So I'm going to first of all just cut a lot of the lows out, and then we'll see if I need to cut any of the highs.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
That's better.
Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking that.
I'm feeling numb.
It's subtle, but I like the connection it's giving it. I like the thickness it's giving it. So now let's go in and add our direction mixer again so that we can start to kind of monofy this a bit, make it not quite so wide.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. It's got a little bit of stereo width just to give it some intrigue and some interest, but it's getting out of the way of everything in this left and right side of the stereo spectrum. I'm really liking that. Great, so let's mix it in. Let's just turn this down, turn it up till we can just kind of barely hear it, till it's just sounding good, then take it back just a little bit because you're probably taking it too far.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of getting like a pow, pow sort of sound. I'm a fan. So let's listen again and see if there's anything that really needs another style reverb.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can take.
I think the piano is sounding kind of weird where it's at. So let's try and see if, we could potentially give it a little something. So let's make another reverb, another send. So this time, let's grab chromoverb again. I'm not really feeling another plate reverb. We've already got enough of those. Okay, so what do we want to try? Well, we've done a lot of rooms in this mix. I kind of feel like trying a chamber. Let's see what that sounds like.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
I'll turn this up so it's easier to hear.
Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you.
Yeah, I'm liking that sound. So let's go in and do some tweaks so that we're able to get it to not take up quite so much room in the mix and not add so much space to a piano that already has a lot of space added. So before we do anything, let's go over to our details and tweak our early and late reflection mixer because we're going to want a late reflection heavy reverb.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
Cool, that feels good. So now let's mess with our early pre-delay. Let's get it to sit kind of behind the piano a bit.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
I like it. So up next, let's tweak our density. We probably don't need it as dense as we currently have it, because otherwise it's just going to take up a lot of space in the mix. So I'm going to take it all the way down, just turn it up a bit.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can take.
Yeah, that feels feels good. So now let's go check out our width. This is one where I kind of wonder if I want to make it wider than 100%. I know that this doesn't really go in tandem with what we've been talking about, but this piano kind of needs like a really interesting sound. And I don't think that necessarily needs to be a mono reverb. So I'm just going to take it down a bit and then turn it up potentially higher, see if that's going to help.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Oh, I can taste.
Great. So now we've just got a few other settings to tweak, some things that we didn't go over. I really want this reverb to stick out. I really want this reverb to feel interesting and unique. The piano's kind of boring right now, so I'm going to add a lot of modulation to it from my modulation over here. Now, I'm going to have pretty high depth and a pretty low speed. That usually makes it aggressive, but not very fast, so it's not super obvious to the listener. But it gives it a nice chorus sound that I like.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's really cool. That sort of chorus, it's chorusing, it's delayed, the width is wider than true stereo. I'm a fan. So let's go back to main and let's tweak our attack, our size, and our damping.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly.
Kind of like that. Yeah, I think on the whole, I'm feeling this. So now let's just add some EQ.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh,
Yeah, that's cool. So I'm going to take this piano reverb all the way down and I'm just going to slowly mix it in until it sounds just right. And then I'm going to back off a bit because that's probably too far.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste
Yeah, I like that.
your love.
Kind of gives the piano just a little bit of like intrigue. Now I do need to take the piano down in volume because I just turned it up quite a bit. So let's bring it back to where it was roughly. And then let's listen and see if there's anything else that we need to add. Right now I'm really feeling like it's sounding good.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your.
So the only thing that I'm hearing is that there's a lot of empty space. There's a lot of negative space in between the different vocal phrases and, interestingly enough, in between the bass phrases. So this is where throws come in. And throws are one of the most useful techniques when it comes to reverb. So what a throw is basically you automating up the send level on the last word of a phrase or the last note of a phrase and having a reverb that then sustains throughout the empty space. So that might sound a little confusing. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to our vocals. I'm going to grab another bus for a reverb. Let's call this vocal throw, and let's add our chromoverb again. So I'm going to start off with a really wild setting, something interesting and unique. So bloomy, for example. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go and I'm going to look at my vocals. I'm going to go to my automation lane. And every single DAW does automation differently in Logic. You just need to go up here and hit the automation button. And you want to select this send for your automation. So I'm going to go in Logic down to Main, and I'm going to select Vocal Throw. And now you can see I have full control over how much gain is being sent to that channel. And here's what's great about that. I can basically just say, oh, I want reverb on this one word and nothing else. Makes it really, really helpful. So for example, let's say this word right here.
I miss you so badly.
So lay, just that last syllable. Let's try that.
I miss you so badly.
Pretty cool sound, right? Now, obviously that's way too much, but that's what we're going for. We are going to be connecting the space in between these phrases. Now, I'm actually going to undo this for now. We're going to come back to it, and I'm going to set up my reverb. So let's go over here. I'm going to send all my gain. Let's open up my reverb, and let's just get like a cool sound that's really long. You know, I want something that is going to last the entire time that the vocal isn't going. So my decay time is going to be crazy long. So let's say like 4 bars, for example. That's probably around how long it's lasting. So I'm going to do a little tweaking, and then we will get back to our throws. Okay, so I've got my throw ready. I got my reverb all set up the way I like. I even threw in a little tape delay to kind of give it just a little bit of movement, which is sometimes really, really nice whenever you're doing these kinds of throws. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to select my vocal throw amount, my send amount. And like I said, I'm just going to grab those last words, those final words of each phrase. And let's see what it sounds like.
I miss you so badly.
So I'm just going to grab lay. I don't want a lay because that's 2 different notes, and that's going to give me a kind of a weird result.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Okay, so let's grab one here.
Thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Okay, let's grab this note.
Feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
And then we'll grab this final note as well. Okay, so let's do some tweaking. Now, the reason that I turned these right sides up is sometimes whenever a vocalist sort of gets quiet at the end of a phrase, you could really lose your reverb or lose your delay. So I like to do kind of some pre-volume automation, level it out a bit so that you can hear the reverb for longer. So let's get our levels right.
Miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
Remember, we're going for subtlety. If I can really hear it easily, it's too loud.
If I'm even thinking straight, I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, my love.
So let's take that one down a bit as well. Let's try it one more time.
Miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love on my skin.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I actually really like the throw at the very end, especially because it transitions really nicely into that next phrase. So, honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Let's just do a quick before and after and see what this sounded like before we started and then what it's sounding like after we've added all of our style reverbs.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love. Oh, I miss you so badly.
I'm kind of liking that. I think I'm going to go into this vocal verb right here and let's see what happens if I just get a little aggressive with it.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight.
I kind of like that.
I'm feeling numb.
It really, really makes the vocal connect.
Taste your love. I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb.
Yeah, I'm liking this. So let's do our big reveal moment. So we've now gone through all of our shadow system. We've learned how to create style reverbs, and we've done basically everything that we're going to do to get depth and distance and direction and style and emotion and all this stuff. And we're going to just take it away, and we're going to see kind of what this sounds like, because I can guarantee you it's going to be wild. It's going to be really crazy.
I miss you so badly. I don't know if I'm even thinking straight. I'm feeling numb. Oh, I can taste your love.
It goes from being this beautiful three-dimensional sound with this lush backdrop of reverb to being flat and just a bunch of tracks that got imported into your DAW. Really as simple as that. So if you're able to focus on accomplishing these two goals of reverb, space and style, and you use the shadow system to get your space, and you use your intuition and your creativity to get your style, you are going to be able to create unbelievably good mixes. I guarantee it.
Hello and welcome to this lecture all about the Deesser 2 plugin. So this lecture was taken from my complete Logic Pro 10 course. To gain full access to this course, just check out the link in the description below. So Deesser is actually a fast-acting compressor that only compresses at high frequencies or a certain band of high frequencies. A Deesser is primarily used to reduce sibilance in vocal recordings. A Deesser can also be used to smooth out high frequencies in other instruments such as hi-hats or cymbals. Like I said though, a Deesser is primarily used on vocals for reducing the sibilance, so any harsh S's, F's or T sounds. So essentially, a Deesser reduces that high-end hiss produced from the S, F, or T sounds. Sibilance also depends on the voice itself. It also depends on the position of the microphone. So if you're at the side of the microphone slightly, it will sound less essy than if you're directly in front of the microphone. So mic placement can help with sibilance. As well, the distance will make a difference with sibilance. So if the vocalist is right up close to the microphone, then there may be more sibilance than if the vocalist is further away from the microphone. However, you may not want the vocalist too far away from the microphone because you may capture more room sound, which you may not want for your recording. But a Deesser can help reduce sibilance in your recording. Be careful though when you're de-essing, because if you have too much of this, then it may sound like the vocalist has got a bit of a lisp, but the correct amount can make your vocal recording sound less harsh. I generally like to use a Deesser before the compressor, so I'm not compressing the unwanted sibilant sound. But sometimes if it's a really essy recording, I will also use a Deesser after the compressor as well as before the compressor. So let's have a look at the Deesser 2 plugin in Logic Pro 10. So to open this up, we need to go down to Dynamics and then Deesser 2. In this plugin, we have a few different dials and controls, and we also have these visual meter displays. We also have a few different presets we can choose. I'm going to go to Recall Default and work from the default. Okay, let's have a look at the different settings now. On the left here, you'll notice we have the detection meter slider. So this allows us to drag up or down the threshold, and gain reduction will only be applied to signals above this number. Let's just solo the vocals and play this back.
I push against the earth.
We also have a detection meter. So this shows us the input signal level, and the level is in yellow when it goes above the threshold.
I push against the earth.
And the maximum number is displayed at the top, and you can click to reset this number. Okay, going along, we have the reduction meter slider. This allows you to drag to set the maximum reduction level. And we also have a reduction meter. So this shows the amount of gain reduction that's been applied.
I I push against the earth, but all I see is dirt in me. Every lie I say.
And the maximum number is shown in the number above, which you can also click to reset. Okay, going along, we have some more controls. First one is the threshold. This dial does the same as the slider over here. So a threshold, it basically only applies the reduction to signals above this number. So if you have this at 0 dB, for example, it won't apply any reduction to the signal because the signal won't be above 0 dB. So let's just lower this. And going along, we have max reduction. And this also does the same as the slider over here. So this is the maximum reduction that will be applied when the signal passes past the threshold. So the higher the number, the more gain reduction will be applied to your signal.
I push against the earth.
And if we lower this, we have less gain reduction applied to the signal.
I push against the...
And we can see the amount of reduction with this blue bar in the reduction meter.
I push against the earth, but all I see is dirt in...
Okay, going along, we have frequency. So this is the center frequency that you're going to reduce. So it's the frequency where the sibilance is detected at. Generally, I'd have this between 5 and 10,000 hertz. It really does depend on the voice that you're mixing. For female vocals, for example, the frequency may be a little higher. And going down, we also have the filter solo button. So this is really useful. So this solo is the frequency that you've selected. This allows you to just listen to the frequency that you want to attenuate.
I push against the earth, but all I see is dirt in me. I push against the earth.
In this vocal here, I push against the earth. It's the against that I want to reduce.
I push against the earth. I push against the earth. I push against the earth. I push against the earth.
So the frequency that I want to attenuate is around about 7,800 hertz.
I push against the earth. I push against the...
So I do recommend having this filter solo button selected, finding the frequency that you wish to attenuate, and I also recommend going through and setting the right threshold for your recording and finding the max amount of reduction. Like I said though, if you have too much de-essing going on, it may sound like your singer has a bit of a lisp. You do want some S sounds though, you don't want to cut out too much, but you may want to cut out some so the recording doesn't sound too harsh. Okay, going along, we can choose filter type. Here we have a bandpass filter, and we also have a high shelf filter. The bandpass filter mode is useful for isolating and reducing a specific band of high frequencies. So if you just want to reduce the band around a certain frequency, then I recommend using the band setting. The high shelf filter mode though could be useful for reducing a full range of SE sounds that are above the frequency that you've selected. So if you want to reduce a frequency and also all of the other high frequencies above it, then I recommend using the high shelf. But if you just want to reduce a specific band, then I recommend using band mode. Okay, going along, we have the range setting. So here we have split or we have wide. So these both affect the filter frequency range. So split affects the signal tightly around the center frequency of the frequency value that you select. So this can give you a more narrow reduction. And wide mode will affect a broader range around the frequency value. We also have two different modes. We have relative and absolute. So in absolute mode, if you have a very quiet signal at certain points, this can only be processed if the threshold is set to a very low value, because the audio needs to go above this threshold for it to be filtered or reduced at the frequency that you select. And then we have relative mode. With relative mode, the signal level can actually be higher or lower than where we have the threshold set. So in this mode, we can adjust the threshold so it's just triggering the deesser, and the threshold will be adjusted for a quieter or louder S sound. With this mode, we just set the threshold so it's triggering the deesser, and the threshold will be adjusted automatically with the deesser for quieter or louder S sounds. We still need to set the threshold here. However, if the level goes up, then it will automatically raise the threshold level. So if there are any sibilant sounds that are quieter or louder in the audio, the threshold will be adjusted in this relative mode. So this mode can actually give a more consistent effect and sound smoother than the absolute mode. So I do recommend going through and listening to your audio, reducing some of those harsh sibilant sounds, but maybe not too much, or you may get a bit of a lisp sound. Okay, so that is the Deesser 2 plugin in Logic Pro 10. It's a kind of multi-band compressor that only operates at a single frequency band. The Deesser is mainly used for vocals to tame some of the sibilant sounds, but we can use it for other instruments such as cymbals or hi-hats, just to smooth out the sound and attenuate some of those piercing frequencies. So when de-essing vocals, I do recommend going through and finding the right frequency you wish to de-ess. The filter solo button can really help with this. Then setting the correct threshold, choosing your mode, and then adding the max reduction. Make sure you don't reduce too much because you still want some of those S sounds. And if you reduce too much, it may sound like the vocalist has got a bit of a lisp. However, a de-esser can be really great just for reducing some sibilant sounds that you get from S's, F's, and T's. So thanks for watching this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I'll see you in the next one. So this lecture was actually taken from my complete Logic Pro 10 course. To gain full access to this course, just check out the link in the description below.
All right, so you finished up another module in Reverb Breakthrough. So let's do a quick review of what you learned. In this module, we talked about style reverbs, what they are, what to do, what to avoid doing, and how to actually create them in your mix. We talked about creating style without creating mix skunk, and we talked about creating style without creating space, without infringing upon what we did in the shadow system. And finally, you got to hear those two things together. You finally got to hear a mix that used both space and style, both the shadow system and what you've learned in this module. So coming up, we're going to be talking about a few common instruments and some reverb tips and tricks to make them sound incredible. I'll see you in just a bit. So now that we've gone through how to create space and style with reverb, let's look at a few specific instruments and see what's done with those. So let's start with the vocals. Now, lead vocals have a few trends. Different reverb settings that you see done pretty frequently or you see not done pretty frequently. So let's dive right in and kind of find out what we can look for and what we can avoid to get some of those classic vocal sounds. So I'm starting right now with a mix that's kind of half mixed, but my lead vocal has no reverb on it. It's pretty dry and it's kind of sticking out. Let's see what it sounds like.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change. Through dawn and dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged.
You know, kind of boring, kind of dull. Feels like it's just been tacked on top. So let's talk about what you need to avoid with vocal reverb. The main two things are long decay times and short pre-delays. Both of these, especially when they're combined, tend to make the vocal swim in the mix. It makes it kind of difficult to hear exactly what the vocalist is actually saying. You know, if you're ever really struggling to make out any lyrics in a song, and there's a lot of vocal reverb on it, it's probably because of these two things. Not much in the way of pre-delay and a really long decay time. So let's check out what that sounds like. I've got a reverb right here that's just sort of your typical concert hall. You know, got a pretty decently long decay time, you know, average settings, not much in the way of pre-delay. So I'm gonna hit play. You're gonna see what it sounds like. You're gonna really struggle to hear any intelligibility in the vocals. And then I'm gonna back off the decay and add some of that early pre-delay. And suddenly you're gonna start to be able to hear the vocalist clearly.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change. Through dawn and dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged.
Now, obviously the reverb is really loud here, way louder than it ever would be in the mix. But But I think you can kind of hear what I'm talking about. As I started to add more pre-delay, as I started to come back on the decay time, I started being able to actually hear the lyrics. So these are the two things, again, you want to avoid. The pre-delay, especially, that's how we understand auditorily how close something is. So if I have a larger pre-delay, something feels closer to me as the listener. If I have a really short pre-delay, something sounds like it's at the absolute back end of the room. If you've got lead vocals, you probably don't want that to be happening anyway. So with that said, what should you be doing with vocal reverb? Well, obviously, the possibilities are endless. I'm not necessarily going to say you got to do thing 1, 2, 3, and 4, or else it's not a vocal reverb. Whatever sounds best in your mix is going to be the best choice. But there's a few things that I at least want to point out. So first of all, you want to ask yourself, am I looking for bounce or am I looking for connection? So vocals are often very, very dry. They're not particularly connected instruments unless they want to be, right? I can sing a line like this with a lot of connection, or I can sing a line like this with no connection. So oftentimes you'll see reverb kind of filling in the gap in a particular song that has maybe not so much connection. Maybe it's a little bit more staccato. But if I have a lot of connection in between my words, like I did with that first example, I might want a little bit of bounce. I want a little bit more just, pep to my step so that it doesn't feel quite so elongated and flowy. The answer to that question is going to help you to determine what kind of decay time you're looking for. So if you're wanting more bounce, you want a shorter decay time. But if you're wanting more connection, you're wanting a longer decay time. So let's try both of them out with this particular song. If I turn this off, I just mute it. Let's first off just sit and listen, close our eyes, and think, does this need connection or does this need bounce?
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to...
This one's a bit of a trick question, and I actually picked this intentionally because you could kind of do either. This vocalist is really enunciating the beginnings of each of their words, but they are holding out the notes. So everything still is connected like this, but they're starting each word like this. So what that means is there's really no wrong answers here. So let's just try out both, see what we can get.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change. Through dawn and dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged. This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to...
So to me, I feel like I'm getting a lot more out of that bouncy style. It's giving me kind of some energy back into the vocals that I might have lost because the rest of the mix has a good reverb foundation around it and my lead vocals don't. So I'm probably going to stick with that for now. So another important thing to bring up with vocal reverb, if you remember, closer sounds sound brighter. Closer instruments are brighter because they lose less top-end energy because they don't have to travel as far to the ears. If something's far away from the listener, it's going to sound a little bit darker like this. Now, what that means is that you can usually get away with using brighter reverbs on your vocal. Sometimes you can't really get away with that with other instruments. That said, if you do that, you really want to make sure that you are putting a Deesser before your reverb, because any sibilance that happens with your vocalist is going to get multiplied by 1,000 with your reverb. For whatever reason, bright reverbs just do not play nicely with sibilance. And you can even hear it in this. Every single time there's an S or a T or a B or anything like that, it just explodes with sound.
This is the final place. This is the big escape.
Get that? This is the big escape. And that just lasts for way, way too long. So if I wanted to brighten this reverb up, and I really think I do, I'm going to have to go in and add a de-esser. So I'm just going to go in here and add one. And we're not going to go over the best way to set up a de-esser in this course. There's a million YouTube videos that'll teach you way better than I will. So just understand, the settings that you use are going to be the same that you would use to put a de-esser on your vocal. But usually you're a bit more aggressive with how much is taken out, how much S is turned down. Because, if you get really aggressive, it's only going to affect the reverb. It's not going to affect any of the dry sound. So the listener's not really going to be able to hear it. Great, so now I've set up my de-esser. I'm getting probably somewhere between 6 and 10 dBs of compression, which is perfect. And you're really going to be able to tell that's going to be way too much for a regular vocal, but it's not going to be too much for my reverb. We'll do a quick before and after.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through. This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line.
Awesome. So now if I want to, I can go in here and make my reverb brighter. So let's get out of this. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to get rid of a lot of my damping. I'm imagining this in a pretty empty hall, which I'm totally cool with. Or honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I am actually going to add a little bit of damping so that it sounds like there's people here. But I'm going to go into my EQ in here, and I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to give a little bit of a top end boost. So I'm going to make the top end louder, but I'm also going to make it shorter, which is going to really help us out with this.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah.
So, it might be a little bit too bright for the context of the mix. I'd have to actually turn the volume down a little bit to see, but you get the idea. Because I have gone in here and I've added some de-essers, I've been able to, even though I've added some damping here, literally go in and boost the top end in my reverb without causing any significant damage. But if I was to do that without a de-esser, I'd probably cause just havoc in my vocal. Let's actually turn this down and mix it in and see what it sounds like.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change.
Awesome. That was able to give my vocal a nice sense of depth and a nice bounce to it as well, a little bit of brightness to push it forward. I think it sounds really great. But what if I did want that connection style? What if I wanted a longer decay time to connect each of these words together? Now, obviously, we tried it out. It wasn't sounding great, but there is a great trick to doing this connection style of reverb and have it not get in the way of a vocal. And this is something that I'll pretty much do on any long decay time vocal reverb. And it's what's known as side chaining the reverb. So let me zero out my reverb again. Let me get that back to where it was, and then I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So right now I have the decay time of my reverb set to a bar. So a really long time, 2 seconds. Obviously, for most reverbs in the context of a mix, that's probably going to be too long. But I really want that connection that I can get from it. Right now it sounds like it's a bit too much. Let's listen.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies.
So what can I do? Well, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to grab a compressor. And you're actually going to see that there's a way for us to compress our reverb down every single time the vocal is in so that the reverb comes up every single time the vocal is out. And even whenever you use it really subtly, it can be really, really helpful for creating connection without creating mix gunk. So for anyone who doesn't know, sidechain compression is basically where you tell the ears of the compressor to listen to a different instrument rather than the one that it's compressing. And so it listens to that instrument, it acts as if it was compressing that instrument, and then it compresses the one that you're on. You see it used all the time, especially with, kicks and low end, kicks and bass, where you want the bass to duck down every single time the kick comes in to create space for the two to play with. But with this situation, we are going to do something kind of similar to that, but it's going to be the reverb and our vocals. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to create a send on my lead vocals. And what this is known as is a dummy send. Let me actually call this dummy send. Cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my output on this send, and I'm going to select no output. Now what that means is that I'm going to have all of my vocal being sent to this send, right? But it's not going to go anywhere else. It's getting cut off. So no amount of sound is going to actually reach my headphones. It's not changing the tone at all. It's just a technical thing. Here's what's great about that. I can now use that dummy send as an input for my side chain. So I'm going to go down to my bus, and it's bus 65. And so whenever I hit play, I'm going to start to see compression on this compressor that has nothing to do with my reverb and everything to do with my original vocal.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change.
You can kind of hear how it's coming up every single time the vocal stops singing. It's something that's really, really helpful, especially when you put it back in context of the mix. So as far as setting this up goes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a pretty good ratio. I'm going to have a very fast attack. I'm not worried about squishing any transients because I'm not compressing the original vocal. So really, really quick attack. I'm going to have a release that is in time with the music if I can get it there. So we're going to bring up our delay time calculator again. This is going to help it to sound pretty musical. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to type in my BPM, which is 113. So let's try, maybe a quarter note. So that is 530 milliseconds. I'll just type that in. Okay, so let's see what this sounds like before and after.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change.
You see how it gets pushed out of the way really nicely, but it comes back up whenever the vocal isn't actively there. It's creating that connection. It's filling up that space. So now let's listen to it before and after in context of the whole mix.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change.
It handles it. It smushes it down every single time it could possibly be too much. So if I was to go in here and actually mix it into where it sounds good, this would make all the difference in the world as far as keeping it from creating any kind of mix gunk.
This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change. This is the final place. This is the big escape. Down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change.
Great, so we've added a reverb that sounds really cool. It's filled up the space nicely. There's still one thing on the lead vocal that's really bothering me, and it's the fact that there's this weird gap that happens about halfway through this chorus. Let's listen.
Yeah, there's gonna be a change. Through dawn and dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged. Through dawn and dusk we'll break.
It's kind of just empty. There's not really any melody that takes over there. It's just empty space. So what can we do to fill that space, to give the listener something to latch on to? Well, this is where throws come in handy. We've talked about reverb and delay throws earlier on in this course, how basically they are different things where we will automate up the send level to a reverb or a delay, and it will just reverberate that one word that we automated up on. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to grab a new send. Doesn't matter what bus I pick. And I'm going to grab actually a tape delay. Now, a lot of DAWs come stock with one of these. I know Logic does. Down here at the bottom. Tape delays are classic for delay throws. They just have that sound that you're looking for. Usually tape has a much darker sound. It kind of evolves over time, whereas digital delay tends to kind of stay the same tone. It tends to be a little bit brighter. So this is really what I'm going to go for here. So I'm going to stick with a quarter note. I think that's exactly what I'm going to want. I'm going to cut back a bit on the high cut and the low cut. So I'm wanting something, again, really covered. This stuff down here doesn't really matter. And I'm going to want pretty long feedback in my wet to be all the way up because I want it to be able to, be heard, but I want to be able to use my volume fader as a way to turn the volume down. So let's listen to it by itself. I'm just going to put all my gain in here, and it's going to be way too much, but that's okay.
There's gonna be a change, yeah. There's gonna be a change. So down, we'll break from ourselves uncared.
Obviously way too much. We really don't want it to be all over that vocal. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn my gain on my send all the way back down. And I'm going to open up my automation lane, and I'm going to grab the third send as my my selected automation. So in Logic, that means I'm just going to go down to main, and I'm going to select aux 54, which is the throw. Let me actually rename that to throw. Great. So now that I have that, what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to focus in on the final word, and I'm just going to grab that one word and turn that up. And again, this is not automating the level of the delay, it's automating the level of the send gain. If I automated the volume of the delay, then whenever I wanted to have just this final word be delayed, the last phrase would be delayed, the whole thing, and I don't really want that. So let's listen and see if I got the amount of the word that I wanted.
From ourselves
Perfect. That's perfect. It's exactly the sound I wanted. So now, one thing I really like to do with sends like this is I actually like to either add a reverb in front of them, or rather after them, or send them to my shadow system reverbs. Now for this particular mix, I don't have that set up, but I do have a few kind of mix-wide room reverbs that I have created. The reason I do this is I want it to sound like it's in the room with everybody else. So I'm gonna go in here and I'm going to add a few of these reverbs, like I was saying before, and I'm just gonna turn them up kind of like this, just because I know that this is the amount that it needs. So let's listen to it now.
from ourselves uncared.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Turn it down just a bit, and it has that bounce that I want. It's like, exactly there. So let's listen to it now.
Through dawn and dusk we'll break from ourselves uncared. Through dawn.
Perfect. So with all that being said, these are your vocal reverb techniques. Everything else is fair game. Don't forget that just because I didn't talk about it during this video doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means it might not be something that you gotta know before you start working with this instrument. So go out there and make some vocals that sound amazing.
Hello and welcome to this lecture all about the Deesser 2 plugin. So this lecture was taken from my complete Logic Pro 10 course. To gain full access to this course, just check out the link in the description below. So Deesser is actually a fast-acting compressor that only compresses at high frequencies or a certain band of high frequencies. A Deesser is primarily used to reduce sibilance in vocal recordings. A Deesser can also be used to smooth out high frequencies in other instruments such as hi-hats or cymbals. Like I said though, a Deesser is primarily used on vocals for reducing the sibilance, so any harsh S's, F's or T sounds. So essentially, a Deesser reduces that high-end hiss produced from the S, F, or T sounds. Sibilance also depends on the voice itself. It also depends on the position of the microphone. So if you're at the side of the microphone slightly, it will sound less S-y than if you're directly in front of the microphone. So mic placement can help with sibilance. As well, the distance will make a difference with sibilance. So if the vocalist is right up close to the microphone, then there may be more sibilance than if the vocalist is further away from the microphone. However, you may not want the vocalist too far away from the microphone because you may capture more room sound, which you may not want for your recording. But a de-esser can help reduce sibilance in your recording. Be careful though when you're de-essing, because if you have too much of this, then it may sound like the vocalist has got a bit of a lisp, but the correct amount can make your vocal recording sound less harsh. I generally like to use a de-esser before the compressor, so I'm not compressing the unwanted sibilant sound. But sometimes if it's a really essy recording, I will also use a de-esser after the compressor as well as before the compressor. So let's have a look at the De-esser 2 plugin in Logic Pro 10. So to open this up, we need to go down to Dynamics and then De-esser 2. In this plugin, we have a few different dials and controls, and we also have these visual meter displays. We also have a few different presets we can choose. I'm going to go to Recall Default and work from the default. Okay, let's have a look at the different settings now. On the left here, you'll notice we have the detection meter slider. So this allows us to drag up or down the threshold, and gain reduction will only be applied to signals above this number. Let's just solo the vocals and play this back.
I push against the earth.
We also have a detection meter. So this shows us the input signal level, and the level is in yellow when it goes above the threshold.
I push against the earth.
And the maximum number is displayed at the top, and you can click to reset this number. Okay, going along we have the reduction meter slider. This allows you to drag to set the maximum reduction level. And we also have a reduction meter. So this shows the amount of gain reduction that's been applied.
I push against the earth, but all I see is dirt in me. Every lie I say.
And the maximum number is shown in the number above, which you can also click to reset. Okay, going along we have some more controls. First one is the threshold. This dial does the same as the slider over here. So a threshold, it basically only applies the reduction to signals above this number. So if you have this at 0 dB, for example, it won't apply any reduction to the signal because the signal won't be above 0 dB. So let's just lower this. And going along, we have max reduction. And this also does the same as the slider over here. So this is the maximum reduction that will be applied when the signal passes past the threshold. So the higher the number, the more gain reduction will be applied to your signal.
I push against the earth.
And if we lower this, we have less gain reduction applied to the signal.
I push against the...
And we can see the amount of reduction with this blue bar in the reduction meter.
I push against the earth, but all I see is dirt in...
Okay, going along we have frequency. So this is the center frequency that you're going to reduce. So it's the frequency where the sibilance is detected at. Generally, I'd have this between 5 and 10,000 hertz. It really does depend on the voice that you're mixing. For female vocals, for example, the frequency may be a little higher. And going down, we also have the filter solo button. So this is really useful. So this solo is the frequency that you've selected. This allows you to just listen to the frequency that you want to attenuate.
I push against the earth, but all I see is dirt in me. I push against the earth.
In this vocal here, I push against the earth. It's the against that I want to reduce.
I push against the earth. I push against the earth. I push against the earth. I push against the earth.
So the frequency that I want to attenuate is around about 7,800 hertz.
I push against the earth. I push against the...
So I do recommend having this filter solo button selected, finding the frequency that you wish to attenuate, and I also recommend going through and setting the right threshold for your recording, and finding the max amount of reduction. Like I said though, if you have too much de-essing going on, it may sound like your singer has a bit of a lisp. You do want some S sounds though, you don't want to cut out too much, but you may want to cut out some so the recording doesn't sound too harsh. Okay, going along we can choose filter type. Here we have a bandpass filter, and we also have a high shelf filter. The bandpass filter mode is useful for isolating and reducing a specific band of high frequencies. So if you just want to reduce the band around a certain frequency, then I recommend using the band setting. The high shelf filter mode though could be useful for reducing a full range of SE sounds that are above the frequency that you've selected. So if you want to reduce a frequency and also all of the other high frequencies above it, then I recommend using the high shelf. But if you just want to reduce a specific band, then I recommend using band mode. Okay, going along we have the range setting. So here we have split or we have wide. So these both affect the filter frequency range. So split affects the signal tightly around the center frequency of the frequency value that you select. So this can give you a more narrow reduction. And wide mode will affect a broader range around the frequency value. We also have two different modes. We have relative and absolute. So in absolute mode, if you have a very quiet signal at certain points, this can only be processed if the threshold is set to a very low value, because the audio needs to go above this threshold for it to be filtered or reduced at the frequency that you select. And then we have relative mode. With relative mode, the signal level can actually be higher or lower than where we have the threshold set. So in this mode, we can adjust the threshold so it's just triggering the deesser, and the threshold will be adjusted for a quieter or louder S sound. With this mode, we just set the threshold so it's triggering the deesser, and the threshold will be adjusted automatically with the deesser for quieter or louder S sounds. We still need to set the threshold here. However, if the level goes up, then it will automatically raise the threshold level. So if there are any sibilant sounds that are quieter or louder in the audio, the threshold will be adjusted in this relative mode. So this mode can actually give a more consistent effect and sound smoother than the absolute mode. So I do recommend going through and listening to your audio, reducing some of those harsh sibilant sounds, but maybe not too much, or you may get a bit of a lisp sound. Okay, so that is the Deesser 2 plugin in Logic Pro 10. It's a kind of multi-band compressor that only operates at a single frequency band. The Deesser is mainly used for vocals to tame some of the sibilant sounds, but we can use it for other instruments such as cymbals or hi-hats, just to smooth out the sound and attenuate some of those piercing frequencies. So when de-essing vocals, I do recommend going through and finding the right frequency you wish to de-ess. The filter solo button can really help with this. Then setting the correct threshold, choosing your mode, and then adding the max reduction. Make sure you don't reduce too much because you still want some of those S sounds. And if you reduce too much, it may sound like the vocalist has got a bit of a lisp. However, a deesser can be really great just for reducing some sibilant sounds that you get from S's, F's, and T's. So thanks for watching this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I'll see you in the next one. So this lecture was actually taken from my complete Logic Pro 10 course. To gain full access to this course, just check out the link in the description below.
So let's talk about reverb on drums. Now, there are definitely some things to avoid whenever you're doing any kind of reverb on drums, and there's some good practices that you might want to try. So I actually have on screen right now 2 different examples. One example of a really bad reverb that is basically doing everything it possibly could wrong, and then a really good reverb that's doing the exact opposite of all those things. So first off, let's listen to just the raw drums, then I'll add in the bad reverb, and then you'll hear the good reverb. So obviously that bad reverb was a lot, right? So let's actually go in here and check out what exactly caused that reverb to sound like some UFO straight out of hell. So let's start off talking about the density. So you can see on screen here, the density is set to about Well, exactly 0%. Now, we've talked about the density rule of thumb before, which is that the more dense the instrument is, the less density the reverb needs. And vice versa, the less dense an instrument, the more density the reverb needs. So drums are very little density. It is a quick hit and then they are gone. You know, the exact opposite of a drum might be an orchestra or an electric guitar, like a distorted electric guitar. Stuff that is just all thickness, all density. Not so much with drums. Part of the reason you're hearing that like sound, that like marbles on a sheet of metal sound, is because the density is so low. In order to have a great sounding drum reverb, we want to have a more diffused room. So I'm gonna just start to turn this density up and you're gonna hear the difference pretty much immediately. So the next thing you want to avoid is the wrong reverb type. On screen here, we've got a concert hall. Now, obviously, we've got a reverb coming from every single mic on the drum kit. The kick, the snare, and the overheads, which are getting like the cymbals and toms and whatnot. So if I was just having a snare reverb, a hall might work pretty well. But if I'm trying to put a reverb on the whole drum set to get some sort of like drum room ambience or something like that, a hall is really not going to be what I want to go for. It's just too big, too hard to handle. So really what you're going to want to go for is a room or a chamber. So let's try switching this to chamber. Already sounds a lot better. The next thing that you want to avoid is a long pre-delay time. Now, we've talked in the past that whenever you're adding reverb to a single instrument, you usually want to add a very long pre-delay to keep the reverb behind the instrument and keep the instrument up front. Not quite so much with drums. Drums are so fast and have so little density and sustain that you hear an extremely audible pre-delay the moment that the snare itself or the kick itself or the overheads, the moment they end. So I'm going to want to go in here and turn my pre-delay down pretty dramatically. And you're going to hear that as I do this, the literal delay sound that I'm hearing with the reverb is going to start going away, and it's going to start to feel a little bit more consistent. So I no longer get this feeling like I've doubled up on my drums, like I have two drum hits at the same time. Now it just feels like one hit, one kick, one snare, one cymbal hit. So what's the next thing that we want to avoid? Well, we want to avoid overly bright reverbs. They just don't play nicely with drums. So for one, I'm not going to want to have no damping. I'm probably going to want to have some level of damping just to kind of soak up some of that cymbal sound. And I also, if we go to details, you can see I actually have boosted the top end of this reverb. I'm not going to want to do that. I'm going to want to do the exact opposite and make some pretty sizable cuts. So let's start off with our damping. I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to damp quite a bit of the top end. I might damp a little bit of the bottom end as well. Yeah, that's feeling pretty good to me. So now I'm going to go in to my EQ, which I actually prefer to just use my own EQ for this. And I'm going to start to do my cuts. Now to do this, I am actually just going to grab this EQ that I've already made from my good reverb. And let's talk about what I've done here. So I've cut a lot out of the bottom end. Very slight slope though, only 12 dBs. I've got a very slight slope cut on the top end. And, the key to this is very, very, very subtle slopes. We're not trying to get super aggressive here. Otherwise, you start to get a lot of fakeness. And then finally, I actually added a little bit of a cut here because there was a snare resonance that was just really overreacting in the drums, in the drum reverb. And this happens all the time. So sometimes just getting rid of that ahead of time can really help the sound of your reverbs. So I'm going to disable all this and I'm going to start bringing it in one by one. So let's do a quick before and after. Much more controlled. Now it does lose a lot of girth. So, I may end up going in and making some changes later on in the mix, just depending on really what I need, but this is controlled finally for the first time. So the final thing that you're going to want to avoid with your drum reverbs is sending too much to the kick. Now, this is a common issue if you're trying to create like a really big drum chamber reverb or something like that. People will just send 100% of the entire kit, and certain things just don't play nicely with reverb, and kick is one of them. As you can hear, the kick is just really overreacting in this reverb. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go in here and I'm going to tweak the levels of my sends. And I'm actually going to probably back off a bit on my snare as well. I'd love to get it to a point where my cymbals, my snare, and my kick are a little bit more even than they are right now. Yeah, I already like that so much better. So now that we've done all these changes, let's listen one more time to where we started and what we've ended with. Now, all these concepts are going to apply to whatever drum you put reverb on. But as everyone knows, the most common drum that uses reverb is the snare. In fact, you see that way more often than you see, a reverb that's on every single drum. So I just want to go over really quickly a few tactics that are specific to a snare reverb. So I've actually got a few different snare reverbs up here on the screen, and let's just see what we're starting with. So what exactly was I doing to get that sound? Well, for one, I've just got like a pretty good room, a lot of density, not much in the way of pre-delay, decent decay time, and more late reflections than early reflections. Not too much as far as width goes. Usually you don't want to have a fully stereo snare reverb. That could be really beneficial to your mix. But here's a cool trick that I love doing with my snare reverbs. So I actually will go in here and I'll add some compression, and I'll just compress down with a really fast attack, a really fast release. I'll compress down the peaks of the reverb and then bring them back up with makeup gain. This creates a really cool density to the reverb that keeps it going for longer than it really needs to. So let me do a before and after. And I will say, if you do this trick, you want to make sure that you're not using that long of a decay time, because this is going to make your decay seem like it's a lot longer than it actually is. Subtle, of course, but you can kind of hear that like like it's almost like going and then stopping, going and then stopping. Whereas before it was just like, a very gradual fall off, which is just a very different kind of sound. And I've just found that in contexts of certain mixes, that trick can be really, really helpful. So let me show you another trick that I really enjoy using. I actually have right here another compressor, and I actually have it side chained to the snare itself. So this is the same technique that we use with our vocal reverb. So if I turn this on, you can see that the compressor is turning down the volume of this snare reverb every time the snare hit comes in, and then it's bringing it back in slowly. And what this does is it creates almost like a blooming effect with the reverb that can sound really, really cool. It could also get your snare reverb out of the way of the snare, which is going to help to keep your snare forward in the mix. Let's do it before and after. So it didn't really sound all that different, right? But here's what I would say. Go back and listen to it a second time, and instead of listening to the reverb, listen to the snare. And you're going to feel the snare pop forward in the mix just a little bit whenever I turn this on. And it can be really, really helpful if, again, your reverb is pushing that snare back, and you really feel like it needs to stay separated. So my final trick is something that doesn't necessarily sound all that good in solo, but in context of a mix can sound very, very musical. And it's actually using a longer reverb with a noise gate. And this is the classic technique, that 80s drum sound with those gated snare reverbs where the snare lasts for exactly one beat and then it just cuts off. It's basically this technique, but I'm using it way more subtly. So what I've actually done, let me actually go in here and open up my reverb. I've just got kind of a standard reverb, pretty similar to what we were working with last time. I've got a decay time of about 1.8 seconds, and I have a noise gate on here. So basically what's happening is that every single time the snare reverb comes in, the noise gate opens up, right? Which just means that you can hear it as you usually would. And then every time it goes back below the threshold, it holds for a little bit, and then it releases for a little bit. And I actually have this timed so that it's exactly 1/8 note. Now, the length of the note is kind of up to you and your song. I'm not going to be able to give you an exact estimation of what it should be, but you get this really interesting sound whenever you have only a little bit of noise reduction. So if I was to turn this all the way down to 100%, minus 100 dBs, I'm going to hit play, and it's going to sound kind of not great, or rather it's going to sound very 80s. This isn't really what we're doing. You get the idea. But if I was to go in here and increase my reduction so that I'm only reducing a little bit, what it does is it kind of just starts to clamp down on the tails of the reverbs. It's not getting rid of them entirely. It's just adding a little extra pull away from them. And when timed with the music, it can be very musical. It can really give a nice sense of groove to your reverb. Let's look at before and after. It kind of feels like it's pumping in time with the music, which is exactly what we want it to do. Now, my final tip as far as snare reverb goes is that you are going to definitely want the snare reverb to be tucked into the mix. Now, this particular example, I obviously don't have a mix to show you. I just have the drums. But if you have a super loud snare reverb, typically it can really get in the way of the groove of the song. So if you're starting with your reverb all the way up, I would definitely recommend you take this, go all the way down, and start to slowly turn it up until it sounds just right, or maybe a little bit too loud, and then back off, because you probably went too far. So let's try exactly that. I like that. It's really subtle. It's there. It's elongating the snare, but it's not doing too much. Let's do a before and after. So there you have it. Now, as long as you're keeping these kind of general rules of thumb in mind, go nuts. Feel free to be creative. If you want to have a weird reverb with a delay and stuff like that on your snare, or you want to have some weird otherworldly reverbs on your toms, go for it. Just make sure that your reverbs aren't getting in the way of your groove, and then you'll be just fine. In this video, you'll learn how to use a noise gate to clean up your mixes, as well as a crazy gating trick to keep your vocals on the top of your mix. So keep watching if you want to make your drums, guitars, bass, and your vocals sound as clean as the pros. But first, make sure to download my free noise gate cheat sheet. It comes with 3 easy-to-follow graphics that cover everything we talk about in this video. Just click the link in the description or on screen now. Let's do this. Hey everyone, this is Dylan with Musician on a Mission, here today with another mix tutorial. Today we're talking about noise gates. What are they? When should you use them? How do you even use them? We're going to be covering everything in this video, so let's get right into it. So first off, what even is a noise gate? You've probably heard about these tools quite a bit whenever you're talking to other producers about drums, or sometimes about bass or electric guitars or background vocals. Basically, what a noise gate does is it helps to clean your audio up by dramatically turning down the volume of an instrument when it's not playing. If the volume of the instrument doesn't reach a certain level, it gets turned down. So it's great for drums, especially because you have all of the bleed that happens in between microphones whenever you're recording drums with several different mics. It's great for background vocals and vocals to help get rid of those lip smacks, the humming, the random background sounds and clicks and whirs that you hear in between vocals. It's great for guitars and bass sometimes whenever you've got a particularly hummy amp or buzzy amp. Whenever you're not playing, the noise gate will mute that sound so that it's not present in the mix all the time. Now, noise gates are not always necessary. You don't have to put them on every single mix. You certainly don't have to put them on every single track, but they're a great tool to know so that whenever you really need one, you can put one on, take 2 or 3 minutes, be on your way. So before we look at the anatomy of a noise gate, let's see what one sounds like. I'm going to go in here and solo this snare. We're going to hit play. I'm going to turn off all of the sends so you can hear what it really sounds like. I'm going to turn the reduction all the way down. So this is what it sounds like without a gate. So there's a lot happening in that snare channel that we don't want. Let me turn the gate back on. Nothing but the snare. Sounds nice and clean. I'm going to bring this back up. Let's go section by section and talk about what each of these knobs do. So first up is the threshold. Now the threshold basically tells the noise gate at what level, what incoming level of audio signal should close the gate or open the gate. So basically if the level falls below this threshold, the gate is closed, the volume is reduced, which goes on to our next knob, reduction. This is basically just saying how much volume is reduced whenever it goes below the threshold. So I might say, okay, if the snare, or rather all the stuff around the snare, goes below 21 dBs, I want it to be turned down by 20 dBs. Some people turn it down all the way, basically as much as possible. I personally like having a little bit of drum bleed left in each of my drum mics. I find that it sounds a little bit more natural. It sounds a little bit more like that classic drum sound. So I will actually turn the reduction up just a little bit to get a little bit of that bleed to go through. But what you decide to do is totally up to you. It's your own personal choice. A lot of people like to take that reduction all the way down. So next is the attack. So what the attack does is it sets the time it takes to fully open the gate after the audio signal goes above the threshold. So let's say my snare has just been hit. It just went above negative 21 decibels. How long is it going to take for that gate to fully open? So for percussion, I like a really fast attack. I want it to open as quickly as possible so that none of the transient is gone. So I set my attack very, very quick, very, very low. So hold determines the minimum amount of time that the gate stays open before releasing and closing again. So this helps to prevent chattering, which is the unnatural sound of the gate closing over and over and over again very, very quickly while a single note or a single hit is still happening. You'll see that a lot of the different functions of a noise gate are meant to prevent chattering. You want it to sound natural. You don't want it to sound like a digital robot who has a stuttering problem. Once you've got your hold set, then you're going to want to go over to release. This just sets how slowly the volume is lowered after the audio signal falls below the threshold. So it's in this order: attack, hold, release. So the snare goes above -21 decibels, which is our threshold. It takes 1 millisecond for the gate to fully open and for the volume to get turned all the way back up. That gate is going to hold for 170 milliseconds. It's going to stay open no matter what happens. And then it's going to take 336 milliseconds to release. And that means that it's like a fade out. Like if you were to add a fade to the end of a song or the end of a track, basically the same thing is happening. So the release is saying, hey, over 300 milliseconds, I want this sound to slowly fade. And we set that because we want to make sure that the sound is as natural as possible. Again, we don't want it to sound digital. We don't want it to sound choppy and harsh. So next up, let's talk about hysteresis right over here. It's pretty confusing whenever you first read about it, but the more you work with it, the easier it is to understand what it does. It's also a tool to prevent chattering, which I just talked about with the hold function. So pretty much what it does is it turns the threshold right here into a range instead of a single number. If an audio signal, so if a snare, for instance, goes above the threshold, goes above -21 decibels, the gate opens. But the gate only closes if it goes below the range that's been set by the hysteresis. So if we're talking about a threshold of -21 dBs, and we have a hysteresis of -6, that means if the snare goes above -21 decibels, the gate is not going to close again until the sound goes below -27 decibels, because it's 21 plus 6, or -21 minus -6. Math, guys. That's not the reason I became a musician. So what this does is it helps to prevent chattering, which is that unnatural sound we've talked about a few times. Whenever you have a range set, you are able to keep a sound open for longer. It keeps the gate from opening and closing very, very quickly because the sound is living right around the threshold. It keeps going above it and below it very quickly. Having a range set by the hysteresis makes it sound quite a bit more natural. Now, the amount of hysteresis you need depends on the sound. I usually find that starting around -6 is good and then kind of just tweaking from there. So next up, I'm going to go over here. Let's talk about sidechain. So sidechain is basically a function that allows you to link the gate to another audio source. So it closes the gate only when the new sidechained instrument goes below the threshold. So for instance, if I was to have a noise gate on a guitar and I wanted to sidechain it to a vocal, the gate for that guitar would only open whenever the vocal was playing. We're going to go into more detail about this feature in a few minutes. So next up, we're going to talk about filters right here, the high cutoff, the low cutoff, and the monitor. So the filter section, it filters the incoming audio signal, so the snare that we're using right now, to solo out the specific part of the sound that they want to register the gate. So these filters don't affect the tone of the instrument. They're not cutting off the bottom, they're not cutting off the top. They're only affecting how accurate the gate is. They're basically allowing you to say, I only want the gate to open for any frequency that is above the threshold between, I suppose for me it was between 350 hertz and 500 hertz. So I only wanted sounds that were right in here to allow the gate to open. Now, this is used most often with drum recordings, where other drums in different parts of the frequency spectrum are accidentally triggering the gate to open. So using filters to hone in on the drums you're focusing on will cause the gate to ignore the other drums. So for instance, if I had a whole bunch of cymbals that were really loud in this snare track, which if I remember correctly, I do. Let me hit play. I can say, okay, I want the cutoff to make sure that it ignores that, and I want the cutoff to make sure that it ignores the kick that's in there as well. So it's only focusing on the snare. In order to do this properly, we want to turn the monitor on. Now, the monitor allows us to just listen to what is happening with the cutoffs. So I'm going to hit play right now. Now I'm going to decrease the high cutoff. Now that's not changing the tone at all. Like I said, that's only changing what the gate is listening to. So you want to make sure you're turning the monitor off whenever you're actually using the gate. That's only to figure out where you want to set your cutoffs. So we've only got a few more things to go over. Next up is the gate and ducker. So not every noise gate has this, but quite a few do. So selecting gate is going to lower the volume when the audio signal is below the threshold. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. But if I select ducker, it'll lower the volume only when the audio signal is above the threshold. So ducking is most useful when it's being used as a sidechain. So as I said before, if I was sidechaining a vocal to a guitar, I would want to use a ducker most likely because the guitar would drop in volume whenever the vocal comes in so that it creates space for the vocal to live in. We are going to talk about this specifically with my crazy trick that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. The final parameter that we're going to look at is the look ahead right here. So the look ahead is actually brand new to digital audio. Back 30, 40, 50 years ago, they didn't have access to this tool because they were using analog equipment. The look ahead can only exist in a digital workspace, so it only really exists in the 21st century. Now, what a look ahead does is it is telling the noise gate, hey, make sure that you are actually processing 10 milliseconds ahead of time before any incoming audio signal comes in. So it's just going to make the noise gate more accurate. It's going to give it some time to prepare to open, a little bit of time to prepare to close. Honestly, a few milliseconds is probably all you're going to need to use. It does increase the CPU load of your computer, so using lots of noise gates with lots of large look-aheads is going to make it more difficult for you to run your session without it crashing. So usually a few milliseconds is fine. So now that we've gone over all of the parts of a noise gate, let's talk about how to actually set one up. So I'm going to start over with this one using this snare. I'm going to open up a new noise gate. I'll get rid of the old one. And we are going to try to clean up this signal. Now let's listen to the dry signal again. I want to get rid of most of the cymbal and the kick. I really only want the snare to be happening in this. So first off, let's turn the plugin on. That's important. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to set the reduction as low as it can go. Now, default for Logic, it's already set to as low as it can go, so that's perfect. We're going to be turning this up potentially later on down the line. So step 2 is you want to lower the threshold so that only the desired sound is opening the gate. So we only want the snare to open the gate. So I'm going to turn this up and I'm going to hit play. So right now, only a few snare hits are opening this gate. So I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Now, the snare is opening up. Also, the kick is opening it up. So I'm going to turn it up just a little bit. That's pretty good for me. As we mess with some of our other parameters, that little kick that's coming through is actually going to get filtered out. So we'll be good to go. So step 3 is adjust the attack time. If it's percussion, you want to use a really fast attack because you want the transient of the percussion to come through as quickly as possible. You want it to stay punchy. If it's a slower instrument like strings or a pad, you can use a slow attack. For me, I'm going to be moving this down to 1 millisecond. Great. So step 4 is adjust the hold and the release time. So you want to make sure that it's long enough for any of the desired sound, so your snare, to pass through naturally, but short enough that the unwanted noise, so in this case our kick and our cymbals, is cut off. So I'm going to turn my release all the way down first, and we're going to just start with hold. That's pretty good. Now I'm going to turn the release up. So you can hear how it almost sounds like it's fading out. I'm actually going to turn this up quite a bit so you can hear it a little bit more obviously. It's like an automatic fade out. That's a little bit too much for me though, so I'm going to back it up just a bit. Great. Now I can only hear the snare. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust the hysteresis to prevent some of that chattering we've been talking about. Like I said earlier in the video, I usually like to start around -6 dBs. That's usually a pretty good range. I'll sort of tweak from there while I'm listening to it. That's good. I'm using a particularly loud part of this song to set up this noise gate. It would probably be wiser for me to set up a section that's a little bit quieter so that I can make sure that none of my other snare hits are being lost to the noise gate. That's where your hysteresis is going to come most in handy. So I would recommend moving to a verse or an intro while you adjust your hysteresis, your look ahead, your hold, your cutoff. For the purposes of this video, just to keep it simple, we're going to move on from here. So step 6, which is optional, but good, we are going to turn on the monitor and adjust the filters. Let's go over here. We'll turn the monitor on. I'm going to hit this little power button. And I'm going to start with the high cutoff. So I'm really focusing in on that snare. I want to make sure that the punch of the snare, the volume of the snare is still coming through, but that everything else has been cut off. That's pretty good for me. So now let's do it with the low cutoff. Great. That sounds good. That's taking out some of the kick. That's taking out the cymbals. If I take this monitor off, only the snare is going to open this. So next we want to increase the look ahead. Again, this is going to be a little bit more important if you are in a quieter section. But for me, I usually kind of just do 5 milliseconds. That's usually enough time. That's working good. So finally, step 8. We're going to increase the reduction level so that a little bit of the original level is let through. So not everyone agrees with this. It's going to kind of depend on what your taste is. I think that this helps the gate sound more natural. I'm okay with having a little bit of crosstalk in between my drum sounds. I think it helps the drums sound a little bit more natural. It helps the drums sound a little bit more classic. But some people want it to be totally clean, and that's completely your preference. So you got just a little bit of that in there. Now, if I turn it off, it's a pretty huge volume difference. But there's just enough of it in there that it still has that natural sound of an old sounding drum set. So that's how you use a noise gate. It's very simple, 8 steps, and you're done. Try it out on your drums, try it out on your guitars, your bass, your background vocals. Before we go though, there's one bonus trick I want to give you. It's something that I think that you'll get a lot out of. Plus, it teaches you how to use the ducker portion of the noise gate. So this trick is very helpful for getting a clearer mix with your vocals right on top. It's especially helpful when you've got a very dense mix with a lot of things that are going on, a lot of different parts of the drums, different guitars, different pianos, different synths. This particular trick is going to help your vocals to sit on top all the time, no matter what. So what we're basically going to do is we're going to be putting a noise gate on the entire band, changing it to a ducker, and side chaining that ducker to the main vocals, which means that no matter when the vocals are singing, the whole mix is going to drop down just a little bit. It's a really subtle tip, but it really will make a big difference. So, step 1, route the band and the vocals to their own respective aux tracks. I'm going to select everything other than the vocals, and I'm going to bring up my mixer, which I use Command 2 to do. And I'm going to go to the output right here. I'm going to change that to bus 1. So now every one of these is all getting sent to this aux track, which I'm going to rename to instruments. For vocals, I'm going to send this to another aux track, which I'm going to rename to Vox. This particular stem also has the background vocals on it. You are going to want to send your background vocals to the vocal bus as well. So I'm also going to route both of these tracks to the mix bus, to the stereo output right here. So you can see both of their outputs are set correctly. So if I hit play and I mute the instruments, you can see that everything's being routed correctly. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to create a send on the vocals. So the reason that we're doing this is that there's some strange latency issues that can happen whenever you're trying to sidechain an entire mix. So we are going to bypass that by creating this send. I'm going to make sure that it's all the way up at 0. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go to the stereo output section and I'm going to click no output. That means that even if I hit play, there's going to be audio that's running through this track, but nothing is going to be coming out of it. So it's not going to affect the volume at all. It's kind of just there to be there. And I'm going to rename this to Vox SC for vocal sidechain. So step 3, you're going to place a noise gate on the band aux track. So let's go over here to the instruments, bring up a noise gate. And then I'm going to go over to the sidechain section right here. And I'm going to sidechain the vocal to it. So I'm going to go down to bus 3, which is our little vocal sidechain bus that we've created. And now the instruments are sidechained to the vocal. So step 4, you're going to select Ducker on the gate. And as we talked about earlier, selecting Ducker is going to turn down the volume whenever the audio goes above the threshold, rather than turning up the volume, which is what a usual gate does. Then we're going to move on to step 5, which is setting the reduction level at -10 dB. So once we finish up, we're actually going to be setting it pretty low, -1, -2. But for now, we want it to be obvious so that we can really make sure that we're dialing in our settings correctly. So the next step, step 6, we're going to be lowering the threshold so that the gate only opens when the vocalist is singing. So let's give that a shot. I'm going to hit play right now.
Can't touch you, but I
So you can see it's closing right now. That means the threshold is too low.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. Slitting like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of charm and dangerous.
There we go. Great. So you can hear how whenever the vocals are going, the whole band is turning down. It sounds very awkward right now, but that's because we haven't fixed the rest of our parameters. So let's do that right now. Step 7 is adjusting the attack time. So I want to use a medium to slow attack to keep it sounding natural. We want it to be a bit of a ramp up. So I'm going to go and say, let's try around here.
Us was not a thing. You were like a hurricane, swept me up and spit me out again. But I'll jump right back in. I wanted some.
That's sounding pretty natural, considering how choppy it is right now. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to adjust the hold and release time. So we want to make sure that it's long enough for the band to be turned down while the vocalist is singing, but short enough for the gate to not be obvious to the listener. So let's give that a shot.
I wanted someone. I wanted some summer. I wanted some someone.
So I usually like to have a longer release and a shorter hold because I like to have that long fade out that we were talking before. Although I guess in this case it would be a fade in because we're using a ducker.
Hate the winter, the cold makes me bitter. Autumn's forsaken by photographs taken. Spring is too young.
Okay, that's sounding pretty good so far. So let's adjust the hysteresis so that we can prevent that chattering sound. I'm going to start it around -6 dB like we talked about. And I'm going to move it around until the gate starts to sound a little bit more natural and a little bit less obvious.
Was not a thing. You were like a hurricane, swept me up and spit me out again. But I'll jump right back in.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
All right, so that sounds pretty good to me. So let's go into step 10, which is to adjust the look ahead. That's just going to make it a little bit more accurate. So I'm going to go in, I'll add 9. See what that sounds like.
Summer, I wanted some someone. I hate the winter, the cold makes me bitter. Autumn's forsaken by photographs taken. Spring is too young, the dew on the grass. I love the summer, but it's
Great. Now this is going to be our last step, step 11. We're going to increase the reduction level. So we really only want a dB or 2. You can obviously tell, even though we've got it set correctly, it still sounds pretty weird. That's because we really only want it ducking just a hair. It's supposed to be a subtle effect. It's not even really supposed to be heard. It's just supposed to be felt. It's supposed to make your life as a mixer just a little bit easier. So let's listen to what this sounds like.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I hate the winter, the cold makes me bitter. Autumn's forsaken by photographs taken. Spring is too young, the dew on the grass. I love the summer, but it doesn't last. I love the summer, but she never lasts.
Pretty cool. So you could tell it's very subtle. It's pretty hard to actually hear the difference. So this trick works best if you're using it at the beginning of your mix, not at the end. So this song that we're working on right now is at the end of the mix. If you set it up at the beginning of the mix and then you spend the rest of your mix with this noise gate on, you're going to end with vocals that sound much clearer than before. Right now, because I've already mixed the vocals to sound fairly clear, it's still very, very subtle. And it's going to be subtle no matter what. It's supposed to be felt, not heard. But doing it in the right order is really going to help you do this trick to the best of your ability. I think you're really going to love it. So now you know how to duck your mixes. Hopefully that helps you to clean up your tracks so that your vocals fit better in your mix. But before you go, don't forget to grab the free noise gate cheat sheet that I made just for this video. It's got 3 graphics that you'll use again and again as you learn how to use these noise gates for yourself. And of course, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. And that's all from me. I'm Dylan with Musician on a Mission, and remember, create regardless. So let's talk about one of the most popular and common instruments that you see used in all genres of music, electric guitar. Now, of course, this is falling just a little bit out of favor in recent years, but it's still, if nothing else, in the background of so many songs. So I'd feel remiss if we didn't have a video in this course covering its reverb trends. Now, there are really 2 main trends that I want to talk about. But before we get to that, I want to first talk about what you don't want to do with an electric guitar part. If you have a really complex electric guitar part, the number one thing that you want to avoid is some big, huge reverb. Now, you will see sometimes some larger delays happen. Delay and electric guitar go hand in hand, but you never really see just a massive reverb. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So right over here, I've got this particular guitar part on, and it's way too dry. You'll be able to hear it almost immediately. We need to put some reverb on it.
Feel the morning glow.
Way too dry, right? So let me set up a reverb, but I'm gonna make it too long, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So I've got a little reverb on here, and you can tell I've got a pretty massive decay time. Let's listen to what it sounds like.
Feel the morning glow.
Well, it fills up the space a lot more nicely, but man, is it complex, and man, is it just taking over the rest of all of the instruments in the mix. It's too much. It's kind of blurring and smoothing all of the different notes in the guitar part, but not in a pleasant way. So what do? Well, First off, you usually want somewhere between a short to medium length for a decay time for an electric guitar. It kind of depends on how big and boisterous the guitar part is. If you're working with power chords and like really, palm muted stuff that's supposed to be very rhythmic, you probably want to get a shorter reverb. But if you're working with something that's big, long, and sustained, a longer decay time is totally fine. The other thing that you want to know is that electric guitar and spring reverb go hand in hand. So if you remember back to earlier in the course, we talked about the different types of reverb and how one of the types was known as spring reverb. And it's not really a reverb at all. It's just sound that's being sent through a metal spring, and the vibrations that are coming from that spring are recorded and are basically sent back through your recording as reverb. It just has this kind of very strange mechanical reverb sound. But the reason that they are so synonymous with electric guitar is because they were manufactured into guitar amplifiers. So if your guitar amp has a reverb unit, it's probably a spring reverb. So it's just part of the tone, part of the culture. So if I was wanting to add a really, really big reverb to a guitar, my first go-to is going to be a spring. So let me bring one up right now. Unfortunately, Chromaverb doesn't have any spring reverbs. So let's go to Space Designer. So let me grab a spring reverb. I'm just going to go in here to a medium space and let's just say old vintage reverb. Just going to add a little bit of pre-delay to it, and I'm probably going to cut the length back just a hair so that it's a little bit more in time with the song. It's not quite so long. So now let's check out what it sounds like.
Feel the morning glow.
You start to get that classic electric guitar sound. Let me solo this out. It's got that weird metallic almost delay in there. That's your spring reverb. So at this point, I can mess with the length if I want to. I can mess how loud it is in the mix if I want to. But since I'm wanting it to just be a style reverb, something that is baked into the tone of the instrument, I want it to be heard. I don't want to mix it in subtly into the mix. So let's just do some tweaking and then you'll see what I'm talking about. It's going to give it just a nice, cool sound.
You've brought me. You've brought me. You've brought me. You've brought.
Yeah, I'm liking that. It's feeling good to me. Now, I'd probably want to go in and add some more spatial effects over the course of this mix. Maybe some more delays, maybe a different, really short reverb, but this is a great foundation. So that's the main thing you want to know about electric guitars, but there is one other trick that I want to point out, and it's more for your big power chords, your rhythm section, stuff that you're probably double tracking. So double tracking is a really common technique in recording for getting those huge wall of sound guitars where you're recording multiple versions of the exact same guitar part. Either literally just the exact same part recorded 2, 4, 8 different times, or potentially 2 different guitar parts that are kind of playing the same thing, but maybe one is an octave down, one is an octave up, stuff like that. It's part of the reason that you get that huge guitar sound in so many rock records is this double tracking technique. Now, part of what makes it so good is you usually see these double track guitars panned hard left and hard right. So they get this big, wide stereo image. But sometimes they can sound kind of naked out there in, the left and the right channel, almost like there's no real cohesion between the parts. So producers actually came up with a really clever trick to solve this problem, and it's called the phantom reverb. And what it is generally, we'll get into the details in a moment, is basically a reverb that is sent from either the 2 different tracks or from the instrument bus. And then you swap the left and the right side of that reverb so that basically the reverb from your right double track is showing up in your left speaker, and the reverb from your left double track is showing up in the right speaker. So you get kind of a phantom image of one particular recording in the opposite ear. So let me show you what that sounds like. I actually have one pre-made over here. So let me show you what it sounds like without the reverb, and then I'm going to add the reverb in. So you could kind of hear that when that reverb was muted, it very much felt like you had two completely different parts that were living in a vacuum by themselves, especially if you were listening with headphones. But whenever we added in that phantom reverb, they kind of started to connect almost. They still felt very hard panned, very far away from each other, but there was some level of cohesion between the two. So let's talk about how you get this sound. So obviously, like everything else, you're going to create a send, which I'm just going to do one right here. Doesn't matter what the number is. And then, of course, you're going to want to put a reverb on it. But you're going to want to use a special version of your plugin, something known as dual mono. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to grab Reverb. But over here, you can see I have two different options. I have stereo and I have dual mono. I'm going to select that. Now, what dual mono is, really what it means is that you have the ability to change the settings on the left side of the plugin from what is on the right side of the plugin. So, for instance, right here, if I click the L button up here and I make my decay super long, if I go over and hit R, which is just what is affecting the right channel, you can see my decay is exactly where it was before. And if I was to hit couple, which means that whatever I do on one side affects the other. If I change the decay time for this, I go over to my left, the decay time is exactly the same. Now, not every DAW has this capability, and not every DAW calls it dual mono. Sometimes people have different names for it. So I would do a little bit of Googling just to figure out what your DAW has. But here's what's cool about dual mono plugins when it comes to reverb. So a stereo plugin, a stereo reverb plugin, it's going to basically spread out the sound that's sent to it no matter where that sound is panned. So if I have a sound that's panned hard left and I send that to a reverb, then I'm going to hear reverb in the left channel and in the right channel, kind of no matter what. But with a dual mono plugin, because it's separating those channels out, if I have something panned all the way to the left, I'm only going to hear reverb in my left channel. Now, here is the extra trick to this technique. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to add another plugin. I'm going to add a gain plugin. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm actually going to use this button right here, Swap LR. Now, Logic Pro uses the gain plugin for this. Other DAWs use different plugins for this, but basically what this button does is it just flips the stereo image. So anything coming in on the left now comes in on the right and vice versa. And here's what's amazing about that. When I do this, what that means is that the reverb that was on my left channel, that was coming from that left guitar part, is now going to be flipped over to the right channel. So now I'm going to have a guitar part that's panned hard left, but its reverb is going to be panned hard right. So let me show you what this sounds like. So you could hear that whenever the swap left-right button was off, you still had reverb, but it felt more alone on the left and the right side. You had no crossover. But whenever I was to turn that button on, it felt like there was just a momentary crossover that popped from one side to the other. It was really, really nice, but it still gave us a very wide stereo image. So now that we understand kind of how to get this effect, let's talk about what settings you actually want to use. So this reverb is typically going to be focusing more on your early reflections than your late reflections. You're not really wanting a reverb sound, you're kind of just wanting some extra ambience. So we're going to be modeling this reverb after some of the reverbs that we used in the shadow system. So what does that mean? Well, first off, I'm going to want to go up here. I'm going to want to hit couple, because I want my effects to be the same on the left channel and the right channel. And I'm going to set a shorter decay time. So this one is just a quarter note. It's just half a second. I'm going to select a smaller distance, probably a smaller density, smaller size, very little pre-delay, not a ton. And I'm going to go over to my details, and I'm going to select more early reflections and less late reflections. Finally, I'm also going to go to my EQ output, and I'm going to use my Abbey Road technique and cut just a little bit out of my low end and my top end, just to kind of make sure that I'm corralling that ambience in and it's not going to be quite so overpowering. So now let's give it a listen. You see, you don't get quite as much gunk whenever we've done all this stuff. We really get more of just that ambience. We don't get all of the big, wide reverb tail. Because honestly, we don't really need that. Like if we want that, we can add our own reverbs, or we can send more of this instrument either to our spring reverb or to our room reverb. So there's one final step that we need to take, and that is to tweak our volume. Right now, our reverb is just too obvious. It's helping, but it sounds like everything is really reverbed out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, I'm going to take it all the way down, and then I'm going to slowly mix it in until I'm finally able to feel the width and the girth and the connection. And then I'm going to back off a bit because I've probably gone too far. That's just a good rule of thumb. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. So let's do our final before and after, see where we started and see where we're ending. So by using this technique, hopefully you're going to be able to get even more connection in those huge wall of sound moments with your guitars.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. Massive kudos for making it to the end of a 7-hour long course. There aren't many people out there willing to put this much time and patience into their music, so I really admire that, and you should give yourself a huge pat on the back. You're clearly somebody who's serious about investing in yourself and investing in your craft, and that's the exact kind of person we're looking to work with inside our comprehensive 2-year program called the Reverse Engineer. So here's what I'd like you to do next. Go to the description below and click the link that says book a free call. This is a free 45-minute Zoom call with one of the admission officers on our team, who'll break down our methodology, how it works, ask you some questions, and share what's working for our students. Then if we can help, we'll show you how it all works, and you can decide if you want to be a part of it or not. Of course, there is a financial investment required to join our community, so please don't book a call if you're not prepared to invest in yourself and your career. But either way, we'll just be straight with you, because in order to protect our reputation, we only want to work with people who will actually complete the program and get results, and will also be a positive addition to our community. Because trust me, it's extremely frustrating working with people who aren't reciprocating the effort we're pouring into them. So we don't just let anyone in. But if you are serious about this, let's hop on a Zoom call. It's completely free. You can get a game plan for the next few months and just see how all of this works. Again, the link is in the description below where it says book a free call, and that will take you to a page where you can select a day and time to speak to somebody on our admissions team. Okay, that's all for this video, and I'll see you again soon.